Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the imperial clan temple? After being reminded by him, Commander Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. Hee, what choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago? The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, this play was actually written for him. This lord Li used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Do-Yi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yantai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the assistant minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning." If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the Great Show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the Book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the Book of 10,000 people." After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The Book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the Book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later. The consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. "I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The Book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more." After many days, Li Mu once again saw Yuzhen Zi in his home. Yuzhen Zi stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Yuzhen Zi said, "These are the Book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Yuzhen Zi said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, a blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people. Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy. Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Hyun Jinko stood in the courtyard and smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister. Hyun Jinko said, there's no need for thanks between fellow disciples. Yuzenzi said calmly, the disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied. Hyun Jinko continued, junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later. Li Mu said, I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while. Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, when you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you. Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do. Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, okay. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, take good care of Qing. One of the worshippers said, it's time to go. Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, let's go. After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect, Li Mu said, this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about. The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, I'll go get him. After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Yuzhen Zi and Hyun Jinko take a look. Hyun Jinko looked carefully and said, this is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed. He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Yuzhen Zi tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, this seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask senior brother Sect Master for help. Li Mu waved his hand, no need. After a while, Changle Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, Your Majesty, I can't open this, crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Changle Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the Great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the Great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying Great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the Great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xian Jizi, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Jianghu Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the Imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Jianghu Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Jianghu Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Jianghu Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the Imperial Palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. he turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairies' Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the 6th realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dharmic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the 2 argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year? The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. Yes, Lord Li is right. If the two of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan. After some thought, Li Mu said, how about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen. No. I don't agree. The two of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. What right do you have to disagree? Li Mu's face darkened as he said, as officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the two of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the two of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the two of you satisfied? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, I agree with what Sir Li said. Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. If the two of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer? Song Liangyu looked at the two and asked, Lord Shao, Lord Zhou, what do you think? Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal. The two of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, the nomination of the last person, that is none of your business. Li Mu waved his hand and said, out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, the position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, "The Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "Why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao?" Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, "Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, "I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts?" The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, "Let's listen to Sir Li." Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, "Next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn." Xiao Ziyu quickly added, "It's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss." The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, "In my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat." Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "Because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty." Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, "Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions?" Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Xiong said, "It's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel." He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, "That's fair. Let's do it this way." It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the assistant minister of the secretariat and the head of the secretariat. If the officials of the secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Changle Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Jianghu Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Jianghu Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Shao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other two parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the two parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Yangqiu County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, "The one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, "If you need me to do anything, I won't refuse." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Chengdu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, I will never abandon you, never, Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court. Mr. Mei said, I really didn't see him today. Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, he didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing. She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. Mei looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter? He and Li Mu, Zhou Yi snorted and said, I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Jianghu Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same, Mr. Mei said awkwardly, he is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing. Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Jianghu Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered. Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with? The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match, no wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance." Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu, or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, the appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, "I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice." Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "From now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead." Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. "Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer." The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. "This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side?" That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your?" Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true." Wang Luan gritted his teeth. "Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed?" Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived. Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin! The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, "You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "We had a conflict before." Yang Lin said, "Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters." Wei Peng said, "This official understands." Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, "Come back." The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, "In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Emperor's protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us." Someone sighed and said, "Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, "In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple, Pa. Preposterous." Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, "What is he trying to do?" In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, "Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" We have to prepare in advance. Li Qing shook her head and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, that won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you. Li Qing insisted, there's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough. 3. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you? Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself? The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, does it hurt? Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, behave yourself. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, go back to your room to play. Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. Come to the Changle Palace. Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Changle Palace. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The Empress threw him a token and said, From now on, you are the Deputy Commander of the Bamboo Guards. You will be in charge of the Bamboo Guards together with Ali. The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Shendu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Jew Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the demon nation, the ghost realm, and even the demon sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord May to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Jianghu Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Jianghu Palace, he went straight back to Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Jianghu Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. May's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rights. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the 4th rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost 1 empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No," the gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent," the gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. "Follow me in and arrest the guilty official." The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these 2. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. Mei said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. Mei said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. Mei looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichung Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichung Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the Imperial Clan Temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the imperial kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Jianghu Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the imperial kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people. After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen." Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, "Just do as you said. Go and arrange it." Walking out of Jianghu Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, "Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "If I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position?" Zhang Chun said, "According to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light." Prince Shou said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Chun said indifferently, "This is persuasion." Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, "You are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal." Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing Temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing Temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing Temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, "You stole His Highness's seal." "Bullshit." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty." If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. "I will have the Imperial Court impeach him, and he will confess everything." Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Coward." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "If you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him." "Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you?" Gao Hong snorted and said, "I'll leave by myself." He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, "Just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you." Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of fulu on the door of the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the imperial clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the High Priest Department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the imperial clan temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the Commandery Prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the imperial court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the imperial court." Vice Academy President Chen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xing Tian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, He overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jianghu had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jianghu and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jianghu shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's qi and successfully advance to the 7th realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's qi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional 7th realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's qi and advance to the 7th realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the empress for this matter. The Duke of Jianghu asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look." The Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a 6th realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit qi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the 1,000 illusions venerable master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the Imperial Court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Xiao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall." The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Jing Xingchui, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing." The man in white waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Cheng and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, "It sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school." The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, "The Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism." The man in white put down another chess piece and said, "Whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple." The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. "This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him." Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me. Are you still human?" Gao Hong quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Prince Shou said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask your highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Li Mu?" Prince Shou glanced at them and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, "What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go?" Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, "No." Prince Shou was stunned and asked, "Then what should I do?" Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, "According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed." Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, "Then what about the Duke of Nanyang?" Prince Ping shook his head and said, "Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved." Prince Shou was stunned and said, "Aren't you going to join forces with the academy to make a move on Limu?" Prince Ping said, "Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk." Prince Shou said, "But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die." Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, "He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack." Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, "How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends." Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, "What do you know? We're looking at the big picture." Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, "The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours." Prince Ping said, "It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple." After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, "Your Highness, how is it?" Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, "When will Limu die?" Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, "When I save you." Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, "I can't wait any longer." Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in." Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. "This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness." Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bed sheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing Temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing Temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing Temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The imperial ancestral temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing Temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing Temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, "So troublesome?" King Shou said helplessly, "Do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost." Commandery Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commandery Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commandery Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commandery Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, "I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you." Commandery Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, "I understand." King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them." Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life." In the court of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud. Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground. Screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A seventh realm cultivator was indeed a seventh realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together, grow old together, may you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li Yi, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, "His target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now." After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, "I'll leave as well." His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that, Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Chen. Crash. Zhou Chen, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Chen Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, Big brother. Zhou Jing said, I know. Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us? Zhou Jing shook his head and said, he has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things. Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, what should we do now? If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words? Zhou Jing looked at him and said, no matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree. Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, the family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang. Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, thank you, eldest brother. The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Xiao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Pinghan, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, it's all over. Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residence was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Chengdu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby. You're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the Great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Changle Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhou province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon's Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Empress' serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Demon Country is pacified, can I leave your Majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending." Zhou Yi said, "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, Your Majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount. Zhou Yi glared at him. Hurry up. Chapter 387. Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a 6th realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the 5th realm, and had just reached the 5th realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. 2 elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were 2 6th realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the 6th realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the imperial court, 5th realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but 6th realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the imperial court's lackeys. This also led to the imperial court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a 6th realm cultivator. Not only did the imperial court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the 2 high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the imperial court gave him the resources given to these 2 people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the imperial court than them. Most importantly, these 2 people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these 2 high consecrators to the imperial court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the imperial court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The 2 great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Jianghu for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court. Offerings? The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, what kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first. Li Mu continued, with Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants. The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly. Li Mu shook his head, saying, Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either. Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain. Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now. What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory. Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, how dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky? Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem, their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated. The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. Jianghu Square. There were hundreds of markets in the Immortals' capital, each with its own function. Jianghu Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the Immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in Jianghu Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Shao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of Jianghu Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lord Li, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the imperial court. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy." Several fifth realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a sixth realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the imperial court, if he really did expel them, the imperial court would probably also put pressure on the empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the imperial court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the heavenly Tao?"
Chapter 1207. Hey, take a look. There's something written below the honor roll. What is it? Congratulations to Yen Silu, Ma Zhou, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, Su Hongji, and Xiao Dian for becoming professors of Yanhuang College. Wow, that's great. Mr. Wang has been promoted to professor. I love listening to his lectures. I love listening to Mr. Ma's lectures. The students who liked the 6 professors cheered when they heard that the college had added 6 more professors. Little Ko, you're amazing this time. Outside the crowd, Li Tai patted Li Ku's shoulder and smiled. However, only he himself knew how much of a forced smile there was on his face. Li Tai had always been an arrogant person and a person who refused to admit defeat. Calculating the time, he came into contact with the new mathematics nearly 2 to 3 months earlier than Li Ku, but in the end, Li Ku actually surpassed him. This made him very unhappy. If it was in the past, then perhaps he would have started to mock and ridicule this good brother of his. But after living in the academy for so long, his arrogant and proud character from the past had been restrained greatly. He'd gotten used to the harmonious life of brothers and the love of fellow students. "Chinke, I was just lucky this time. If you were serious, no one in the entire college would be able to beat you." Li Ku looked into Li Tai's eyes and said seriously. These words were to comfort Li Tai, but it was the truth. In the current situation of the college, Li Tai was the strongest. Hearing Li Ku's words, Li Tai felt a little better in his heart. He thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Winner takes all. A loss is a loss, but next time I will definitely not lose again." After saying that, the little fatty raised his head and walked past Li Ku valiantly and proudly toward Guanghua Building. Li Ku looked at Li Tai's back and thought to himself, "Chinke, I won't let you win so easily. Yamacho, what do you think of the exam results this time?" In the office, Yen Silu stroked his beard and asked Li Zixuan. A few days ago when the test results were announced, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that Class 1, who had been studying with Li Zixuan for the longest, would actually fall at the hands of Class 2. It really shocked him to the point that his jaw dropped. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to be annoyed. Ah, so what? It was just an exam, not a life-and-death battle. No one's life was smooth sailing. This small setback was a good thing for the children in Class 1, and it was also a good thing for the students in Class 2. Because this allowed them to realize that although Class 1 was strong, it wasn't invincible. As long as they worked hard and were willing to fight, anyone could sit on the throne of first place. As for me, the more competitive the students are, the happier I am. Because only in this way will the academy grow stronger and stronger. To be honest, although the results this time were out of Li Zixuan's expectations, he didn't care much about it. In his previous life, from elementary school to junior high school, university, and graduate school, he had gone through countless exams. He had also failed, and been discouraged. But in the end, these failures, hesitation, and discouragement were all turned into stepping stones on the road to success. There was no smooth sailing in life. This was the principle he wanted to teach his students. Yamacho is far-sighted and open-minded. I admire you. After listening to Li Zixuan's words, Yen Silu couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Ah, Mr. Yen, you flatter me. Li Zixuan smiled. When he was about to leave, he said, Oh, Mr. Yen, when the class ends later, remember to inform the students to gather at the sports field. There will be a commendation ceremony this afternoon. An exam was actually like a war. After the end, there would naturally be corresponding rewards for the victorious side. Yen Silu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and laughed. Okay, Yamacho. Li Zixuan nodded and left. Sigh. Our Class 1's glory is gone. In the classroom of Class 1 during the break, the students' faces were no longer as cheerful as they usually were. Everyone's face was full of seriousness. All along, because they were trained by Li Zixuan, they felt that their class must be the best in the whole academy. But now, the students of Class 2 had completely shattered their dreams and sent them into the cold reality. There's no other way. Jianghu from Class 2 is too good. Last year's exam was rushed, but he only lost 15 points. Zheng Ziren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Meng Wenhao, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. There's nothing to be proud of. Although Jianghu from Class 2 did very well this time, he's not invincible. We beat them in the past. If we work hard in the future, we can beat them again. Li Tai slapped the table and stood up. He agreed loudly, Wenhao is right. I think the reason why Class 2 could do better than us in the last exam was that they were better than us in the ability to take the exam in a short time. In the future exams, as long as there are no urgent matters, there won't be a hasty exam like last time. In this way, their advantage will no longer exist, and our chances of winning will be greater. So I think we don't need to be discouraged. Just do what you should do. It's just a failure. Our foundation is better than theirs, and there will be more opportunities in the future. As the gang leader of Class 1, Li Tai felt that he had to say something to boost the morale. Otherwise, with such a depressing atmosphere, everyone would be finished. In fact, to some extent, his analysis was not without reason. Last year, in order to let the students participate in the warm winter operation, Li Zixuan brought forward the final exam at the last minute, which caught everyone off guard. The failure of Class 1 this time had a lot to do with insufficient preparation. Yes, we still have opportunities in the future. It's not like we don't have any chances. At most, we'll just beat them up in the monthly exam. Sun Zifen roared. This guy's voice was so loud. Yes, beat them up. Beat them up. The rest of the students followed suit and roared. As a result, during what was supposed to be an ordinary break between classes, a series of orderly roars came from Class 1's classroom. The teachers and students outside all cast strange gazes in their direction. Ah, not bad, these kids didn't let me down. Hearing the voices here, Li Zixuan, who was in the corridor, smiled with relief and then whispered to himself softly. Chapter 1208. Afternoon. The warm sun shone on the earth, but no one could feel the slightest bit of warmth. No one knew who cut the thin leaves, but the spring breeze in February was like scissors. If the spring breeze in February was like this, what about the spring breeze at the end of January? When it scraped against the face, it was still like a knife cutting. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, more than 600 students from 16 classes stood neatly on the grass, waiting for Li Zixuan to speak. The students didn't have to wait for long. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Zixuan, dressed as a scholar, walked up to the rostrum with steady steps. When the students below saw Li Zixuan on the stage, they couldn't help but stand up straighter. Clearly, after spending the entire winter break together, Li Zixuan's reputation among the students had become even more resounding. At the beginning of the new year, first of all, in the name of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I wish all the students and teachers of the college a happy new year. Every time he saw these youthful faces, Li Zixuan felt that what he was doing was so meaningful. He was changing a group of young people and in turn changing the entire Tang dynasty. In a few years, these children were bound to spread the seeds of engineering across every inch of Tang dynasty. Clap, clap, clap. The students and teachers below the stage couldn't help but applaud. Li Zixuan pressed his hands down. When silence was restored, he spoke again. Last year was the first year of Yanhuang College's establishment. You are the first batch of students of the college and you are also very outstanding students. In last year's final exam, out of 500 points, 402 students scored 400 points and above, and 95 students scored 450 points and above. I am very satisfied and gratified that you were able to achieve such results in such a rushed preparation. Especially those students who ranked in the top 10 of the grade. You are very outstanding, but please don't be arrogant, because that is only your past glory. The road ahead is still very long. For those students who did not perform well, don't be discouraged. No matter how good the road is, there will be times when it isn't smooth. No matter how smooth life is, there will be moments when it isn't as you wish. You must firmly believe that you can face difficulties head-on. You must establish the belief that you will win. Setbacks and hardships were only stepping stones for the strong. For capable people they were wealth. For the weak they were a bottomless abyss. Whether you are strong, capable, or weak, it all depends on your own choice. But as your Yamacho, I hope that all of you will be strong. Are you willing to become experts? Li Zixuan's voice was very low, and his voice was also very moving. Although there were no flowery words in his words, nor were there any heroic words when he said it, all the students in the audience, whether they were previously complacent or dejected, now had solemn and resolute expressions, as if they had been given a new lease of life. This was especially true for those students who did not do well in their exams. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They could not wait to go into battle and take another exam. Yes. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the crowd. Li Gang and the others looked at each other and sighed in relief. This was because in the morning, they were still thinking about how to cheer up those students who did not do well. Now, after Li Zixuan's speech, the students were revived. There was no need for them to worry about anything. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Good. Next, I will personally give out awards and scholarships to the top 10 students of last year's final exam." Scholarships? What scholarships? Most of the students knew about awards because they had worked at the Warm Tang Foundation last year. Every time a citizen donated a sum of money, they would be presented with a certificate. The students guessed that an award should be similar to a certificate, but this was the first time they had heard of something new. Li Zixuan smiled and explained, as the name suggests, these scholarships are specially set up for students with excellent academic performance. From today onwards, the top 10 students of each semester's final exam will receive the Yamacho Scholarship. The first place will receive 500 strings of cash, the second place will receive 400 strings of cash, the third place will receive 300 strings of cash, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 100 strings of cash each. The Yamacho Scholarship will be funded by me personally, and it will be evaluated every semester. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard and win this scholarship. Wow. Knowledge could change one's fate. This was what it meant to change one's fate. Just by passing an exam, they could receive 100 strings of cash and completely change the fate of a poor family. This was even faster than the imperial examination. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the audience immediately went into an uproar. Although there were corresponding rewards for the previous monthly exams, they were given out in the form of footballs and copper coins, so the audience did not feel much about it. However, this time, Li Zixuan directly and crudely used copper coins as the prizes. The shock it gave was on a completely different level. Quiet, quiet. Next, the students whose names are called, please come up in order. Li Zixuan suppressed the noise of discussion and read, last year's final exams: first place, Jianghu. Second place, Li Ku. Third place, Li Tai. After the names of the top 10 students were read out, Jia Jane and the others hurriedly went up to the rostrum and stood in order. Li Zixuan started from the first place and gave out the certificates. Speaking of which, Although this certificate was similar to the charity certificate issued by the Nguyen Foundation, the production was much better than the charity certificate. The words Certificate of Honor were embossed in gold on the cover, and there was also Li Zishuan's personal signature and personal seal. It was not only classy, but it was also a great symbol of honor. The moment they received the certificates, Jia Jian, Li Ku, and Li Tai were all shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Li Zishuan to make such a beautiful certificate. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world, they would have only said the words high-end, classy, and classy at this moment. Your scholarships will be collected from Mr. Yen later with the certificates. If anyone wants to send the money home, the academy can also send someone to escort them. After giving out the certificates, Li Zishuan said again. After all, a few hundred strings of cash could be considered a huge sum of money. If there was no escort, it could easily attract the attention of bandits. Thank you, Yamacho. Other than Li Tai and Li Ku, the two second-generation rich people who treated money like dirt, the rest of the students bowed to Li Zishuan and thanked him sincerely. Okay. You can all go down first. Next, we will officially award the 6 new professors for Yanhuang College. Chapter 1209. After the commendation ceremony and the appointment ceremony of the 6 professors, Li Zishuan let the students go back to the classroom to start the New Year's course. The course this semester was not easy. In addition to cultural courses, Li Zishuan also planned to let the students do some other projects. Yamacho, the king of Jianghu, is waiting outside the college with the envoy brother Shan Bei. After the students and teachers on the playground dispersed, Li Zishuan was about to go to his office when Mo Zhong came to report. The king of Jianghu? The envoy? Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself. Then he seemed to think of something. At the end of last year, the stronghold of the Cui family in Chang, and was destroyed overnight because of Li Zishuan's incitement of public anger. Cui Shanfu, the former minister of Honglu Temple, who was on duty in the shipping department of Guangdong, was also affected. Because the cavalry department found out that when the envoys of the Nanyang countries came to the court, the prime minister of the Jega dynasty had colluded with Cui Shanfu. Li Er was furious when he heard the news. He directly dismissed Cui Shanfu from all his official positions and put him in prison. Therefore, the vacant position of minister of Honglu Temple was given to Li Daozong, the king of Jiangxia. That was why there was a strange combination of Li Daozong and the envoy brother Shanbei. What is the envoy doing here? Li Zishuan walked toward the gate of the college and asked Mo Zhong. Yamacho, the king of Jiangxia, said that the envoy wants to visit the college and has asked for a decree from His Majesty. Mo Zhong saluted with his fists and replied. Visit the college? Li Zishuan heard this and his eyes turned cold. He did not have a good impression of the people, either in his previous life or in this life. Yanhuang College was the most precious treasure left by Li Zishuan to the Tang Empire. Of course, he was unhappy that the people wanted to visit it. Besides the king of Jiangxia, who else came with him? Li Zishuan asked again. Let's return to Yamacho. Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College is also here. It said that the envoy visited the Imperial College first and then came to Yanhuang College. Let's meet this guy today. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Haha. Marquis Yong, and you finally came out. This prince didn't delay your teaching, did he? When they arrived at the entrance of the academy, Li Daozong was the first to greet them. Greetings, Marquis Yong An. Seeing Li Zishuan coming over, the big brother king on the mountain back cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Perhaps it was because he wasn't familiar with it, but his actions were rather comical. Li Zishuan just nodded, then he looked at Li Daozong and smiled. Your Highness is too polite. Please come in. Li Daozong smiled. He glanced at the luxurious high-rise buildings in Yanhuang College and sighed. Speaking of which, this is the first time this prince has visited Yanhuang College so closely, right? Marquis Yong, and you have to tell this prince about it later. Li Zishuan nodded, of course. Seeing that Li Zishuan seemed to be in a good mood, the big brother king on the mountain back interrupted. This is also the first time I've seen such a spectacular academy. I hope Marquis Yong, and can let me in to have a good look. Li Zishuan secretly rolled his eyes and said lightly, You have His Majesty's decree, so of course you can go in to have a look. But let me say this first. There are some places you can go in the academy, but there are some places you can't go even if you have an imperial decree. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Hearing Li Zishuan's unfriendly tone, the warriors who came with the big brother king on the mountain back changed their expressions. They couldn't help but touch the swords at their waists. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at them coldly. Suddenly the warriors' backs were covered in cold sweat. At that moment they felt as if they were being targeted by a cheetah. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Stop. Although the big brother king on the mountain back's face changed a few times, he still had a trace of rationality in his mind. He pressed his hands together and quickly cupped his hands to Li Zishuan, Marquis Yong, and is right. I will definitely not go to the places I shouldn't go in later. In the depths of Li Zishuan's eyes, a trace of undetectable cold light flashed. This big brother king on the mountain back was flexible and smart. He had heard that he was now the heir of the Wen nation without any suspense. This made Li Zishuan feel that it was a little tricky. He wasn't afraid of those who liked to jump and court death on purpose. He was afraid of this kind of person who could endure silently and make you unable to find any weakness to attack. Once this kind of person became strong, he would definitely strike back without mercy. That better be the case. Li Zishuan snorted mercilessly, turned around and walked inside with Li Daozong. Kong Yingda, who was behind them, frowned. Although all the officials of the Tang Empire didn't have a good impression of the Wen nation's envoy because of the imperial court's fleet being ambushed in Wen nation last year, Kong Yingda thought that since Wen nation was willing to hand over the head of the bandits and send their heir to apologize with such generous compensation, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, they should forgive Wen nation. However, Li Zishuan's actions now showed that he didn't take the Wen nation's envoy seriously at all. This made Kong Yingda feel that Li Zishuan had lost the dignity and grace of the Celestial Empire. However, although he thought so, Kong Yingda didn't say it out loud because he knew Li Zishuan's nature. Even if he said it out loud, Li Zishuan wouldn't change his mind. Li Zishuan first took the group to visit the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The bold architectural style, the hard and flat cement walls, the cement floor and the smooth and transparent glass windows shocked the Wen nation's people, Li Daozong and Kong Yingda. The Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace. This college is magnificent just like the Celestial Palace. Even if the Wen nation had the power of the whole country, they wouldn't be able to build such a college. The eldest brother on the mountain back stared blankly at the Guanghua building for a long time before he came back to his senses and murmured, Marquis Yong, and, may I ask what material the road and walls are made of? Why are they as smooth as a mirror and as hard as a rock? As the group continued to walk forward, the eldest brother on the mountain back asked again. Li Zishuan squinted at him and said, I'm sorry I can't tell you. This is a secret of the Tang Empire. Anyone who divulges it will be investigated and killed without mercy. Marquis Yong, and, no matter how good-tempered the eldest brother on the mountain back was, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he knew that there was a big gap between the Tang Empire and the Wen nation. Even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 12:10. Marquis Yong, and, may I go in and listen to the lectures of Yanhuang College's teachers? In front of Guanghua Tower, the mountain back's big brother king was still unwilling to give up. Li Zishuan did not even think about it and directly refused, no. Guanghua Tower is an important place for learning. Outsiders are not allowed to enter so as to not affect the students' studies. I'm just going to take a look from outside the building and not make a sound. How can I affect the students' studies? Li Zishuan did not want to give in and rejected him again. That won't do either. The courses taught in the academy are also classified secrets of the Tang Empire. Outsiders are not allowed to look at them. What a joke. How could the Japanese see or hear the advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry courses in the academy? Li Zishuan would not even allow them to look from outside the building. This was his academy. It was also his work. Huff huff. The mountain back's big brother king took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Otherwise, he felt that he would not be able to hold it in. I heard that there's a magical thing called an astronomical telescope in this building. May I know if Marquis Yong, and can show it to me? After suppressing the anger in his chest, the mountain back's big brother king requested again. What astronomical telescope? You must have heard wrongly, right? The academy has never had such a thing. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly as he replied. He thought to himself, looks like this mountain back's big brother king did his homework before coming here. He even knows about the astronomical telescope. But so what if he knows? He was determined not to see it anyway. This was an absolute military secret of the Tang Empire. Marquis Yong. The mountain back's big brother king's expression was very ugly at this moment. He pulled out an imperial edict from his sleeve and said, The Emperor of the Tang Empire has already allowed me to visit the academy, but you have repeatedly stopped me. Are you not going to listen to the words of the Emperor of the Tang Empire? Li Zishuan said expressionlessly, His Majesty has already said that Yunshan is my fief. Everyone in Yanhuang College must listen to my orders. Anyone who comes to Yanhuang College must also abide by my rules. His Majesty asked me to show you around the academy. That's fine, and we're touring the academy now. But you have to follow the academy's rules when you're touring the academy. Please take note of your status, or you will be expelled from the academy. After hearing these words, the big brother king on the mountain back was immediately rendered speechless. After that, under the lead of Li Zixuan, the group of people looked at all the places in the academy. However, most of the time they only looked at the outside of the building. It was rare for them to enter the building. Therefore, after more than 2 hours, the only building that the big brother king on the mountain back had entered was the Yanhuang College's cafeteria. After more than 2 hours of touring, how could the word miserable describe it? However, although it looked miserable, the big brother king on the mountain back still saw many new things during the tour. For example, the big globe in front of Guanghua building, and the supermarket in the academy, and so on. Since the tour is over, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today, Marquis. At dusk, the big brother king on the mountain back finished touring the academy and said goodbye to Li Zixuan. However, he placed extra emphasis on the word hospitality in this sentence. Li Zixuan pretended not to understand the other party's meaning. He laughed and said, "You're welcome at any time." The big brother king on the mountain back looked deeply at Li Zixuan and said nothing. Then he left with Kong Yingda. Suddenly, only Li Zixuan and Li Daozong were left on the road. Marquis Yong'en, you seem to have a big prejudice against the Wen Nation's envoy? Li Daozong smiled and looked at Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zixuan was startled and replied, "Last September the Imperial Court's fleet was ambushed by the Wen Nation in the Southeast Sea. Dozens of Navy soldiers and many innocent people were killed. Now that the Wen Nation's envoy has come to Chang'an, do you expect me to be polite to them? I've already restrained myself by not drawing my sword directly." Li Daozong shook his head disapprovingly and said, "Last year the Imperial Court's fleet was ambushed by the Wen Nation in the Southeast Sea. But now the Wen Nation's crown prince has personally sent the head of the bandits to the Tang Empire and compensated the Imperial Court with a large amount of brass and silver. I think this is already very sincere, right? Why does Marquis Yong and still want to pressure the big brother on the mountain back?" In Li Daozong's mind, the Wen Nation was just a small place. Although they had accidentally offended the Tang Empire, this little brother had already come over and sincerely admitted his mistake. He even gave compensation. The Tang Empire, the most powerful country in the world, naturally had to show its magnanimity and forgive him. Li Daozong felt that Li Zixuan was a little narrow-minded by not letting go and persistently forcing the Tang Empire's crown prince. "Your Highness, the Wen Nation's people are like young tigers. Although they look harmless and docile on the surface, when they learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire and grow their teeth, they will hurt people. At that time the young tiger will become a big tiger. If you want to make them obedient, you can only use strong force." Li Zixuan said faintly. The Wen Nation's people were very good at humbly learning the advantages of other countries. But under the surface of humility and modesty, they were extremely arrogant and proud of their own culture. Therefore, once the Wen Nation's people surpassed their teachers, they would mock and belittle their teachers and even beat them up. Li Zixuan's words were not groundless. They were all based on evidence. In modern times, after the Meiji Restoration, Wen Nation had learned from Western culture, introduced advanced Western technology, and borrowed scientific and technological achievements to quickly become the second most powerful country. They were constantly learning and innovating to surpass others. But at the same time they also brought great harm to their Asian neighbors such as China. This was the main reason why Li Zixuan hated the Wen Nation. Yes, he was a nationalistic youth. Back then he could not do anything in the era of peace. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Empire and was in a high position, he would feel sorry for himself if he did not do something to the Wen Nation. Young tiger? Marquis Yong, and the Wen Nation is just a small place. Even if they can really grow up, what do we have to fear? A tiger is still as small as a grain of sand in the vast sea in front of the colossus that is the Tang Empire. A mayfly trying to shake a tree is like a moth flying into a flame. Only death awaits. Although Li Zixuan's words sounded reasonable, Li Daozong had followed Li Er to the north and south in the first half of his life. How could he, who was arrogant, take a small Wen Nation seriously? Chapter 12:11. Li Shaogong didn't think much of the Wu people, but Li Zixuan wouldn't let his guard down. He felt that the Wu people were more threatening than the Turks in the north. Therefore, even if Li Er blamed him for what he did today, he wouldn't regret it. But the good thing was that Li Er didn't have a good impression of the Wa people because of the loss of dozens of Tang Navy in the Wa last year. Naturally, he wouldn't blame him for it. The fact was that Li Er allowed the mountain-back elder brother to visit Yanhuang College because he wanted to maintain the demeanor of a great country and not be criticized by Confucian apologists for being stingy. He wasn't worried that the mountain-back elder brother would be wronged in Yanhuang College. He was worried that the mountain-back elder brother would see some secrets of Yanhuang College, such as the telescope in the college's laboratory. Li Zishuan's actions today could only be said to be exactly what Li Er wanted. Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong, and seems to be very unfriendly to us. Chang, and city in a room of Honglu Temple. Yoko Ono bowed slightly and whispered to the mountain-back elder brother. Back when Li Shaogong led the army to exterminate the Suo family in Feiniao, there was no longer any dispute over the next ruler of Wa. Although the ancient empress hadn't officially appointed the mountain-back elder brother as the crown prince, his subordinates had already begun to call him the crown prince. At first, the mountain-back elder brother would correct them, but after a long time he was too lazy to do so. Or rather, he was used to it. I can see that too. But since I came to Chang'an City, the number of times I've seen the Marquis of Yong, and can be counted on one hand. It's even more impossible to offend him. I don't know where his hostility towards me comes from. The mountain-back elder brother looked out of the window with a gloomy expression. A few days ago he had applied to stay in Chang, and for a while with the purpose of learning the culture of Tang Empire. When he returned to Wa, he would be able to carry out reforms. He was also an ambitious person. He hoped that he could become a ruler of resurgence in the future. But the great Tang's imperial court didn't seem very friendly to him. Li Erdu hadn't given him a residence, which meant that he had to live in the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wasn't this the same as living in an inn every day? Compared to Feng Jidai's son, Feng Jidai's treatment as a messenger. After all, not only did Jidai have a residence in the capital, but he also was often by the side of the emperor. Your Highness, the problem might be that you rarely meet the Marquis of Yong, and you. Yoko Ono's eyes flashed as she cupped her hands. Back when Su was sent people to assassinate Li Shaogong in Feiniao City, Yoko Ono almost had a large piece of his scalp cut off during the chaotic battle. Although he had already recovered from his injuries, the center of his head was bald and no longer had any hair, making him look somewhat comical. How? The big brother king looked at Yoko Ono. He held back his urge to laugh and asked. This subordinate has heard that the Han officials are very particular about reciprocity. If an ordinary person wants to invite a high-ranking official to do something, it is impossible for them to not send some generous gifts. Therefore, in this subordinate's humble opinion, Your Highness should prepare some gifts for the Marquis of Yong, and to build a better relationship. The next time you visit Yanhuang College, your treatment will be much different. Yoko Ono cupped her hands and explained with a wise face. The big brother king on the mountain back suddenly understood. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "It seems that I didn't think it through. Then Yang Zi, help me think what is suitable to give the Marquis of Yong. It's said that he's the person who makes the most money in the Great Tang, so he probably won't care for gold or silver. What should this prince give him?" When Yoko Ono heard this, he was instantly worried. He frowned deeply and thought for a long time before finally saying, "Your Highness, this subordinate believes that since the Duke of Yong, and doesn't lack money, then he definitely lacks women. I heard that he only has one wife. Why don't we give him 2 Yamato beauties? He must have never seen the beauties of our Yamato people, right?" The big brother king on the mountain back's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Immediately send a letter to the Empress and request for 2 of the most beautiful and pure women in Japan." Yes. Yoko Ono hurriedly left to carry out the order. Only the big brother king on the mountain back was left in the room. He muttered, "I heard that the Marquis of Yong, and founded engineering school, vigorously discovering the people's livelihood and building advanced tools. This is the knowledge that Japan needs. This prince must obtain it." Hudong Road, Lan Province, outside Ifang County. Old Master Han, this official has already informed the owners of Willow Village, Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village in advance. They should be waiting in Willow Village right now. Let's go over first. Old Master Han, you can also take a look at the villages. A middle-aged official wearing a green official's robe sat in the same carriage as Han Li. The middle-aged official had a kind expression and didn't have the air of an official on his face. If it wasn't for the green official's robe, people would probably mistake him for an ordinary citizen. "Thank you for your trouble, County Magistrate Wang. This Han can't thank you enough." Han Tianhu clasped his hands and thanked him sincerely. That's right. After many days of traveling, he had already arrived at the border of Lan province. Once he arrived at the county, he immediately found the county magistrate of Yifang County, Wang Qingxing. The Wang family rose from Taiyuan. Within 100 miles of Taiyuan, the surname Wang was considered a big surname. Although Wang Qingxing wasn't a direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was more or less related to them. Ah, what are you talking about, Master Han? This is my duty. Why should I thank you? Don't worry, Master Han. In a while, the owners of the 3 villages will definitely not make things difficult for you. This official has already sent my county's deputy to greet them. County Magistrate Wang said with a smile. Although Han Qianhu was just an ordinary citizen, he didn't dare to slight him at all. What a joke. Who would dare to slight the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong'an? Last year, Li Zishuan sent Fu Bin to Yifang County to look for ore. He offended the son of the county magistrate of Yifang at that time and was imprisoned. Later, the provincial governor of Lan province was furious and sent people to arrest the county magistrate and deputy of Yifang County. Only then was county magistrate Wang transferred over to be the county magistrate. Now that Li Zishuan's father-in-law was here, he naturally had to take care of him carefully. Moreover, the day before Han Tianhu's arrival, the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu, had sent a message to him, telling him to take good care of him. If there were any mistakes, he would be expelled from the Wang family. Therefore, Wang Qingxing was just short of worshipping Han Tianhu as if he was his ancestor. Thank you for your kind intentions, County Magistrate Wang. However, business is a matter of mutual consent. I don't like to force people. If the owners of the 3 villages are willing to sell, the price will naturally be negotiable. If not, I will think of other ways. I hope County Magistrate Wang won't use extreme measures because of this. Chapter 12:12. Although Han Lijing now had the support of Li Zishuan, the current favorite of the imperial court, he would never rely on his son-in-law to be arrogant and despotic outside. On the contrary, he was even more cautious than before, fearing that he would cause trouble for Li Zishuan outside. He even cherished Li Zishuan more than Li Zishuan himself. Cough cough. Master Han, what kind of person do you think I, Wang Qingxing, am? I became a grand scholar at the age of 25. Although I don't dare to say that I have many great achievements, I have never done anything to oppress the people. The main families of those 3 villages were all willing. This official definitely did not force them. Wang Qingxing, who was in the carriage, heard Han Lijing's words and quickly defended himself. Han Tianhu cupped his hands and said, County Magistrate Wang, please don't be angry. I apologize, but I have no intention of slandering you. Ah, it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. I didn't take it to heart. Wang Qingxing rubbed his chin and chuckled. The carriage continued to move forward and soon arrived at a village. The houses in the village were very old. Some of the families even lived in thatched huts. A small river flowed around the village. The simple old people in the village were sitting in front of the door basking in the sun. The children were running around and playing. In the fields in the early spring, the wheat sprouts were only about an inch tall. It was a lovely green color. It was worth mentioning that there were many rows of willow trees at the entrance of the village. In this season, the willow trees had already begun to sprout. The green color brought a lot of vitality to the village. Master Han, Willow Village is just ahead. I have an appointment with Master Lu, Master Zhang, and Master Sunday. They are waiting in the village. Wang Qingxing pushed open the window and said with a smile. We're finally here. These 2 days have been hard on County Magistrate Wang. After everything is done, I will prepare a table of wine in the city. County Magistrate Wang, you must come. Han Tianhu let out a long sigh of relief. After several days of running around, he felt a trace of exhaustion in his heart. However, when he thought of what he had to do next, his body was suddenly filled with energy. It was all thanks to Wang Qingxing's assistance from the side. Otherwise, if he was alone in this unfamiliar place, it would probably take him a long time just to find the landlords of these 3 villages. Ah, old Master Han is too polite. You're welcome. Wang Qingxing said with a smile. After stopping the carriage at the entrance of the village, the 2 of them walked towards the village with 3 to 5 yamen runners. Moments later, the 2 of them arrived at a luxurious house that occupied at least 2 to 3 acres of land. Seeing the painted red door and the tall courtyard walls, Han Tianhu couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, the villagers of Willow Village are so poor, but the landlord here lives in such a luxurious house. He probably eats lavishly. I wonder how many people live here. That's right. Although they hadn't met yet, Han Tianhu had already labeled the landlord of Willow Village as an evil person who robbed the people of their wealth. Greetings, County Magistrate. The servant in front of the luxurious house saw Wang Qingxing walking over with a group of yamen runners and quickly went forward to greet him. Are your old master and the neighboring village's old master Zhang and old master Sun in the house now? Wang Qingxing's face turned serious as he asked in a low voice. At this moment he became the county magistrate that everyone looked up to. The servant quickly replied, replying to county magistrate, my old master Zhang, and old master Sun are all here. County magistrate Wang is here. Lulu, sorry for not coming out to meet you. As they were talking, 3 men in luxurious clothes walked out of the courtyard. The fat old man in the lead quickly greeted county magistrate Wang with a smile. Lu Shiren? It's you. Before county magistrate Wang could speak, Han Tianhu, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in surprise. Who else could this fat rich man be if not Lu Shiren, who had disappeared for almost a year? Han Tianhu had never imagined that one of the estates he wanted to buy was actually one of Lu Shiren's estates. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. Back then, Lu Shiren owned the Han family manor and the Plum village in Lantian County. He acted like a tyrant over Han Tianhu and all the other villagers, oppressing and exploiting the commoners. No one dared to voice their anger. Later on, because of Li Zishuan, he was chased out of Lantian County. Who would have thought that this old man would sneak out of Chang, and then come to Lanzhou to buy property? But now Han Tianhu had changed from the Li Zheng who could be easily bullied to a rich man who wanted to buy Lu Shiren's manor. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Han Tianhu. Lu Shiren, who was greeting County Magistrate Wang with a smile, looked in the direction of Han Li Zheng when he heard the voice. When he saw that familiar figure, his pupils shrank and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, his old face had turned from joy to pale, then darker and darker. It was really exciting. You know each other? This time, it was County Magistrate Wang's turn to be surprised. He had wanted to introduce them to each other, but before he could even open his mouth, the two of them were already glaring at each other. It was obvious that there was some enmity between them. Han Tianhu nodded, then took a step forward and looked directly at Lu Shiren. He said coldly, Humph. Lu Shiren, I didn't expect that after you escaped from Lantian County, you still haven't changed your ways. You actually changed a place to abuse your power. You have to know that after doing so many evil things, even if others don't punish you, there will be a day when the heavens will punish you. Lu Shiren's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. If it was a year ago he would not have been so cowardly in front of Han Tianhu, but now, he had no choice but to be cowardly. Although he was already far away from Chang, and Lu Shiren had never stopped receiving news about Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan. Especially Li Zishuan, who was an influential figure in the imperial court. Those who knew about him were definitely not limited to Chang'an. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his name was known all over the world. For the past year he and his crippled son had been living in fear. The father and son were afraid that Li Zishuan would send people to take revenge on them. Because with Li Zishuan's current status, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing 2 ants. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, Lu Shiren used all his savings to buy a manor in Yifang County. He rarely left the manor because he was afraid that Li Zishuan would send people to take revenge on him. Because of this, Lu Shiren did not dare to act rashly. He did not even dare to say a word because he knew that Han Tianhu had the ability to kill him today. Old Master Han, what is going on? County Magistrate Wang was confused for a while before he finally asked. Chapter 12-13. Old Master Han? Hearing County Magistrate Wang address Han Tianhu in such a respectful manner, Lu Shiren's heart sank even more. Obviously, County Magistrate Wang knew Han Tianhu's identity. Then, County Magistrate Wang would be even less likely to help him. Heaven really wanted to destroy him. County Magistrate Wang, this Lu Shiren was the landlord of the manor that I previously lived in. He and his son usually relied on their status to run rampant in the village, causing the local people to boil with anger. Later, the villagers couldn't bear it anymore and joined forces to drive them out of the manor. I didn't expect that they would escape here. Han Li cupped his hands and said to County Magistrate Wang. There's such a thing? County Magistrate Wang didn't suspect him. He squinted his eyes and turned to look at Lu Shiren. His expression instantly turned cold. Lu Shiren's legs went soft and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. County Magistrate, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. I did do a lot of evil in the past, but ever since I came to Yifang County, I've been abiding by the law and doing good deeds. I beg County Magistrate for your judgment. The two men who had followed Lu Shuren out earlier saw that Lu Shuren had knelt down and begged for mercy before they could even say a few words. They couldn't help but shudder with fear as they looked at Han Tianhu, secretly praying that the other party wouldn't find trouble with them. Jianghu. County Magistrate Wang snorted and shouted. Yes. Quickly go to the village and ask the villagers if Lu Shuren bullied them or did anything illegal. Yes, sir. The Yamen runner hurriedly left to carry out the order. Lu Shuren, who was kneeling on the ground, turned even paler. He hurriedly raised his head and begged for mercy. Don't investigate, County Magistrate, I plead guilty. I plead guilty. I shouldn't have bullied the villagers and taken advantage of them. I beg County Magistrate to be lenient. Now that the enemy was at his doorstep, even if he did not take the initiative to confess, Wang Qingxing would still punish him for his crimes after he learned the truth from the people. Furthermore, his crimes would be even more severe. Rather than that, he might as well take the initiative to confess. At that time he could still ask for leniency. Bastard. You actually dare to force yourself on a common woman? Guards, take Lu Shuren back to the county yamen immediately and bring him back to the manor. Rescue the woman he raped. Wang Qingxing was furious when he heard this. How could such a thing happen under his rule? It might even affect the annual official assessment of the Ministry of Personnel. Yes. Two bailiffs stepped forward and easily captured Lu Shuren. The other two bailiffs rushed into the manor and soon came out with two slender, delicate and pretty girls. Seeing this, Wang Qingxing was even more enraged. He cupped his hands to Han Tianhu and said, Brother Han Tianhu, please forgive me for my insolence. Old Master Han, I still have some work to do in the county yamen, so I won't accompany you any longer. You can talk to the two of them slowly. When you're done you can go to the county yamen to register. Han Tianhu nodded and said, County Magistrate Wang, please go ahead. Official business is more important. I have nothing for you to worry about. Wang Qingxing nodded. He turned around and waved at the surrounding bailiffs. The group of people left in a hurry. Father. Someone kidnapped your concubine. At this time Lu Haojian's shout came from the yard. Was this child still living in a dream? Only now did he realize it. Old Master Zhang, Old Master Sun, are you willing to sell the land in Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village? After Wang Qingxing left, Han Tianhu had to bring the other two landlords to the willow tree at the entrance of Willow Village and began to discuss the matter of buying land. Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun looked at each other and quickly nodded at the same time. Yes. Although they did not know Han Tianhu's identity, based on County Magistrate Wang's attitude just now, Han Tianhu's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Lu Shuren was taken back to the county yamen for questioning after a few words. This made Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be arrested as well. After all, which one of them had not done one or two bad things? They would not be able to withstand an investigation. Han Tianhu asked again, then how much do the two masters intend to ask for? Whatever you say. Old Master Sun and Old Master Zhang almost did not think and immediately replied. Han Tianhu was speechless for a while. At this time he also saw that the two were frightened by the scene just now, so he could not help but say, Don't worry, County Magistrate Wang is honest and upright. As long as you have not done anything against the law, he will not trouble you for no reason. When the two heard this they could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Aren't you talking nonsense? If we really have a clear conscience, why would we be so afraid of you? Old Master Han is right. County Magistrate Wang is a good official. Old Master Zhang sighed with embarrassment and then said, To be honest, Old Master Sun and my ancestral home is in Bingzhou. Recently we plan to move back, so we are anxious to sell the land here. So, if Old Master Han really wants it, the price is all negotiable. In order to slip away as soon as possible, this old man just opened his mouth and lied. Yes. That's right. If Old Master Han really wants it, we can negotiate the price. Please name a price first. Old Master Sun's eyes lit up and quickly agreed. Han Tianhu frowned and looked at the two suspiciously, then said, As far as this old man knows, Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village have a total of 4,000 mu of fertile land. I wonder if Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun are willing to buy all the land at once for 20 strings of coins per mu of land? This price was not high for Tang Chu during this period of time, but it was also not low. It could be considered a relatively fair price. Yes. Tomorrow this old man will take the land deed and follow Old Master Han to the county office to register and hand over. As soon as his voice fell, the two rich old men immediately agreed. Hey, little Ku, so much money and you just put it in the dormitory? Yanhuang College. Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others had just helped Li Tai move the copper coins and had to help Li Ku. Qing Chumo was a little confused. What did these two brothers mean? Did they like to pile up copper coins in the dormitory to show off their wealth? Were they kidding? Li Ku was carrying a big box alone and replied, if not in the dormitory, where should I put it? Back to the palace? Then when the academy needs money in the future, I will go back to Chang, and to get money? How troublesome. The academy's food expenses were not cheap for the students who lived in luxury. Although Li Ku had just put 400 strings of coins in the dormitory, it was estimated that it was only enough for 2 to 3 months. Therefore he chose to put the scholarship of 400 strings of coins directly in the dormitory. Chapter 12:14. Sigh little Ku. Copper coins are so troublesome to use. Lunch costs at least 1 or 2 strings of coins, and every time we eat we have to bring a few strings of coins. If only the college cafeteria could use gold beans, it would save us a lot of trouble. Cheng Chumo could not help but say as he hugged a box of coins. The Cheng family had made a lot of money from their partnership with Li Zishuan in the winery. Cheng Chumo now had more pocket money than before, so he could be considered a rich man. Otherwise he would not have said something like that. Li Ku was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Chonyo, if you bring gold beans to the cafeteria, even if you dare to give them, they won't dare to accept them. It would take them half a day to refund your money. Ehe. Little Ku, what you said makes sense. Cheng Chumo thought about it and laughed embarrassedly. Li Ku's expression did not change, but he was deep in thought. Last year, when he was an intern at the Warm Tang Foundation, he had mentioned to Li Zishuan that it was inconvenient to carry copper coins around. At that time, Li Zishuan encouraged him and told him that as a student of Yanhuang College, he had to solve the problem whenever he encountered a problem. If he could solve the problem of copper coins, he would start a new era and leave his name in history. Since then he had been thinking about this problem. Today, Cheng Chumo's random words gave him a hint of inspiration. Perhaps it could be like this. For the next few days, Li Ku seemed to be possessed. Other than going to class every day, he would write and draw in a small notebook. Even during the weekends, the students would often see him in the classroom. No one was surprised by this because they all thought that Li Ku was studying hard. After all, it was the first time Li Ku had entered the top 3 in the final exam. He had surpassed Li Tai. If he wanted to maintain this result, he would have to work even harder. However, the reality was completely different from what everyone thought. On this day, Li Ku came to Li Zishuan's office. Yamacho, I have something to talk to you about. Li Ku knocked on the door and said to Li Zishuan, sit down and talk. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Ku, especially at the booklet the child was holding. He then pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Zishuan thanked him and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Speaking of which, in the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan could enjoy such a soft sofa. With half of his butt on the sofa, Li Ku organized his thoughts and said, Yamacho, I've thought of a way to solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around. Tell me about it. Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku in surprise. He quickly put down the book in his hand and looked like he was all ears. Li Ku was a little nervous, but he still mustered up his courage and said, Yamacho, I think that to solve the problem of inconvenience to carry around, we can set up a department in the academy to provide a copper coin exchange service for the students. In other words, the students can take the copper coins and exchange them for paper certificates of the corresponding value in the academy. With these certificates, everyone can go to the cafeteria to eat or to the Gu family store to buy things. Wherever the academy uses copper coins, these certificates can be used as a replacement. Every once in a while, like the Gu family store, they can take the certificates and exchange them for copper coins at the academy. This way, no one will lose money and the transaction process will be much more convenient. Yamacho, what do you think of this idea? Li Ku had been talking for a long time, but Li Zishuan still hadn't responded. Li Ku suddenly felt a little guilty and asked, good. Very good. Li Zishuan suddenly stood up and clapped his hands as he laughed. At this moment he only wanted to say, show off. Heaven show off. What Li Ku said just now, wasn't it the prototype of banknotes or paper money? His constant guidance to this child had finally borne fruit. Little Ku, I am very gratified that you can think of this, but there are some problems that you need to consider first. Li Zishuan first affirmed Li Ku's idea, then pulled Li Ku back to reality from the clouds. Yamacho, what other problems do you have? Li Ku stared at Li Zishuan without blinking and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and stretched out a finger. First, you need to think of a way to make the students believe in your certificate and be willing to exchange copper coins for it. After all, they have never seen your certificate before. Why would they be willing to exchange their money for a piece of paper? Second, once the students believe in you and are willing to exchange copper coins for the certificate, you need to think of a way to make the person who receives the certificate believe that you can exchange it for copper coins. This is because the ultimate goal of a businessman is to make money. If they can only make a few pieces of paper in the end, who would be willing to do it? You don't need to worry about the cafeteria, but as for Gu Xiaomao, I can't force him. You have to deal with it yourself. Third, and most importantly, you need to consider whether or not someone will copy your certificate in the future and use it for profiteering. Our Yanhuang College is not big, but it's not small either. If someone forges the certificate, then the losses we will suffer cannot be underestimated. Li Ke listened as he wrote down all the problems that Li Zixuan mentioned in the booklet. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he was silent for a while before he stood up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings. As for the first and second points, this student will try my best to make the students and the merchants of the college believe in this certificate. As for the third point, this student is thinking of making the design on the certificate more complicated and stamping it with Yamacho's personal seal. I'm afraid it won't be easy for others to copy it, right? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Who said that the seal can't be copied? But if this certificate is only used in the college, then it's not impossible. But I hope that this kind of transaction certificate can be promoted to the common people in the future. So, little Ku, you either don't do it or make it impeccable. Make it so that no one in the world can copy it. Li Ku widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Yamacho, you want to let the common people and merchants use this kind of certificate to trade? He never thought that Li Zixuan would play with such a big deal. If the common people could use his certificate, then wouldn't he be creating a new type of currency? Thinking of this, Li Ku's breathing became a little hurried. Seeing Li Ku's reaction, Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, Why not? Do you still remember what I told you 2 months ago? If you can solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around, then you will create a new era and leave your name in history. If you don't let everyone use this certificate, then how can you leave your name in history? Chapter 12:15. Start a new era and leave a mark in history. At this moment, Li Ku finally realized that Li Zixuan was not bragging when he said those words. It was something that could really happen. But could he really make all the people in Tang Dynasty use the transaction token he created? Li Ku couldn't help but doubt it. Seeing the doubt on Li Ku's face, Li Zixuan patted him on the shoulder and said, Little Ku, don't think too much about it. Right now, your priority is to make everyone in the academy believe in your transaction token and make sure that it won't be copied by others. As for making everyone in Tang Dynasty use our transaction token, it's still too early to do so. There's still a long way to go. Then, Yamacho, what should I do to make sure that the transaction token won't be copied? Li Ku's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zixuan smiled mysteriously and said, 3 days later, go down the mountain and visit the workshop. Faubert will give you a transaction token printed by the workshop. At that time, you will know that there are some things in this world that are difficult to copy. Li Ku was pleasantly surprised. Yamacho, you already have a plan? Ah, you can say that. 3 days later you will know. Li Ku saw that Li Zixuan didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't ask any further. At this moment he felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he said, Yamacho, I think that we should give the transaction token a name and design different denominations to make it easier to use in the future. Li Zixuan nodded. Even if Li Ku didn't say anything, he would name the currency. But what should he name it? Renminbi or banknotes? Forget it, it doesn't match the Tang Dynasty. After thinking for a long time, Li Zixuan finally said, let's call it Tang Yuan. A Tang Yuan is equivalent to a coin. Below the Tang Yuan is a Tang Jiao. A Tang Jiao is equivalent to a copper coin. As for the denomination of the transaction token, it can be 1 Tang Jiao, 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, 100 Tang Jiao, and 1 Tang Yuan, 5 Tang Yuan, 10 Tang Yuan, 50 Tang Yuan, and 100 Tang Yuan. When you trade, no matter how much the item is worth, you can use glutinous rice balls of different denominations to form the corresponding amount of money. It's convenient and time-saving. Tang Yuan? What a nice name. Li Ku's eyes lit up and he praised, Yamacho, what should the department in the academy that is in charge of depositing and exchanging Tang Yuan be called? He had to admit that this child was quite thoughtful. Let's call it Yanhuang Bank. It's a village that specializes in managing Yanhuang College's copper coins. Things like banks were too far away from this era. If he rashly brought it up, it would probably be hard for people to accept it. After thinking about it, only the term bank would be easier for people to understand. Bank. Good. Then Ku will go and prepare the matters of the bank. Li Ku excitedly got up and said goodbye. I didn't wait in vain. The era of paper money is finally coming. After Li Zishuan left, the corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. No. Why do I feel like Yamacho has already thought of this method for a long time? On the way back to the classroom, Li Ku suddenly stopped in his tracks and hit his head in annoyance as he muttered softly. His suspicions were not without reason. When Li Zishuan heard about the method of the transaction certificate, it seemed like he already had a perfect anti-counterfeiting method in his mind. The reason why he said so much was likely to be to test him. But if Li Zishuan had already thought of this method, why didn't he act on it? Why did he wait until Li Ku suggested it? Forget it. Who cares? Yamacho must have his reasons. After thinking for a long time, Li Ku still could not figure out the deeper meaning behind Li Zishuan's actions. He shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. He still had a lot of things to do now. Master Lu, take a look at this seal. Can you engrave it? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the workshop with a drawing in his hand. He looked for Skyblade, Lu Dingyi, the original master of Strange Pavilion, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, Louis Dao. Louis Dao's carving skills were the best in Chang'an. After Li Zishuan bought Heavenly Craft Pavilion and established Strange Pavilion, he hired Louis Dao to the workshop and gave him preferential treatment. When the workshop first introduced movable type printing, most of the words were engraved by Louis Dao. Yo, Marquis, let this old man take a look. Louis Dao did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took the drawing from Li Zishuan with both hands and began to look at it carefully. After a while, he raised his head and asked, Marquis wants to engrave all these words on the seal? Yes. Is there any problem? Li Zishuan nodded in response. Miniature carving was a craft that had a long history. Many skilled craftsmen during the spring and autumn period could do it. Li Zishuan asked Louis Dao to make this seal mainly for the purpose of making banknotes anti-counterfeit. In the Song dynasty, banknotes appeared in China. Not only were there banknotes, there were also many anti-counterfeit technologies. After all, in ancient times, there were no banknote detectors, QR code scanning and other advanced technologies. However, the ancient people used some excellent anti-counterfeit technologies on banknotes. Li Zishuan planned to use one of them, the anti-counterfeit seal. Earlier, Li Zishuan said that he wanted to stamp his personal seal on the banknotes as an anti-counterfeit. However, Li Zishuan felt that it was not reliable because it was too easy to fake a personal seal. If he really wanted to use a seal as an anti-counterfeit, he would make an anti-counterfeit seal. This was a method of anti-counterfeit banknotes that the Jin merchants came up with during the Ming and Qing dynasties. They specially designed miniature carvings. The contents of the miniature carvings were hundreds of words of poetry. The miniature carvings were very delicate and could not be carved by ordinary techniques. Even if it could be made, it would take a lot of material resources and require a very high level of carving skills. Moreover, in the process of carving, a few words would be deliberately engraved. Even the original carver would not be able to carve the same miniature carvings as before. Therefore, the counterfeiters simply gave up on making fake banknotes. Marquis. If it was a few years ago, I, Old Lu, would have been able to do this kind of exquisite work. But now I, Old Lu, can't even see small things clearly with my eyes. I'm afraid I can't carve this seal of yours. Old Lu frowned and looked troubled. When Li Zishuan heard this, he thought to himself, isn't this presbyopia? That's easy. Ah, Master Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have a way to let you see very small things clearly. Please wait for half a day. I'll have someone send you something tomorrow. Wear it and you'll be able to see everything clearly. Li Zishuan said with a smile. What a joke. He had already made an astronomical telescope. How could he not make a pair of reading glasses? Even if he couldn't make reading glasses in a short time, he could at least make a magnifying glass first, right? Chapter 12:16. After giving Louis Dao the blueprint of the anti-counterfeit seal and the pattern of Tang Yuan's motherboard, Li Zishuan went to find Uncle Fu and assigned him another task. Young master, is there really such a magical paper in this world? Faubert was surprised when he heard Li Zishuan's intention. Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course there is. It's just that the production method is more troublesome. When it's done, Faubert, you'll understand that what I said today is true. That's right. He wanted the workshop to produce a batch of special paper for the production of banknotes. After all, if he wanted to prevent the banknotes from being copied in the future, just relying on the anti-counterfeit seal was not enough. With another anti-counterfeit method, it would be an extra layer of insurance in the future. Good. Since young master is so confident, I'll give it a try. Faubert nodded and took a pen and paper from the side. He sighed and said, Hee hee. Young master, please don't blame me. I'm old and my memory is not as good as before. Young master, please tell me in detail how to make this water pattern paper. I'll write it down and try it out in 2 days. Li Zixuan looked at Faubert's wrinkled but kind face. He smiled gently and said, What's there to be surprised about? After all, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Faubert, you can leave the workshop's affairs to your subordinates. Don't tire yourself out. Faubert smiled and said, Hee hee. Thank you for your concern, young master. I understand. Now in the workshop I'm just talking. It's not tiring at all. Dr. Sun even praised me for my strong body before the new year. That's good. Li Zixuan gave a heartfelt smile of relief and then got down to business. Uncle Fu, this kind of paper is actually not that complicated to make. First, let the steel factory forge a batch of water pattern rollers with protruding patterns. Then install the water pattern rollers on the rollers of our paper machine and use them to imprint the paper. During the paper-making process, the water pattern roller would come into contact with the front of the paper, and the front of the paper would be imprinted with water patterns. The vertical and horizontal water patterns on the wet paper could be seen under the light. They were evenly and neatly arranged patterns with different transparency. Oh, that's right, the material for the production of water pattern paper must be the bark of the chu tree. Other materials cannot be used. Faubert, you can arrange for people to buy a batch of chu tree bark for the workshop. First, buy it near Chang'an. Later, go to Sichuan to buy it because there should be a lot of chu tree in Sichuan. Watermarked paper was the kind of paper that would show bright lines or patterns other than the curtains when it was exposed to light. It was the same principle as how modern RMB could show the portrait of a great person when it was exposed to light. This kind of watermarked paper could increase the potential beauty of the paper, and could also be used to prevent counterfeiting. In fact, water pattern paper had existed since ancient times. It was not a patent of modern people. According to the original history, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the people of Chengdu invented water pattern paper. It had 2 types of printing, clear and dark. Other regions could not produce it at all, so it was called Sichuan paper. Thanks to this, the earliest paper currency in China's history, jiaozi, first appeared in the Sichuan region. It was only later that it slowly spread out. In the beginning, people did not care about paper money at all. They only used it as stubs and felt that it was very easy to carry around. Later they found that it was very useful and began to use it for transactions. Jiaozi was gradually popularized just like that. When it came to the Southern Song dynasty, because there was no supply of Sichuan's water pattern paper, they switched to printing paper from the Jianghu region. However, Jiangnan paper did not have the special anti-counterfeiting ability of Sichuan paper, so there was a large amount of fake money in the market. At that time there were more fake jiaozi, guaozi, and jiaozi than real money. Strict laws could not stop the counterfeiting of paper money. This directly caused the Southern Song dynasty's economy to sink into a quagmire. Therefore, the water pattern paper used to produce banknotes was a very important anti-counterfeiting method. Chu tree bark? Young master, why must we use chu tree bark to make paper? Faubert listened and nodded his head. In the end he could not help but ask. Li Zixuan replied, Faubert, paper made from chu tree bark not only has better toughness than normal paper, but it also has better texture. Faubert nodded his head skeptically. Then he felt that it was a little strange. Young master, why did you go through so much trouble to make water pattern paper? It was all his fault for only caring about the technical aspects and ignoring Li Zixuan's purpose. Li Zixuan smiled mysteriously and said, Faubert, you will understand later. Other than the water pattern paper, there is one more thing that I need to trouble Faubert to arrange for people to do as soon as possible. Young master, please speak. Faubert had long been immune to Li Zixuan's creative ability, so he did not make a fuss about it at the moment. Li Zixuan paused and said, Faubert, recently you have been thinking of ways to control the carbon content in the steel to refine a slightly softer steel. I plan to use this steel to make an engraving board, an intaglio engraving board. After this steel is refined, let Master Lu draw the engraving pattern I gave him on the steel plate, and I will engrave it myself later. Intaglio printing or intaglio printing was the traditional method of modern banknotes production. In the 21st century, all the countries in the world were still using intaglio printing to produce banknotes. The inked part of the printing plate was concave. During printing, the printing plate was directly in contact with the paper. Under the strong pressure, the ink in the concave pattern was directly transferred to the paper. The ink on the paper was three-dimensional, and if you touched it carefully with your hand, you would feel that it was uneven. On modern banknotes, it was easy to find two characteristics of intaglio printing. One was that the ink layer was thick, and the second was that it had a strong three-dimensional effect. Intaglio printing was the ultimate anti-counterfeiting method that Li Zixuan had designed for Tang Yuan. He did not believe that there would be a place in the world with such advanced printing technology as Chi-Chu Ji's workshop. More importantly, the master plate used for intaglio printing was hand-engraved. Hand engraving had a unique anti-counterfeiting property, because every engraver's work had its own personal style and characteristics, and also had a certain degree of chance. This was something that could not be imitated by others, including the engraver himself, who could not carve an identical engraving plate. Although there were many advanced copying techniques and counterfeiting methods in the 21st century, it was impossible to copy a banknote that was exactly the same as a hand-engraved banknote. With this three-pronged approach, Li Zixuan could be said to have blocked all avenues for those who wanted to copy banknotes. Although Faubert had never seen intaglio engraving and intaglio printing, he could roughly guess what Li Zixuan wanted to do from the words. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Good. Currently, the workshop can already produce steel. The soft steel that young master mentioned should also be no problem." Li Zixuan replied with a then got up and left. Chapter 12:17. Ink Girl, are you there? After returning to Yunshan, Li Zixuan went to Mo Lingwei's courtyard and shouted from outside. He had just gone to the academy to look for Mo Lingwei, but he couldn't find her, so he could only come to the courtyard. Although it was broad daylight, he had to avoid suspicion when looking for a girl. After all, Mo Lingwei could very well be his friend's wife in the future. So he just stood outside the courtyard and shouted for Mo Lingwei from afar. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, a series of footsteps could be heard from the house in the courtyard. Then Mo Lingwei, who was wrapped in a mink coat, ran out in a hurry. "Ah, Yamacho, you're finally here. Come in quickly. Come in quickly." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Mo Lingwei said excitedly. Fortunately, she was holding a book in her hand, otherwise she would have touched Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, what medicine did this girl take today? He hurriedly took 2 steps back and said warily, "Ink Girl, what's wrong? Are you also looking for me?" "Yes." Mo Lingwei responded subconsciously, but then she felt something was wrong and said, "That's not right. What do you mean by also? Yamacho, are you also looking for me?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, "Sister, if I don't have anything, why would I come here? To chat with you? If that's the case, won't your little Ning fight with me?" After a while, he nodded helplessly and said, "There are some things that I want you to help me with." Before Li Zixuan could finish, Mo Lingwei interrupted, "Hey, Yamacho, don't say anything. Answer me a few questions." Then, without waiting for Li Zixuan's answer, she quickly flipped the book to a certain page and asked, "Yamacho, this book says that when a part of the conductors in a closed circuit cut the magnetic induction line, there will be an electric current in the conductors. But why can't we see the so-called magnetic induction line with our naked eyes?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He finally understood why Mo Lingwei was in such a hurry today. It turned out that she had fallen into the trap of electricity. Haha, this was also what he had expected. Ink Girl, let's put this question aside for now. I have something more important to talk to you about." Although he understood Mo Lingwei's difficulties, Li Zixuan still said so. Compared with making reading glasses for Louis Dao, it was undoubtedly more important and urgent. Mo Lingwei quickly retorted, "No way. No way. What could be more important than this? If I can't figure it out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yamacho, I haven't slept well for 2 consecutive nights." Only then did Li Zixuan notice her 2 panda eyes. He couldn't help but smile and sigh in his heart. This girl is really a science fanatic. Okay. Let's solve your problem first. Unable to persuade this stubborn girl, Li Zixuan took the book from Mo Lingwei's hand and began to explain. "Ink Girl, first of all, you have to understand that the magnetic induction line is just an idealized physical model. It is a curve that describes the distribution of magnetic fields for the convenience of magnetic research. In addition, electric fields and magnetic fields are both substances, but they are different from ordinary substances. They have no physical form. They exist, but they can't be seen or touched. Ink Girl, do you understand?" After digesting it for a while, Mo Lingwei nodded and said, "Well, I think I understand. Yamacho, you are really a genius. You can actually come up with the method of magnetic field lines. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, I have another question. Why do you have another one? Li Zixuan stared at her speechlessly. He had just heard Mo Lingwei say that she understood and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Mo Lingwei wouldn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Yes. There must be more than one question, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zixuan strangely. Her eyes seemed to say, "You didn't think that there was only one question at the beginning, did you?" Yamacho, I don't understand why the direction of the magnetic induction current is the right-hand spiral rule, and not the left-hand spiral rule. Is there a deeper reason that you didn't write in the book? Li Zixuan heard this and was speechless. He thought to himself, why does this girl have to question everything? She's almost asking 100,000 questions. However, in this world, people who like to get to the bottom of things and challenge authority would only have two outcomes in the future. One was to become a loathsome idiot, and the other was to become a super big shot in the academic world. Those people who would honestly learn whatever was taught in the book without the slightest doubt would have limited achievements in the future. In comparison, Mo Lingwei's academic limits were much higher in the future. Girl, this is the conclusion from the experiment. If you don't believe me, you can. On the west side of Yunshan, in front of a courtyard, a man and a woman were standing in front of the courtyard. They weren't talking about love, nor were they in front of flowers under the moonlight. Instead, they were discussing academic problems. They were really the two weirdos of the Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan's lips were almost dry from talking from 4:45 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Finally, he solved all of Mo Lingwei's problems. Hey Yamacho, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. Hurry up and say it. After Mo Lingwei's doubts were cleared, she finally thought of Li Zixuan's matter. She asked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan didn't have the energy to complain about this girl's carelessness. He sighed softly and said, I came here today to ask Girl for a favor, but it's already late, so we can only wait until tomorrow. Yamacho, tell me what it is first so I can be mentally prepared. Mo Lingwei expressed that she was a little afraid of Li Zixuan's trap. A few days ago, Li Zixuan asked her to prepare for the construction of the generator. At that time she didn't know how big the trap was, but after she jumped in she realized that it wasn't a trap at all, but a bottomless abyss. Once she jumped in she wouldn't be able to jump out even if she wanted to. Seeing Mo Lingwei's wary face, Li Zixuan was both angry and amused. He said, it's not a big deal. I just want you to help me polish 2 glass lenses. You did a good job with the astronomical telescope, so this time I want to ask Girl to give Master Lu a pair of lenses so that he can see very small things through them. Yamacho, are you talking about a magnifying glass? That's easy. But why do you need a magnifying glass for Master Lu? And what's the size of the magnifying glass? You have to tell me, Yamacho, right? Mo Lingwei was best at optics, especially after she learned the optics part of the first volume of physics. In the whole Tang dynasty, only Li Zixuan could compare with her in this area. So, of course she knew about the existence of a magnifying glass. Chapter 12:18. Master Lu is old. It's normal for him to not be able to see things clearly, isn't it? Forget it, Girl, don't grind the lenses for now. Just make a magnifying glass for Master Lu. He's not in a hurry to use it. Li Zixuan didn't want to explain too much, so he just gave a vague explanation and wanted to slip away. But Mo Lingwei didn't want to let him have his way. Hey Yamacho, why can't old people see things clearly, but with a magnifying glass they can see things clearly? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? It's just a matter of correcting the vision of hyperopia. But if he really wanted to explain it to Mo Lingwei, this girl would definitely ask what was hyperopia? Why did he need a magnifying glass to correct hyperopia? If he wanted to explain all these miscellaneous questions to Mo Lingwei, it would probably take him a long time to explain them to her. Li Zixuan didn't want to accompany this silly girl in the cold wind no matter what, so he didn't dare to stop walking. He said as he slipped away, we'll talk about this later. Girl, remember to go to the workshop tomorrow and help me make the magnifying glass. If you feel that you can't do it alone, then you can ask Yan Xiaoning to help you. The next day, Li Zixuan went to the academy and discussed the dam construction plan with Mo Huai again. Mo Huai still felt that the plan wasn't perfect, so he requested to modify it again. On Li Zixuan's side, he had already started to send people to recruit workers. If he wanted to build a dam he would need at least a few thousand people, and it would be best if they were good at swimming. Fortunately, the entire Lantian County had become Li Zixuan's fief, so it was much easier to recruit craftsmen. According to Wang Zhong, in just 2 days, there were more than 2,000 villagers who were good at swimming came to apply. It was estimated that in another week, all the craftsmen would be recruited. Coming out of the academy, Li Zixuan coincidentally met Mo Lingwei. After learning that this girl had made the magnifying glass for Louis Dao in just one morning, he clapped his hands and laughed, praising Mo Lingwei greatly. Then, taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's joy, Li Zixuan immediately slipped away. He had to go home to eat, so he didn't want to be caught by Mo Lingwei again. "Wife, there's news from father-in-law. Do you want to hear it?" After returning home, Li Zixuan's to find Han Yushi. "Husband, my father's a letter?" Han Yushi stood up in surprise and asked Li Zixuan. "Yes. He just came this morning." Li Zixuan replied with a smile. Yifeng County was not far from Chang'an City. It would only take a day to travel 800 miles. "Husband, tell me what's written in the letter?" Han Yushi quickly put down her work, came over, and asked anxiously. Wife, take a guess. Who did father-in-law meet in Lan Province?" "You definitely won't be able to guess." Li Zixuan smiled and said mysteriously. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Who else can he meet? My father doesn't know anyone there." "Husband, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me by asking this question?" Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Wife, father-in-law said in the letter that he met Lu Shiren and his son there. Li Zixuan took out a piece of paper full of writing from his sleeve, handed it to Han Yushi and said with a smile, "It's quite a coincidence. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Father-in-law originally planned to buy the 3 farmsteads that he told me about before, but he didn't expect Lu Shiren to be living in one of them. Moreover, this fellow was chased out of Plum Village last year, but his evil intentions didn't change. After he went to Willow Village, he still bullied the people and kidnapped the women of the village. Now that he has been arrested by the county magistrate of Yifeng County, he really deserves to be punished." Yes. This father and son have finally received the punishment they deserve," Han Yushi said with a gratified smile. After lunch, Li Zixuan went to take a nap. Spring was sleepy, autumn was tired and hibernated. Especially during the transition between winter and spring, if he didn't take a nap at noon, he would feel uncomfortable in the afternoon. When he woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Yushi came over to tell him a piece of news. "Husband, Faubert sent someone to tell me that the steel you want has been refined, and it has been handed over to Master Lu to draw patterns on it." Li Zixuan said in surprise. "Oh? So fast? That's great." According to this progress, he should be able to receive the finished drawing of the banknote master tomorrow. In fact, the real progress was faster than he had expected. In the evening, when night was about to fall, Louis Dao personally carried the mother plate of the banknotes he had drawn up to Yunshan and personally handed it to Li Zixuan. "Young master, all the patterns on the mother plate have been drawn. Tomorrow, I will begin to carve the seal you asked me to do." "So fast? Master Lu, you've worked hard." Li Zixuan took a small package from Louis Dao and said in surprise. Louis Dao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's mainly because of the magnifying glass you asked Ink Girl to make, Marky. It's really useful. With this thing I can do twice the work with half the effort. I have to go back quickly. Otherwise it will be completely dark in a while." Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Take care, Master Lu." The night in Yunshan was quiet. It was past midnight, but there was still a room in the number 1 courtyard that was still lit. It was the study room. Li Zixuan was carving in the study room at the moment. In the evening, Louis Dao sent the soft steel master with the finished Tang Yuan pattern. The rest was to carve grooves according to the lines drawn on the steel plate. This was a delicate work. When the modern manual carvers were carving, they had to hold a magnifying glass in their left hand and a knife in their right hand. They had to concentrate on carving lines on the steel plate. If there was a mistake, all the work would be wasted. Someone had once calculated the points and lines on banknotes. A point needed to be carefully carved a few times, and a banknote meant that it needed to be carved 1,000,000 times. If one didn't have the endurance and strong basic skills of 10 years of practice, ordinary people would never be able to do this. The reason why Li Zixuan wanted to carve by himself was mainly because this time he was carving on a steel plate. Although the steel plate was soft steel, it was still very hard. Louis Dao definitely couldn't do it, so he had to do it himself. At this moment, he was holding the tip of the wind-chasing sword 3 inches above it, and using the sword as a pen, he was concentrating on painting on the plate. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud. Facing soft steel, it was almost like cutting tofu. At this time, the master plate with fine lines in Li Zixuan's hand had been carved with many grooves, but it was still far from being completely carved. Because the patterns on it were too complicated, even with Li Zixuan's abnormal speed, it would take him a whole night to carve it. Chapter 12:19. Li Zixuan spent an entire night carving the mother version of the banknote from nightfall to sunrise the next day. If it weren't for his strong inner strength, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for such a long time. Moreover, it would have been impossible for him to finish carving the mother version of the banknote in just one night. Even so, when he finished carving the last stroke, he couldn't help but feel dizzy and exhausted. Li Zixuan called Pang Feiji over and asked him to deliver the mother version of the banknote to the workshop personally. After that, he quickly went to bed. He really couldn't take it anymore. Logically speaking, this was his first time carving the mother version of a banknote. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity, the conditions, the ability, and even the courage. In this life, he was going to personally design the first banknote for Tang Dynasty. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. It was because of this excitement that he worked overtime last night to carve the mother version of the banknote. Of course, it was also because of Louis Dao's hard work. If it weren't for Louis Dao drawing the pattern of the banknote on the soft steel plate, Li Zixuan wouldn't have been able to carve the mother version of the banknote in such a short time, even if he had the wind-chasing sword that could cut through iron like mud. In the workshop, when Faubert received the mother version of the banknote from Pang Feiji, he couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zixuan to work so hard and stay up all night to carve the mother version of the banknote. From this detail, Faubert also understood how important Li Zixuan was to this matter. Therefore, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Faubert carefully kept the mother version of the banknote and shouted towards the outside of the house. Hey, Manager Fu, you're here. Song Xiaoxi quickly ran in from outside the house and bowed. Faubert asked, Xiaoxi, is the water pattern roller done at the steel mill? Regarding the water pattern paper that Li Zixuan had told him about yesterday, he had already sent someone to buy the materials. Now he only lacked the water pattern roller to modify the paper machine. This step was the most crucial step in the production of the water pattern paper. Manager Fu, please wait a moment. I'll go take a look now. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. When Louis Dao learned that Li Zixuan had sent the soft steel master plate to the workshop this morning, he was both shocked and stressed. That was because Li Zixuan, a layman who knew nothing about engraving, could engrave such a large piece of soft steel master plate with so many complicated patterns in just one night. As an old guy who had been engraving for decades, if he was too slow, how could he face Li Zixuan in the future? It just so happened that he had a stand-mounted magnifying glass in his house. The condition was much better than before, and there was no reason for him to slow Li Zixuan down. Therefore, Louis Dao immediately began his closed-door training and began to carve the anti-counterfeit seal that Li Zixuan asked him to carve. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zixuan slept all the way until evening. Around 5 p.m., he slowly woke up from his sleep. He felt a pain in his head. This was the aftereffect of staying up late. Last night, he was not only mentally exhausted, but also physically exhausted. He couldn't help but rub his temples. After a long time, he finally felt a little better. Husband, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? I've made some congee with pork and century egg. Have some to fill your stomach. Han Yushi's voice came faintly. Li Zixuan heard it and nodded subconsciously. Yes, yes. Thank you, wife. At this moment, his stomach was indeed empty. After a while, Han Yushi brought a bowl of congee with pork and century egg. Li Zixuan tested it slightly. It wasn't hot and the temperature was just right. Han Yushi must have kept the congee warm in the pot and waited for him to wake up so that she could bring it to him directly. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. In terms of thoughtfulness, his wife was the most considerate. Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi gratefully. The husband and wife looked at each other and smiled tacitly. At this time, Li Zixuan asked while eating, Wife, is there any news from the workshop today? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zixuan and said faintly, Husband, you want to ask about Master Lu, right? Don't rush them too much. I heard that in order to help you carve the seal, Master Lu didn't leave the house for the whole day. If you rush them again, Master Lu will be exhausted. Even if it's urgent, it doesn't have to be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. Wife, you're right. Li Zixuan touched his nose embarrassedly. After listening to Han Yushi's words, why did he feel that he had become an evil capitalist who desperately exploited his employees? And you, husband, I've heard you persuade me before that staying up late is not good for your health. But why did you stay up so long last night? Our family doesn't lack anything now. Husband, why do you have to be so anxious to do things? Han Yushi sighed faintly again. Li Zixuan was even more speechless at this time. Han Yushi's words were reasonable, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. In fact, his habit of staying up late when something happened was completely in his nature. In the 3 years of his graduate studies in his previous life, because of the research tasks assigned by the teachers above, he didn't know how many nights he had stayed up late. Especially when it was close to graduation and rushing to finish his thesis, he would stay up late almost every 2 or 3 days. That was simply putting his life on the line. This was the persistence of an engineering student. It was also the most admirable thing about the scientist who struggled on the front lines in his previous life. In this life, Li Zixuan vowed to let the scientific researchers enjoy the best treatment. His original intention of founding Yanhuang College was also for this. Ahem. Good. My wife is right. Your husband will not stay up late in the future. The strange thing was that after Han Yushi rambled on for so long, Li Zixuan didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt a little warm in his heart. Perhaps this was the unique advantage of a beautiful woman when it came to preaching. The next day, Li Zixuan saw that there was still no news from the workshop. In order not to pressure Faubert and Louis Dao, he didn't go over. Thinking of some things that Lantian County's county magistrate he told him a few days ago, Li Zixuan wanted to personally go to Lantian County to take a look. But he suddenly remembered that his confinement period wasn't over yet, so he could only give up on it. Since he couldn't leave Yunshan, Li Zixuan could only stay in the study room to plan his marquee mansion in Lantian County. This was the true marquee mansion of Yong'an. After all, it was built on his fief in the name of the government. Last year he had planned to wait until the new year to expand the side courtyard on Yunshan. Now it seemed that there was no need to expand the side courtyard. When the marquee mansion was built, no matter how many people there were in his family, the marquee mansion would be able to accommodate them. Therefore the future marquee mansion must be big. Li Zixuan planned to build his marquee mansion into a luxurious mansion with an ancient manor as its foundation, but with modern-style interior facilities. After all, as a marquee mansion, its appearance should be more formal. Therefore he didn't use the style of the Academy's high-rise buildings, but used the style of the Tang Dynasty's manor. As the manor's blueprints flashed through his mind, the content on the Xian paper on the table gradually became richer. Chapter 12:20. An official with a luxurious manor, if placed in modern times, would definitely be seen as a symbol of corruption in the eyes of many people. However, Li Zixuan wasn't afraid of this kind of criticism because every penny he earned was clean. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. Anyway, a person worked hard to earn money, didn't he just want to enjoy it? He spent his own money to build a manor for himself. What could others say about it? In the afternoon, Song Xiaoxi finally sent news that everything in the workshop was ready. They were waiting for Li Zixuan to personally instruct them on the next step of the task. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He quickly put on his cloak and went down Yunshan with Song Xiaoxi. They went straight to the workshop. "Young master, you're here?" When Uncle Fu saw that Li Zixuan had finally arrived, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Li Zixuan smiled, looked at Faubert and Louis Dao and said, "Well, Faubert, Master Lu, I heard that everything is ready. You've worked hard these 2 days." The two of them said that it was not hard. Louis Dao was a little ashamed. He said, "Marquis, it took me nearly 2 days to carve this seal. Compared with Marquis' speed, my nickname, Louis Dao, seems to be undeserved." Li Zixuan shook his head. "Master Lu, you're just wasting time on an insignificant problem. It's because this Marquis is skilled in martial arts that I sometimes move a little faster than ordinary people. Master Lu, for you to carve this seal in 2 days is already not easy. In all of the Great Tang, the number of people who can do what you have done can be counted on one hand. Marquis, you're flattering me." When Louis Dao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly replied modestly, "Ahem. Young master, a batch of watermarked paper has been made this morning. Some of them should have been dried by now. What do you think next?" Fu Bo coughed dryly and got down to business. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Faubert, come with me to take a look." They came to a factory on the east side where the workshop made paper. "Young master, this is the water pattern paper. Please take a look and see if the talisman meets the requirements." Faubert said to Li Zixuan as he pointed at the sheets of white paper hanging under an old locust tree in the courtyard. Li Zixuan took a few steps forward and found a piece of dried paper. He took it down from the shelf and looked at it carefully under the sunlight. He saw that on the white paper there were neatly arranged dark characters. Tang. After spreading the paper flat, the dark words disappeared again. People who saw it for the first time might find it magical, but for Li Zixuan, a modern person, it was not strange at all. However, he was quite satisfied with the quality of the paper. Just the texture alone was not comparable to that of ordinary paper. "Yes, that's right. Faubert, next, use the soft steel master plate I gave you yesterday to imprint the pattern on it. The material used to press the steel plate must be heavy. The heavier the better. Otherwise it won't show the effect. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction, put down the water pattern paper in his hand and said to Faubert, "Yes, I understand young master's meaning. I'll arrange it now." Faubert replied with a smile. Now that the printing technology in the workshop was quite mature, the most difficult part of the concave printing technology was the engraving of the plate. The actual imprinting process was not complicated, so when Li Zishuan roughly explained it, Faubert understood what to do. Faubert used an hour to set up a temporary concave imprinting workbench. The water pattern paper to be imprinted was fixed. The soft steel master plate was also attached to the bottom of a square boulder. After the master plate was dipped in green ink, it was manually pulled to control the boulder to press on a specific position on the water pattern paper. After the ink in the groove of the master plate had dried, the boulder was pulled up and the first side of the water pattern paper was imprinted. Using the same method, the second side was quickly imprinted. The tailor in the workshop carefully cut off the imprinted banknote and handed it to Li Zishuan. 1 Tang Yuan. Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank. After seeing the well-printed 1 Tang Yuan banknote in his hand, Li Zishuan felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was the first edition banknote of Great Tang, and also the first edition banknote in the history of China. He could really leave his name in history. The color of the Tang Yuan banknote was mainly green, and the patterns on it were very dense. 1 Tang Yuan was written on the bottom left corner, and Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank was written on the top of the back. The 1 Tang Yuan banknote was a little similar to the modern 1 Yuan, but there was no portrait on it, so it looked much simpler. "Young master," this old man forgot to ask earlier. "What does the 1 Tang Yuan written on it mean? And what is Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank?" Faubert also felt that the banknote in Li Zishuan's hand was very exquisite, but he had some doubts about the words on the banknote. Li Zishuan's expression turned serious. He dismissed his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "Faubert, Master Lu, come here. I have something to tell you." The issue of banknotes was no small matter. The workshop had to make thorough arrangements. In Faubert's office, Li Zishuan told Faubert and Master Lu about the banknotes in Yanhuang College. The two of them were obsessed with technology their whole lives, but they were not good at economics. Therefore they did not comment on Li Zishuan's actions. "Young master, although it is indeed more convenient to use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the college, we have to strictly control the workshop. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives steals the mother version or the printed banknotes, it will be a big loss for you." Having personally experienced the production and printing of banknotes, Faubert knew very well that it was no different from a fantasy for others to imitate banknotes. He was worried that there would be greedy people in the workshop. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Faubert, this is also what I want to tell you. In the near future, Faubert, you should organize a group of trustworthy people as soon as possible and set up a separate team to print Tang Yuan for me. You will personally take care of the mother version of Tang Yuan. As for the seal engraved by Master Lu, I will take care of it. In the future, every batch of Tang Yuan will be printed with a number. Faubert, you will regularly check according to the number to prevent someone from secretly stealing it." Faubert agreed with him and said, "Young master, this is a brilliant method. In this way we can prevent many cases of Tang Yuan being stolen." "Master Lu, Faubert has a lot of work to do. In the future you will have to take care of this team of Tang Yuan printing," Li Zishuan said to Lu Yidao. Old Lu had been in the workshop for nearly a year and was considered an old man. In terms of loyalty there was no doubt. "Okay, this old man will," Lu Yidao replied with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and chatted with the two for a while. Then he left the workshop with the world's first Tang Yuan and went to Yunshan. Chapter 12:21. Yamacho. After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan went straight to Yanhuang College and asked someone to call Li Ku over. "Have a seat." Li Zishuan pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Ku thanked him and sat opposite Li Zishuan. "Little Ku, how are the preparations on your side?" Li Zishuan asked calmly. The preparations he was referring to were the preparations for the introduction of paper currency in the college. Li Ku replied, "Yamacho, I've already spoken to Gu Xiaomao. He said that he supports the college's introduction of Tang Yuan. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I can see his concern. He's worried that someone will make fake Tang Yuan and buy things from him." Li Ku was the king of Han, so Gu Xiaomao had to give him some face no matter what. Moreover, Tang Yuan was the currency that Li Zishuan had promoted. The Gu family's wealth today was all because of Li Zishuan's help. Therefore, no matter what, he had to support this Tang Yuan. Li Zixuan heard this and smiled confidently. "Oh, tell him not to worry. I'll teach everyone how to differentiate between real and fake Tang Yuan. As long as they remember the characteristics of the real Tang Yuan, they won't be cheated by fake Tang Yuan." Li Ke's eyes lit up. "So, Yamacho, you're very confident in Tang Yuan's security?" "Ah, of course." Li Zixuan smiled proudly. "Little Ku, you don't have to worry about Tang Yuan's security. The most important thing now is to set up the Yanhuang Bank as soon as possible." "How does Yamacho plan to set it up?" "Since the Tang Yuan was initially only circulated within the academy, I plan to invest 100,000 strings of cash to enter the bank as a deposit. Anyone in the academy who has a Tang Yuan can exchange it for copper coins equivalent to the face value of the Tang Yuan. Similarly, they can also exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan of the same value." Li Ku was puzzled. "Yamacho, why do you need so much money as a deposit? I think that with your prestige in the academy, there's no need for that at all." Logically speaking, 100,000 strings of copper coins was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Even if Li Ku was born into the royal family, he did not have that much wealth. Li Zixuan smiled and explained, "Little Ku, there is a problem that you need to understand. Tang Yuan is just a kind of credit currency. It has no value in itself because it is not a commodity. The so-called value was the indiscriminate human labor condensed in the goods. When humans produced goods, they had to consume human labor. Labor could form value. The greater the amount of labor, the greater the value. The smaller the amount of labor, the smaller the value. Only goods had value. On the other hand, Tang Yuan did not consume human labor, so he was not a commodity and had no value. Therefore, as a trustworthy currency, if you want people to believe in it, you must have real gold and silver as a guarantee. Otherwise, if you want to rely on a piece of paper with patterns and lines to make people obediently give you their hard-earned money, how can there be such a beautiful thing in the world?" Tang Yuan was a kind of paper money. Those who studied political economy knew that paper money only had a use value, but it had no value. Therefore, it could not be used as a commodity. Paper money had no value, so it could not be used to measure the value of other commodities. Therefore, paper money could not be used as a measure of value. In the first year of the Northern Song dynasty, when the Jiaozi first appeared, 16 wealthy merchants in Chengdu jointly invested 360,000 strings of copper coins as a deposit. Under the organization of Zhang Yong, the Izhou Jiaozi was established. That was when the history of China's currency officially began. Trustworthy currency? Commodity? Value? When Li Ku heard these new terms, his mind couldn't help but be confused. He paused for a long time and barely digested about 50 to 60% of it. He then asked, "Yamacho, then when students exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or Tang Yuan for copper coins, will the bank charge a certain amount of fees? Otherwise, how will they survive?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he looked at Li Ku in surprise. He thought that this kid was a promising talent. He could even think of something like a fee without a teacher. "Ah, little Ku, your suggestion is very good. But in the early stages, the Yanhuang Bank only serves the academy and not to make money. When the Tang Yuan is recognized by more people, we will implement your suggestion." Li Zixuan looked at Li Ku and praised him. "Yamacho is benevolent and righteous." Li Ku could hear the praise in Li Zixuan's words and felt a little happy. "Little Ku, you seem to be very interested in the matter of money?" Li Zixuan asked with deep meaning. Li Ku scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm not interested. I just feel that if I use mathematics in the area of money, there should be unexpected results." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Little Ku, I'm very pleased that you can think of this. Actually, money also has a lot of knowledge. I call it economics. If you're really interested in it, I can teach you in the future." Since Li Ku was so passionate about economics, he would guide him in this direction. After all, if the Yanhuang Bank were to expand in the future, the imperial family would definitely have a stake in it. After he nurtured Li Ku, he could let Li Ku participate in the daily management of the bank as a representative of the imperial family. "That's great. Thank you, Yamacho." Li Ku stood up in surprise and clasped his hands to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "I can't teach you much. At most, I can bring you under the tutelage. However, I hope that you remember that economics is broad and profound. It's a powerful sword, but at the same time, it's also a scourge. If used well, the country will be rich and the people will be strong. If you act recklessly because of a moment of greed, the powerful sword will turn into a scourge and cause the Tang Empire's economy to collapse. Thus, as long as you are involved in economics in the future, you must maintain a respectful heart." Actually, he wanted to explain the way of banking to Li Ku. The Yanhuang Bank was like the banks in his previous life. Once the Tang Yuan currency became popular in the Tang Empire, the Yanhuang Bank would become an important department comparable to the Ministry of Revenue and directly control the economic lifeline of the Tang Empire. At that time, if someone couldn't resist the temptation of money and started to issue excessive amounts of money, the Tang Empire's economy would definitely collapse. Wasn't the Ming dynasty's banknotes the same? Li Ku said seriously, Yamacho, I will remember what you said today and never forget it. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Then you can go and do your work. The Tang Yuan and the bank will be activated in 2 days. You can come over to help then. Yes, Yamacho. Chapter 1222. Jingguan First Year, February 5th, Yanhuang College Calendar, Friday. When it was close to noon, thousands of ox carts carrying brand new copper coins suddenly entered the gates of the college. A copper coin weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. 100,000 strings of cash would be 500,000 to 600,000 caddies. If they were to be transported by ox carts, wouldn't they be carrying thousands of ox carts? Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many students, especially those who were sitting by the windows facing the entrance of the academy. The students who were sitting by the windows and in the middle of class immediately saw the spectacular scene below Guanghua Tower. F***CK. There's so much money downstairs. Our academy is going to be rich. On the second floor of Guanghua Building, Class 1, Wang Ming was sitting by the window. At this time he was already hungry and was looking forward to getting out of school to eat. Inadvertently, he glanced out of the window and caught a glimpse of a vast number of ox carts pulling copper coins. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The teacher who was lecturing in the classroom and the students who were listening to the lecture all turned their gazes in this direction in an instant. Wang Ming, stand up. Who allowed you to make such a racket in class? Class 1's lesson was mathematics. The teacher was Su Hongji. Old Su's expression was very ugly. Any teacher who encountered such a troublemaker in their class would have an ugly expression. Oh, Mr. Su, I was wrong. There's really a lot of money outside. There are thousands of ox carts, right? Look if you don't believe me. Wang Ming shrunk his neck, but he couldn't help but glance out the window. F***CK. There's really a lot of money? Isn't that Yamacho? Why did he suddenly bring so much money to the college? Cheng Chimo half squatted and stretched his neck towards the window. When he saw the countless ox carts outside, he couldn't help but make a fuss. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. After the 2 of them said that, the students in the classroom couldn't sit still, especially those who were sitting by the window. One by one they stretched their heads to look outside. Wow. There's really a lot of money? There's hundreds of carts, right? Hundreds? There should be thousands. Thousands? Oh my God, how much money is that? The previously quiet classroom was immediately filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Many of the students sitting in the middle stood up and stretched their necks to look out the window. Quiet. Be quiet. Su Hongji angrily glared at Cheng Chimo and Wang Ming, and hurriedly spoke to maintain order. Similar situations were happening in the other classes as well. Originally, there was only the sound of teachers lecturing in Guanghua Building. However, when it was close to the end of the school day, there was suddenly a burst of noise. However, this noise was quickly suppressed by the teachers in the various teaching buildings. Clang, clang, clang. After waiting for a long time, the students finally came to the end of class. When the bell and drum sounded, the students of each class swarmed out of Guanghua Building, not to compete for food but to see the money. It wasn't that they hadn't seen money before, but most of them had never seen so much money. Thousands of carts of copper coins. This scene was too spectacular. No wonder they would swarm out to see the curiosity. At this time, there were still many ox carts loaded with copper coins outside Guanghua Building. After all, it was impossible to store so many copper coins in the warehouse in such a short time no matter what. Damn, where is all this money being transported to? The students quickly discovered that the ox carts were slowly lining up and moving in one direction. They couldn't help but follow behind, wanting to find out what was going on. It wasn't that they didn't think of asking the people beside the ox carts. However, the ones pulling the ox carts today weren't the academy's guards, but the soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard. Li Zishuan had borrowed them from Yuchi Jingda. Most of them wanted to ask, but they didn't know the others. How could they ask? However, there were always people who knew them. Hey, Big Brother Shin, why are you here? Yuchi Baolin hurriedly asked when he saw someone familiar. His father was the great general of the Right Marquis Guard. It wasn't surprising that he knew a soldier of the Right Marquis Guard. Young master, Marquis wishes to transfer 100,000 strings of copper coins from Chang and to the academy. The great general has ordered us to escort him along the way. The soldier cupped his fists and said, 100,000 strings of copper coins? Why did the Yamacho suddenly transfer so much money? Ching Chumo couldn't help but ask. The soldier replied with a straight face, this general doesn't know. These copper coins are all transported to this building. The students followed the ox carts and finally found the final destination of the 100,000 strings of copper coins. It was a small 3-story building near the academy's library. It hadn't been used since it was built. Today was the first time they saw someone enter this building. Yanhuang Bank? What's that? The attentive students suddenly noticed the huge signboard in front of the building. The words Yanhuang Bank were written on it. After they saw it, they were all puzzled. Little Ku, I see that you've been looking for the Yamacho a lot recently. You should know what this Yanhuang Bank does, right? Li Tai also came to see the commotion. When he saw the words Yanhuang Bank, he turned to Li Ku and asked. Li Ku didn't hide it from him and said frankly, yes. The Yamacho intends to introduce a paper currency that can replace copper coins in the academy. This Yanhuang Bank is the department in charge of exchanging this currency. Paper currency? What's paper currency? Li Tai didn't understand. Li Ku and Li Zishuan had talked so many times that they often used professional terms. At this moment he thought for a moment and explained, Qingke, you can understand it this way. This paper currency is a certificate that can be exchanged for copper coins. It's mainly to make it convenient for everyone to buy things. They don't have to carry a bag of copper coins all day. That's a good thing. Li Tai's eyes lit up with excitement. Yamacho, why are you bringing so many copper coins to the academy? After class, Yen Silu found Li Zishuan and asked. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice because Li Zishuan's flaunting behavior had affected the academy's normal teaching in the morning. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mr. Yen, I was just about to look for you. Please inform all the teachers in the academy to gather in the conference room for a meeting at noon. I have something important to announce. You'll know the answer to the question you asked just now in a while. Yen Silu was stunned for a moment and could only reply, okay. I'll go inform the teachers in the academy now. After that, he didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. Chapter 12:23. Yamacho, everyone is here. At noon, in the large conference room on the first floor of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college walked in one after another. Seeing that everyone was present, Mo Zhong went up to Li Zishuan and whispered, Let's start the meeting now. Li Zishuan slapped the table and said in a deep voice. The teachers in the conference room all looked over. They were all waiting for Li Zishuan to give a reasonable explanation for the large amount of copper coins that the college had brought over this morning. However, most of them guessed that Li Zishuan was definitely going to make a big move. At this time, Mo Zhong brought over a plate of paper with green lines printed on it. Li Zishuan ordered softly, distribute it. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Mo Zhong gave everyone in the room 10 strips of paper with patterns printed on them. Li Gang held the paper in his hand and looked it up and down. After seeing the intricate patterns and Chinese characters on it, he took the lead and asked, Yamacho, what does this mean? Li Zishuan saw that everyone had received 2 pieces of Tang Yuan. He smiled and said, all right. Everyone must have received 10 pieces of paper. These pieces of paper are not ordinary. From today onwards, these pieces of paper will replace the copper coins in the college and become a new currency. What? This thing replaces the copper coins? Then what does Tang Yuan and Tang Jiao mean? And what is Tang Yanhuang Bank? I know about this. The 100,000 strings of copper coins that Mountain Elder brought over today are in a house with the plaque of the Yanhuang Bank in the academy. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of whispers in the room. It wasn't that they were making a fuss, but that the copper coin was already deeply ingrained in their minds. Now that Li Zishuan suddenly announced that he would use this thin piece of paper to replace the copper coin, how could they accept it in such a short time? Ahem. I know that all of you are confused, but it is imperative that we replace the copper coins with Tang Yuan in the academy. Oh, I call the paper in your hands Tang Yuan. There are 10 different denominations of Tang Yuan. The smallest is 1 Tang Jiao, which corresponds to 1 copper coin. There are 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, and 100 Tang Jiao, which correspond to 5, 10, 50, and 100 copper coins respectively. Above that were the Tang Yuan. 1 Tang Yuan corresponded to 1 copper coin. Above that were 5, 10, 50, and 100 Tang Yuan. They corresponded to 5, 10, 50, and 100 copper coins respectively. In order to convince everyone of Tang Yuan's value, I have decided to personally invest 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit to establish the Yanhuang Bank. These 100,000 strings of cash have all been deposited today. I believe everyone has seen it. I can guarantee you that as long as I, Li Zishuan, am the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the 100,000 strings of copper coins will never be taken away. At any time, as long as someone brought Tang Yuan over, they would definitely be able to exchange it for copper coins. In the future, no matter if you want to exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins, you can go to the Yanhuang Bank to do it. Furthermore, as the students of Yanhuang College, you can enjoy the treatment of waiving processing fees when you do business with the bank for the rest of your life. In addition, the college's canteen, grocery store, and future salaries and scholarships will all be settled using Tang Yuan. Copper coins will no longer be allowed. The Tang Yuan that you receive can be exchanged for copper coins. You can also buy food or other items in the college, or at the Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Chitsu Pavilion, Chitsu Culture, and ready-made clothing stores under my name. Therefore, in summary, replacing copper coins with Tang Yuan will not cause any losses to you. On the contrary, it will bring great convenience to everyone. What do you all think? Li Zishuan's low voice resounded throughout the conference room. His grand plan was finally revealed to everyone. After hearing it, the students of the college widened their eyes in disbelief. They were all shocked by Li Zishuan's proposal. The bank, 100,000 strings of cash, Tang Yuan. They had never heard of these new concepts before, but after hearing them, they had to admit that Li Zishuan's Tang Yuan would indeed bring great convenience to people. However, Yamacho Tang Yuan is indeed much more convenient to carry around than copper coins, but what if a large number of imitation Tang Yuan appear? Wouldn't the Yanhuang Bank lose all its money? Li Gang himself did not like the cumbersome copper coins. As an old man, he usually did not carry copper coins when he went out. However, Li Gang was worried that Li Zishuan's bank would go bankrupt due to the proliferation of counterfeit coins. Therefore, he kindly reminded him. That's right. Yamacho, what if someone imitates Tang Yuan? The rest of the teachers also chimed in. They did not have any objections to using Tang Yuan to pay them. After all, it was guaranteed by Li Zishuan's reputation and could be exchanged for copper coins at any time. Moreover, the shock of the 100,000 strings of cash in the morning had not dissipated yet. They were mainly worried that Tang Yuan would be imitated. If they accidentally received counterfeit coins in the future, they would have to bear the losses themselves. You all have underestimated Tang Yuan. Don't worry, Tang Yuan's production and printing process are extremely complicated. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to imitate. Next, I will explain the characteristics of Tang Yuan to everyone. Li Zishuan smiled confidently. Then he picked up a 100 Tang Yuan banknote and said, "Everyone feel this Tang Yuan banknote and feel its texture. Is it different from all the paper you've used before?" Everyone followed his instructions and picked up the Tang Yuan on the table. Using 2 fingers, they carefully rubbed it and instantly felt the difference. The texture of this Tang Yuan is really special. The texture is superb. Even the best Shen paper can't compare. The students from the academy were all surprised. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I believe everyone has also felt it. This Tang Yuan's texture is smooth and delicate. It is tough and resistant to bending, and it is very flat. If you shake it in the air with your hands or pull it tight and loose, or use your fingers to lightly flick the surface of the Tang Yuan, it will make a clear and crisp sound. As for ordinary paper, first of all, the texture is soft and rough, and the tensile strength is insufficient. It is very easy to break, and if it is shaken in the air, the sound it makes will be somewhat dull. Just based on this point, we can distinguish many authentic Tang Yuan." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, most of the people in the room could not help but pick up the Tang Yuan in their hands and start to shake or flick it according to his instructions. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of pa pa pa. It really is. Listening to the sound, it is different from ordinary paper. This paper must be made with special materials. Yamacho's workshop is really amazing. But what if there is a ginseng that knows the method of making this paper? What should we do? Chapter 12:24. Everyone please be quiet. In the meeting room, Li Zishuan secretly listened to the discussion of the teachers and continued. Just now, I heard someone worried that the paper used to make Tang Yuan had been stolen. What would happen? Or what would happen if someone made paper similar to Tang Yuan? I can confidently say that the above 2 situations are absolutely impossible. First of all, texture is only the most common characteristic of Tang Yuan. Next, everyone please put your Tang Yuan under the sun and see what happens. Before Li Zishuan could finish, someone impatiently flattened the Tang Yuan and looked at the window. There are words. This Tang Yuan can actually show words under the sun. This is too magical. Where is it? There really is. Not only can it show words, but it can also show patterns. Could this be the legendary heavenly book? Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a magical heavenly book. Ordinary people could not see any words and could only read it by using a special method to make the words appear. At this moment, someone actually linked the magical phenomenon of Tang Yuan to the heavenly book. Their imagination was really novel. Everyone, do you see it clearly now? Apart from the special paper used for Tang Yuan, there is also something special about it. Also, touch the surface of this Tang Yuan. Don't you feel a bumpy texture? Just based on these 2 points, it is definitely not something that can be produced by an ordinary workshop. In the future, Yanhuang Bank will also provide you with the service of verifying the authenticity of your currency for free. If you receive any suspicious Tang Yuan, you can take it for verification. The bank will have a special method to verify the authenticity of your Tang Yuan. In addition, every Tang Yuan will have a unique number and an anti-counterfeiting seal from the bank. This seal is also difficult for outsiders to copy. Mo Zhong, distribute a magnifying glass to each of the teachers. Having said that, Li Zishuan suddenly turned his head and instructed Mo Zhong. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong responded and took out a cardboard box from behind the door. Inside the box were all handheld magnifying glasses. Mo Zhong gave one to each of the gentlemen. Besides Li Zishuan and Mo Huai, it was the first time the others had seen such a thing, and they couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Li Zishuan gave them a simple explanation of how to use it, then said, "That's right. Gentlemen, please use this magnifying glass and take a closer look at this seal. You will definitely find an unexpected surprise." To be honest, after experiencing so many surprises before, the teachers of the academy felt that no matter what happened next, they would not be surprised anymore. However, after magnifying the seal several times with a magnifying glass, many people still could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God. There are over 100 words in this small seal. The Tao that can be Tao is not an ordinary Tao. The name that can be named is not an ordinary name. The nameless beginning of heaven and earth, the nameless mother of all things." The words in this chapter were the first 3 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. Oh no, there are a few typos in it. Taoism was the state religion in the Tang dynasty, so there was no problem with using Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Typos? How could there be typos? The person who carved the seal must have done it on purpose, right? After all, only the wrong words are unique. That's possible. Overall, this Tang Yuan is too difficult to imitate. At this moment, everyone was convinced. They were completely convinced by the many black technologies hidden in Tang Yuan. They felt that Tang Yuan, with so many black technologies, was even harder to imitate than copper coins. Now, do you have any objections to using Tang Yuan to replace copper coins in the academy? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Yamacho, I have no objections. Li Gang was the first to express his opinion. He was now living and eating on Mount Yun. Unless the emperor summoned him, he would not leave the mountain under normal circumstances. In this way, Tang Yuan would be in his hands. Even if he did not exchange it for copper coins, he could still use it. This would ensure that he did not have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, compared to copper coins, Tang Yuan was much more convenient to carry around. For Li Gang, what reason did he have to disagree? Yamacho, I have no objections. I have no objections either. Me neither. For a moment, everyone in the meeting expressed their opinions. No one objected. Tang Yuan was not only convenient to carry around, but also difficult to imitate. Moreover, with Li Zishuan as the guarantor, it was also very valuable. They would not agree unless their brains were short-circuited. On the other hand, the monthly salary of the teachers in Yanhuang College was relatively high. Most of them were around 4 or 5 strings of coins. If Li Zishuan did not recommend Tang Yuan, their annual salary would probably be a few hundred pounds of copper coins. It was not easy to find a place to store them, let alone carry them around. Since that is the case, I announce that from today onwards, all monetary transactions in the college will be conducted using Tang Yuan. Not only for the teachers but also for the students. Alright, today's meeting has come to an end. Everyone, please hand over the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses in your hands. Each class's form teachers can leave the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses behind. In the afternoon, you will take a class to convey the contents of this meeting to all the students in the class. Moreover, you must teach the students how to distinguish between the real Tang Yuan and the fake Tang Yuan. You must teach them seriously. I will also do random checks later. Remember to return the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses after teaching them. Dismissed. Ah. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. They thought that Li Zixuan would give all the Tang Yuan to them. They did not expect him to take them back. This was the first time they had seen such a stingy Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan caught a glimpse of everyone's expression and almost vomited blood. How could he be considered stingy? Everyone in the room had close to 200 strings of Tang Yuan. If he did not take them back, wouldn't it be asking for his life? Even if he was rich, he could not make such a big fuss. These Tang Yuan added up were equivalent to a year's salary of all the teachers in the college. How could he waste them like this? Yes, Yamacho. The teachers in the college also knew that the Tang Yuan in their hands was not a small number. Therefore, other than the form teachers of each class, the rest of the teachers handed over their Tang Yuan and left the meeting room one after another. Speaking of which, they did not even have time to eat lunch in order to participate in this meeting. So, I finally convinced the teachers in the college. Li Zixuan stood up and sighed with a sense of accomplishment. Speaking of which, from today onwards, the history of China's currency would officially enter a new era. Yanhuang Bank would become the first real bank in human history. Chapter 1225. What? The academy will no longer use copper coins and will use Tang Yuan instead? In the afternoon, the class teachers relayed Li Zixuan's message and the students were all shocked. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. Because right after that, the head teachers talked about Tang Yuan's unique characteristics that were difficult to imitate. This made the students even more interested in Tang Yuan. Damn. This Tang Yuan looks good and is easy to carry around. Who doesn't like it? After class, I'll immediately exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Cheng Chimo laughed arrogantly after hearing that. He could get hundreds of strings of cash from his family every month. Although he had a lot of money, he was starting to worry about where to put it. How to carry it around. One must know that 100 strings of cash was 5 to 600 pounds. Even if Cheng Chimo had martial arts and was stronger than others, he would not stupidly carry 5 to 600 pounds of cash on his body every day. The appearance of the Tang Yuan perfectly solved his problem. He no longer had to worry about having too much money. Ah, Chonyo is right. The printing of the Tang Yuan is so exquisite and Yamacho is vouching for it. What's there to worry about? I have to exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Actually, Li Zixuan did not need to take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. He underestimated his influence among the students. His name, his reputation, and his reputation were far more valuable than 100,000 strings of cash. In order to allow the students to exchange for Tang Yuan in time and not affect the students going home at night, only 3 classes were held in the afternoon before the break. The students of the Yanhuang Academy immediately swarmed into the Yanhuang Bank. Most of these students were from wealthy families, and each of them had a weekly allowance of more than 10 strings of coins. So when they exchanged for the Tang Yuan, each of them carried a big bag of copper coins. Little Ku, not bad. I heard that you came up with the idea of Tang Yuan. You're amazing. Li Tai also brought 10 strings of cash to join in the fun. He had no choice but to come. The academy's cafeteria and grocery store had all stopped using Tang Yuan. If he did not come to exchange for some money, he would not be able to eat next week. However, he couldn't carry any more copper coins. 10 coins was already his upper limit. Li Ku was a martial artist, so he naturally carried more copper coins than Li Tai. There were about 20 strings of coins in total, and he was only carrying them with one hand. It seemed like he did not expend any effort at all. Hearing Li Tai's praise, Li Ku scratched his head with his other hand. Chinke, I did not come up with the idea of Tang Yuan. I only gave some suggestions. The design, printing, anti-counterfeiting, and the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank. They were all done by Yamacho. I dare not take credit for it. Ah, little Ku, why are you being so humble? No matter what, this Tang Yuan has solved a huge problem for me. In the future, I can casually bring a few hundred strings of coins with me when I go out. Nouveau riche, Ching Chimo laughed arrogantly. More than 10 people came to the Yanhuang Bank today. Last year, Li Zixuan wanted to introduce a new type of mathematics to the whole country. So it was easy for Li Zixuan to recruit a large number of mathematics and bookkeeping experts for the bank. The bank was temporarily managed by his family's housekeeper, Wang Zhong. Li Zixuan planned to send Li Ku to the bank when he was almost done learning. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. Even though there were a lot of students, there were more than a dozen queues. On average, each queue only had about 50 to 60 people. The people Li Zixuan had recruited for the bank were all old fellows. They were very experienced in counting money and keeping accounts. In just an hour, all the students had exchanged the copper coins they had brought with them into paper money. Most of the students were exchanging for 10 tang jiao, 50 tang jiao, 100 tang jiao, and 1 tang yuan. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the higher denominations, but that they couldn't carry so many copper coins. Many of the rich second generation, or the second generation of officials, had already made up their minds. During the weekends they would definitely get their servants to bring a cart full of copper coins to exchange for tang yuan. This way they wouldn't have to come here every once in a while to exchange for tang yuan. Around 5 p.m., the students who lived near the academy carried their bags and returned home with their tang yuan. The peaceful Chang and city was about to be stirred up by the return of these students. What are you carrying? It looks very nice. All right, do you have enough money? If not, I'll give you some more. Yi Lane Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Meng Yuliang said to his son. The Meng family was no longer what it used to be. When Meng Yuliang returned from the sea, he was awarded the title of 8th grade Xuanjie Commandant and was rewarded with a lot of money. The Meng family had completely changed from a humble class. As for his own son, Meng Yuliang had high hopes for him. This was because he understood that his title of nobility was exchanged with his life, and there were many elements of luck involved. If the Meng family really wanted to rise from a humble family to a rich and prosperous family, they still had to rely on Meng Wenhao, the only intellectual. Father, I have enough money. Meng Wenhao could only helplessly respond to his father's doting. Then he hesitated for a moment and took out a stack of banknotes from his inner pocket. He stammered, "Oh right, father, mother, I've exchanged all of this month's expenses into tang yuan." What? What's tang yuan? Meng Yuliang asked with his eyes wide open. Father, tang yuan is a type of yamachos. In order to gain his family's understanding, Meng Wenhao had to repeat what their class teacher said in class. After he finished, he looked at his father hesitantly because he was afraid that Meng Yuliang would get angry. After all, although Tang Yuan had gained the trust of the students and teachers of the academy, it was hard to say if he could gain the trust of outsiders. Father Meng did not look unhappy after hearing this. He took the 2 Tang Yuan notes from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at them carefully for a while. Finally, he smacked his lips and said with a face full of emotion, "Marquis Yong'an's idea is good. With Tang Yuan, Wenhao, it will be very convenient for you to carry money in the future. You won't have to worry about running into bad people with too many copper coins. TSK, and this Tang Yuan printing is really beautiful. The Yamacho was right, other places can really copy it." Ah. Meng Wenhao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mother Meng say, "Husband Hao has exchanged copper coins for Tang Yuan. In the future will he?" "TSK, what do you know? Don't interrupt, you woman. What kind of person is the Marquis Yong'an? Why would he compete with the students? What he did will only benefit Hao and the rest. There will be no harm." Chapter 12:26. Wuyan, bring a few people with you to bring 2 carts of copper coins to the academy tomorrow and exchange them all for Tang Yuan. Do you understand? In Duke Lu's mansion, Cheng Chumo, who had just finished his meal, was lying on the armchair and humming to his little attendant. Jiang Wuyun was dumbfounded. He suspected that his young master had eaten too much, so he asked uncertainly, Young master, you want to use 2 carts of copper coins to buy Tang Yuan? How long will it take for our mansion to eat? If master and madam know, they'll. It was not Jiang Wuyun's fault for misunderstanding. It was mainly because Cheng Chumo's pronunciation was too inaccurate. Cheng Chumo glared and said angrily, "It's Tang Yuan, not Tang Yuan. What is going on in your head all day long?" "Young master, I'm talking about Tang Yuan. What's wrong?" F***CK. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Here, come and see. It's Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Did you see it clearly?" Cheng Chumo was extremely helpless. He could only take out a few pieces of Tang Yuan, pointed at the words on them, and gnashed his teeth. "Oh, it's Tang Yuan." Jiang Wuyun suddenly realized. He scratched his head and wondered, "Young master, although the patterns on these notes are very beautiful, they're not worth 2 carts of copper coins. If master and madam know. Go away, don't use my parents to pressure me. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you continue to dawdle? Besides, this money is originally my monthly expenses. I'm just using it to exchange for Tang Yuan, not for a chicken or dog fight. What can my parents do if they know?" Cheng Chumo was really impatient. He kicked Jiang Wuyun's butt and said angrily, "Ugly bull, what are you doing? You're sneaking around and not letting me know? Tell me, I'll see if I should beat you up. At this moment, Qing Yaojin walked in with a majestic gait. His loud and clear voice shook the dust off the tiles. When Cheng Chimo heard this, his face was full of black lines. What did he mean by, tell me, then see if I should beat you up? It turns out that you're treating beating your son as your own pleasure. What? Why didn't you say anything? Go on. Tell me, what did you do? Father, I didn't do anything. Cheng Yaojin sat opposite Cheng Chimo and stared at Cheng Chimo with a burning gaze. Cheng Chimo could only say helplessly, I just changed all the money my family gave me for this month to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan? The one in your hand? What were they doing? Bring it over and let this old man take a look. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he did not immediately scold him. Instead, he looked at the few pieces of green paper in Cheng Chimo's hand and said, Father, Tang Yuan is a new toy that Yamacho tinkered with. It is used to replace copper coins. In the future, the Academy can only use Tang Yuan and not copper coins. Father, don't underestimate copper coins. Let me tell you this toy. When Cheng Chimo saw that his father's attitude was not bad, he was happy to tell him more about Tang Yuan. After half an hour, Cheng Yaojin clicked his tongue and said, Little Xian has thought of another good way to earn money. Ugly bull, go back and ask Little Xian if his bank is short of money. If he is short of money, this old man can invest 50,000 strings of coins. Father, Cheng Chimo's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. He stuttered, Father, this bank doesn't make money. Now, the students and teachers of the academy don't need to pay extra to exchange copper coins and Tang Yuan. Why do you still need to invest so much money? Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips and said to Cheng Chimo angrily, You brat, what do you know? Not collecting extra money now doesn't mean that we won't collect extra money in the future. In this old man's opinion, Little Xian's bank will definitely have great prospects in the future. Moreover, it will be a huge profit with little capital. Chongren Lane, Jiangsun Wuji's residence. I have to say, this Li Zishuan's idea is really strange. Using paper Tang Yuan to replace the heavy copper coins. This idea is bold, but it is also a wonderful idea. This old man dares to conclude that this lad must have a big plan. It is definitely not just a plot of land in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Wuji said emotionally as he held the Tang Yuan that Zhang Sun Chong brought back from the academy. Father, do you mean that Yamacho might promote Tang Yuan to people outside the academy in the future? Zhang Sun Chong asked with uncertainty. He really didn't think about it in this direction. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said, Ha! It's not a possibility but a certainty. Although Li Zishuan didn't say it clearly, this old man dares to conclude that he wants to gradually replace copper coins with Tang Yuan in the entire Tang Empire. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the younger generation will surpass us in time. When Zhang Sun Chong heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in disbelief, Father, if that day really comes, won't Yanhuang Bank become the richest bank in Tang Empire? Not only the richest? It will also be the most profitable place in the entire Tang Empire. If Cheng Yaojin could think of this, how could Zhang Sun Wuji not think of it? He also predicted that Yanhuang Bank would definitely start to collect service fees when exchanging money in the future. Father, this bank can still make money? But when we were exchanging money in the afternoon, Yamacho didn't collect more from us. Zhang Sun Chong subconsciously thought that Yanhuang Bank was just a product that specialized in serving the students and teachers of the academy and not for profit. That was why he was so suspicious. Even if this bank doesn't collect more from the people inside the academy, it will definitely collect more from the people outside the academy. At that time, to Li Zishuan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would make a fortune every day. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and sighed. He and Cheng Yaojin only thought of one way for the bank to make money, collecting service fees. They didn't think that Yanhuang Bank had an even more important way of making money. If that's the case, Yamacho is really a genius. Zhang Sun Chong scratched his head and laughed. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at his son indifferently. Back then he had sent Zhang Sun Chong to Yanhuang Academy to study mainly because he wanted Zhang Sun Chong to get close to and befriend Li Zishuan, the new favorite of the empire. He did not expect that after a few months, Zhang Sun Chong had completely forgotten his original mission and had turned into a little bootlicker. He seemed to have been subdued by Li Zishuan's profound knowledge and powerful personal charm. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he was useless, but that the other party was too difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence in the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly said, Chong, after 2 days when you return to the academy, privately ask the Duke of Yong, and to see if his bank is still lacking money. If it is, the Zhang Sun family can take out 100,000 strings of coins to join Yanhuang Bank. Zhang Sun Chong was immediately stunned. His father was such a proud person, but he actually took the initiative to find someone to cooperate with? Was the sun going to rise from the west? Yes, father. Chapter 12:27. Since he couldn't beat them, then he would join them. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Zixuan had the same party belief. Protect the Crown Prince party. There was no need for him to deliberately fight with Li Zixuan. In the past year, Li Zixuan had used a series of methods to establish a power group with Yanhuang College as the core. That young lad who had just returned from Mount Longhu had become an existence that many people couldn't afford to offend. Since they couldn't afford to offend him and they had a common interest, why not seek cooperation for mutual benefits? After all, no one would go against benefits. Also, Li Zixuan's workshop has been manufacturing bicycles and carriages. It should consume a lot of iron, right? Even if he has an iron mine in Hudong Road, I'm afraid he won't be able to supply it. Chong, tell Li Zixuan that if he's willing to cooperate, I'm willing to let him mine the iron mine of the Zhang Sun family. As long as he can give us half of the iron he refines. In the study room, Zhang Sun Wuji's face revealed a sly smile. He stroked his beard and said to Zhang Sun Chong, "What was a win-win situation?" This was called a win-win situation. Currently, Li Zixuan didn't seem to lack money, but he lacked resources. Things like iron mines couldn't be bought with money. Zhang Sun Wuji giving his iron mine to Li Zixuan was exactly what Li Zixuan wanted. At the same time, the Zhang Sun family wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Because with the Zhang Sun family's iron refining skills, it would take a few hundred years to refine all of their iron mine into iron. Speaking of which, why would Zhang Sun Wuji care about what happened a few hundred years later? At that time, whether the Zhang Sun family would still exist would be a problem. However, if the iron ore was given to Li Zixuan to refine, it would be completely different. With the smelting speed of the Strange Taste Pavilion's smelting speed, the amount of iron produced in 1 year would be equivalent to the Zhang Sun family's previous 4 to 5 years of production. Even if he gave half of it to Li Zixuan as remuneration, Zhang Sun Wuji would still make a huge profit. This was a method that sacrificed future resources in exchange for current wealth, and it was a win-win situation. The old fox was indeed an old fox. He was probably the only one who could come up with such a smart idea. Father? You want to give our iron mine to Yamacho? Then wouldn't our family suffer a huge loss? Why would Zhang Sun Chong think so much? He looked at his father in disbelief. Although he did admire Li Zixuan more personally, Zhang Sun Wuji's image in his heart had always been one who prioritized the interests of the family. Now the old man's actions made him a little confused. Whether it was a loss or not, he would only know after trying. Chong, you just have to tell Li Zixuan this. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. Oh, okay, father. Although Zhang Sun Chong was full of doubts, he still scratched his head and replied. The first time Tang Yuan met the world, he had already caused a lot of commotion. The main reason was that Tang Yuan was easy to carry around and difficult to imitate. This had attracted the attention of many people. However, most people only treated Tang Yuan as an extremely exquisite work of art. Only a very small number of people could be like Zhang Sun Wuji and see the huge business opportunity behind Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank. Young master, just yesterday afternoon, the bank had exchanged Tang Yuan worth more than 6,000 strings of coins for the students. This is unbelievable. On the second day, Wang Zhong came to the courtyard and told Li Zixuan excitedly. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled. Uncle Wang, this is only the beginning. There are still many more things that you can't believe. Alright, the bank has so much money. Firstly, they have to pay attention to safety. If they don't have enough manpower, I will send more guards over. Secondly, they have to take out the copper coins to dry regularly to prevent them from rusting. This was the true meaning of having so much money, that it was rusty and moldy. Not only would iron rust, but copper would also rust. This was called copper rust. In ancient times, the circulation of money wasn't very frequent. Those rich families would often let their servants dry their copper coins regularly to prevent the copper coins from rusting and affecting their quality. Young master, don't worry. This old man knows all of this. Faubert said with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded and said, since that's the case, Uncle Wang, you can go and do your work first. Faubert clasped his hands and left. He still had to go to the bank for his duty. Husband, you have worked hard for so many days. Can you finally relax now? After Faubert left, Han Yushi walked over and handed over a cup of hot water with a smile. Recently, Li Zixuan had been running around for Tang Yuan and the bank. He even worked overtime and stayed up late. Han Yushi's heart ached when she saw this. She wished she could replace him. However, there were some things that she couldn't replace, so she could only worry by the side. I'm not busy anymore. However, now that my confinement period is over, it's time for me to go out and walk around. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal, and the cup of hot water that Han Yushi brought over was just in time. He smiled as he drank the hot water. Speaking of which, today was a good day. It had been exactly 2 months since he was confined by Li Er. Although he was an otaku, the feeling of not being able to go out when he clearly had something to do was really too uncomfortable for him. I almost forgot. Today is a good day for my husband to be released from confinement. My husband's memory is really good. When Han Yushi heard this, she came to a realization and then said with a hint of reluctance. In these 2 months, Li Zixuan couldn't go out, so naturally he spent more time with her. However, she also knew that her husband was someone who did big things and couldn't be by her side forever. Therefore, her face didn't reveal the slightest bit of girlish emotions. Brother, can I go out and play? Lan wants to go out too. Lan immediately shouted after hearing the couple's conversation. She had been holding it in for the past 2 months. Although she also had a companion, Lianren, on Yunshan, how could it be as lively as Chang'an? Okay. We'll go out in a while. We'll go to Uncle Qin's house for lunch at noon. Li Zixuan rubbed Lan'er's little head and said. Due to confinement, their family didn't go out to pay New Year's greetings during the new year. One had to know that Han Yushi had just married into the Li family last year and was considered a newlywed. A newlywed's return to the family in the first year was very important. However, it was precisely because Li Zixuan was confined that Han Yushi didn't even return to the family. Although the confinement period was over, Han Tianhu had gone to Lan province, and the Han family was basically an empty house. Fortunately, Han Yushi still had a pair of adoptive parents. If she went to visit and show her filial piety, she would more or less feel some comfort in her heart. Chapter 12:28. Around 9 in the morning, 2 carriages came down from the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. The carriage in front was filled with Li Zixuan, Han Yushi and Lan while the carriage behind was filled with gifts. After all, this trip was considered half a return trip, so it should be more grand. Strange pavilions, don't touch me carriage drove on the cement road without any bumps. It was so comfortable that Li Zixuan couldn't help but yawn. On the road, there were many farmers heading to the Chang'an market. They didn't care whether Li Zixuan could hear them or not. Once they saw Li Zixuan's personal horse carriage, they shouted, "Greetings, Marquis." This was Li Zixuan's reputation in Lantian County. Although he hadn't had the time to do anything since the entirety of Lantian County had been incorporated into his fief, this year, the villagers of Plum Village and Han Family Village had earned a lot of money because of the greenhouse vegetables. This made all the citizens of Lantian County see hope. They believed that Li Zixuan would definitely let them live a good life. Following the cement road, the horse carriage quickly arrived at Chang'an City. Wow! Isn't this the Marquis's horse carriage? I haven't seen it in a long time. It really is. How long has it been since the Marquis came to Chang'an City? It's been at least a month, right? After more than 2 months, the Li family's special carriage finally appeared in front of the people of Chang'an, and again. Many people whispered in the direction of the carriage. In their hearts, they always felt that without Li Zixuan, Chang'an City seemed to have missed a lot of interesting things in the past 2 months. As Li Zixuan listened to the whispers of the passers-by, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, I'm finally back. The horse carriage entered the city from Yenxing Gate and traveled west. After 15 minutes, it finally arrived at Qin Manor. Half an hour ago, Li Zixuan had sent someone to Chang'an to inform the Qin family. Therefore the Qin family was well prepared. Both inside and outside the house were cleaned up. Red lanterns were hung up. There was a red carpet on the ground at the door. It looked quite festive. As for the bride's return to her parents' home in the first year, first of all, it was the beginning of the new year and the whole family was reunited. Naturally, it was inconvenient for her to go back to her parents' home. The 15th day of the first lunar month was also the first full moon of the year. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law would not be able to reunite with her family when she returned. Therefore, they would usually return to their parents' home on the 2nd day of the first lunar month and the 16th day of the first lunar month, so as to take care of the reunion of both parties. The 2nd and the 16th of the first lunar month had already passed, but Madame Qin still wanted to create a grand atmosphere in the manor. She wanted to give face to her adopted daughter and make her feel better. Yushi little Xian, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Madame Qin held Han Yushi's hand and smiled. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Auntie Qin, you and Yushi can go in first. Huayu and I will ask the servants to move all the things in the carriage inside. As for Lan the little girl felt that there were no friends to play with in the Qin family, so she went back to Yongla Lane. Hey, you two children, it's fine if you're here. Why did you bring so many things? Madame Qin said unhappily. However, although she said that, she also understood that these things were etiquette and were even more ostentatious. They had to bring them when they returned home on the new year. After chatting with Li Zixuan for a while, Madame Qin pulled Han Yushi's arm and walked into the house. Mother, did Godfather go to the morning court? Han Yushi supported Madame Qin and asked. Yes. If he knew that you and little Xian were coming in the morning, he would definitely have asked for leave today. Mother. That won't do. Godfather is the pillar of the country. He naturally has to prioritize national affairs. When it was close to noon, Qin Qiong finally returned from the palace. When he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi coming over, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said that he wanted to have a few drinks with Li Zixuan at noon. His old injury had already healed last year, and his alcohol tolerance had slowly returned to its previous state. Mrs. Qin was so happy that she personally cooked a large table full of exquisite and delicious dishes. For a moment, everyone was toasting each other and it was extremely lively. After eating and drinking, Madame Qin brought Han Yushi to the backyard. Qin Xiong took the opportunity to talk to Li Zixuan about serious matters. Little Xian, I heard that you set up a bank in Tangyuan. I saw Tangyuan last night. It's really not bad and very convenient. However, during the morning court today, someone accused you of privately minting coins and flouting the national law. When he heard the second half of the sentence, Li Zixuan's face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Qin, what happened after that? Qin Xiong shook his head and laughed. At that time I wanted to defend you, but who would have thought that there were two people faster than me? I could only wait patiently. Who are they? Qin Xiong smiled and replied, one is your Uncle Cheng and the other is Zhao Guogong. Jijia is fine, but Zhao Guogong, I've never heard of any friendship between the two of you before. Zhao Guogong? Zhang Sun Wuji? When Li Zixuan heard that, he was even more confused than Qin Xiong. What kind of relationship did he have with Zhang Sun Wuji? If there was a relationship, it could only be a competitive relationship, right? After all, both of them were in the ironware business. But why was the old fox speaking up for him? Li Zixuan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. In the end, he could only force himself to come up with a reason. Ahem. Uncle Qin, this might be because I saved Zhang Sunchong during the chaos in Chang and City last year. Moreover, Zhang Sunchong is still my student now, right? Qin Xiong felt that this was not impossible. He nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said with a serious face, Xiao Xian. It's fine if you only use Tang Yuan in the academy now, but I know that you have big plans. In the future you will definitely use Tang Yuan in other places. But I hope that before you make this decision, you must seek His Majesty's approval. Not only this matter, but when you encounter other big matters in the future, you must not act on your own accord. What happened to the Cui family last time must not happen again. Li Zixuan was silent. Then he nodded and said, Uncle Qin, don't worry. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. In the future I will definitely do things more seriously. Qin Xiong was satisfied and assured. He nodded and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. That's good. That's good. Recently, thanks to you, little Xian, the vegetables on the Qin family's farmstead have matured. Although the farmsteads don't earn as much as your farmsteads, they still earn quite a bit. It's enough for everyone to work hard for several years. The farmsteads of the Qin, Cheng, Niu and Yuchi families started planting greenhouse vegetables half a month later than Li Zixuan's farmsteads. It just so happened that it was harvest season recently. Although the price of greenhouse vegetables in Chang and City was not as expensive as before, it was definitely not cheap either. The farmsteads of these four families could still make a profit. Uncle Qin, you're too serious. What does this have to do with luck? The money that the farmers earn is all earned with their own hands. It has nothing to do with this nephew. Chapter 1229. Xiao Xian, is your bank still short of money? Although my Qin family isn't a wealthy family, if you urgently need money I can still raise some. Qin Manor, Main Hall. After talking about the farmers, Qin Xiong talked about the bank. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Qin, but the bank is only running in the academy now, so I'm not short of money. When I'm short of money in the future, I'll be thick-skinned and ask Uncle Qin. In terms of family background, the Qin family was actually poorer than the Qing family. After all, because they owned shares in the winery, the Qing family's monthly dividends were comparable to the total income of the previous year. Qin Xiong had always been good to him, and he was Han Yushi's adoptive father. In the past, he might have neglected Qin Xiong when he had a business to make a fortune, but with the bank now, if there was a chance in the future, he had to bring the Qin family along. Qin Xiong glared and said, "What are you talking about, kid? The Qin family's things will not only belong to Huayu in the future, but also to you. I've always treated you as half a son. If you need anything from the Qin family, just ask. There's nothing to be thick-skinned about." These words were said sincerely. To Qin Xiong, Li Zixuan was not only his savior, but also half a son-in-law. Many times, Qin Xiong treated Li Zixuan as his own son. Some treatment, even Qin Huayu couldn't compare to. Li Zixuan was touched and said, "Uncle Qin, I appreciate your kindness. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely not be polite to you." After having lunch at Qin Manor, Han Yushi returned to Yongla Lane to wait. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, went to Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing Yen Lide, and Li Daozong's families. He sat for a while in each family. After all, it was not easy for him to get out of prison. Moreover, this could also tell others that he, Li Zixuan, had returned from Cloud Mountain. After they finished shopping, the sky was already dark, and it was obviously too late to return to Cloud Mountain. In an era without street lights, it was not so easy to walk at night. Thus, the couple and Lan spent the night in the Yongla Lane residence. The next morning, the three of them set off for Cloud Mountain. "Wife Lan, you two go back first. I still have some things to do." At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan jumped off the carriage and said to Han Yushi and Lan who were in the carriage, "Husband, where are you going?" Han Yushi lifted the curtain and asked, "I will make a trip to Lantian County's Yamen and return before noon." Li Zixuan smiled and urged the two of them to hurry up the mountain. Now that they were in the territory of Cloud Mountain, he was no longer worried about Han Yushi and Lan safety. That was why he could leave with peace of mind. After watching the carriage climb up the mountain path, Li Zixuan turned around and walked towards Lantian County in the north. It was already early spring and there were traces of green on the road. Compared to the withering of all things in winter, early spring undoubtedly brought more hope and vitality to people. Along the way, Li Zixuan enjoyed the beautiful scenery of early spring. When he met the villagers who greeted him, he smiled and nodded. After about 45 minutes, he finally arrived at the foot of Lantian County. The green city wall was not tall, but from afar, it looked quite imposing. Two guards stood at the city gate, inspecting the pedestrians entering and leaving the city. With Chang and city next to it, there were very few pedestrians entering and exiting Lantian County. For those who were doing business or wanted to enter the city to buy things, Chang and city was definitely their first choice. Anyway, Chang and city was not very far for them, so they might as well take a few more steps and go to Chang and city to sell things for a higher price or to have better choices. In any era, a super city had a huge siphon effect on the surrounding counties. Chang and city in the Tang dynasty was no exception. As such, Lantian County's position was a little awkward. Because of its natural geographical disadvantage in terms of development prospects, it was almost impossible to get close to Chang and city. At most, it could only follow behind Chang and city and eat soy sauce, or drink soup. Therefore, the county magistrate of Lantian County did not ask for no merit, but to not make any mistakes. It was because the structure of Lantian County was set, and it was difficult for there to be any big development. After asking a passerby, Li Zixuan knew the direction of the county office and walked towards it. "Don't run. Stop. Your father sold you to this young master. Are you still thinking of running? Quick, catch her for me." Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps and an arrogant man's voice behind him. Isn't this the son of old Master Fan from the east of the city? Why is he here? Let's go. Sigh. I don't know whose family's daughter is going to suffer this time. I heard it's Wu Laosan's daughter. Sigh, this Wu Laosan lost dozens of strings of coins at the Fan family's gambling den. How can he afford to pay it back? He probably sold his own daughter. Sigh. What a pity. The Fan family. Let's go. Don't meet young Master Fan later. In my opinion, the good days of the Fan family's father and son are coming to an end. Now that Lantian County has become the fief of the Marquis of Yong, and everyone knows that the Marquis of Yong and treats the people of his fief very well. When the time comes, will the Fan family continue to do whatever they want? But why hasn't the Marquis of Yong and come to Lantian County after so long? Let's not count on it. Listening to the whispers of the passers-by, Li Zixuan shook his head. He had watched many melodramatic dramas in his previous life, but he did not expect such a melodramatic plot to fall on his head. It seemed that the sky of Lantian County was not so clear. Bam! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind him. Li Zixuan turned around and saw a woman in coarse hemp clothes who had fallen to the ground. Behind the woman was a slightly plump youth with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who was leading a group of strong men towards them. Ah, let a wretched girl like you run? Are you still going to run now? Man, tie her up and bring her back. The slightly plump youth did not continue to run. He pointed at the woman who had fallen to the ground and laughed arrogantly. Yes, young master. The group of people roared in agreement and surrounded the woman. No, no. Young Master Fan, the money my father owes you, I will definitely pay it back for him. Don't catch me. The woman wanted to get up from the ground, but perhaps because she had fallen too hard before she could get up, she was lifted up from the ground by the group of people behind her. Her face was full of tears, and as she struggled, she complained bitterly to the slightly plump youth behind her. You still want it? What are you going to use to pay it back? 30 strings of coins. Even if you don't calculate the interest, you won't be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Why don't you follow me back and pay with your body, haha. Chapter 12:30. No. Save me. Save me. On the streets of the county town of Lantian County, the young girl's face was immediately filled with horror when she heard the young man say the words "pay with my body." She struggled desperately with tears in her eyes. Ah, save me? Look at what this is. The chubby young man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and laughed coldly. This is a slave contract. Now that you're my maid, instead of serving me properly, you want to run away from home. Do you believe that I'll send you to the authorities for punishment? In ancient times, the lowest status was a slave. This young girl was sold to the young man with the surname Fan. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, she could not run away as she pleased. Under such circumstances, the young man with the surname Fan would definitely win the case even if it was brought to the authorities. Furthermore, the young girl might even be tortured in court. Slaves, those who had no thoughts and only knew how to serve their masters wholeheartedly were called slaves. Their lives were in the hands of their masters, not to mention running away from home. Now, that slave contract had completely pushed the young girl to the bottom of the abyss. No, I didn't sign this. I didn't draw it. The young girl's tears fell like rain as she desperately tried to resist. However, how could her little bit of strength be a match for the group of burly men around her? Even if she tried her best, she would not be able to cause them any trouble. Bah, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and follow me back. The chubby young man waved his hand and said impatiently. After that, he turned around and wanted to bring the little beauty home to enjoy, but who knew? Hey, where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. Don't block my way. In the middle of the road stood a young man who looked like a scholar. Although his light blue clothes were not luxurious, they were clean and tidy. Compared to the luxuriously dressed young man, he had an even more extraordinary temperament. Fan Jinxiang, don't you know whose territory Lantian County is now? How dare you kidnap a girl here? Aren't you afraid that Marquis will punish your Fan family? The blue-robed scholar said coldly to the chubby young man without fear. Fan Jinxiang? Strong and strong? When Li Zixuan heard the name of the chubby young man, he almost burst out laughing. As for the scholar who was blocking the road, he also recognized her. She was Yu Dehang from the Yu clan, whom he had met a few times before. However, because he was quite far away from Fan Jinxiang, Fan Jinxiang and the others, and there were many people in between them, although he could see Yu Dehang through the gaps in the crowd, Yu Dehang did not notice him. At this time, a manservant beside Fan Jinxiang came to his ear and whispered a few words. Fan Jinxiang laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it was elementary scholar Yu from the Yu family manor. You're asking me whose territory this Lantian County is? Haha, no matter whose territory it is fine as long as it is not yours. You elementary scholar, you should go home and study hard. Wait until you've truly become an elementary scholar before you meddle in other people's business, right? Ah, you. The reason why Yu Dehang was called elementary scholar Yu by the villagers was because he had not been able to obtain the title of elementary scholar despite having taken the exam many times. However, he was indeed very knowledgeable, so the villagers called him that. Now that Fan Jianxiang had used this nickname to ridicule him, Yu Dehang immediately became angry. Fan Jianxiang, don't go too far. Let go of this girl, or I will go to the county yamen to sound the drum and complain about the crime of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. Hee hee. Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue. I'll tell you the truth, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, don't expect me to let her go. Come, chase this sour scholar away with a stick. Don't hinder me from doing my business. Fan Jianxiang put one hand on his waist and waved the slave contract with the other. He had the feeling that, with the slave contract in hand, the world is mine. He laughed loudly and said without fear. Ah, young Master Fan, you remind me of someone who used to be as arrogant as you. Do you know how he is now? Just as Fan Jianxiang's two guards were brandishing their sticks and walking towards Yu Dehang, a faint but clear voice suddenly came from the street. When Yu Dehang heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. He was about to say something, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. What happened to him after that? Fan Jianxiang did not know why, but he followed the voice and asked this question. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and Fan Jianxiang could not help but squint his eyes. When he opened them again, there was suddenly another person in front of him. It was a handsome young man with a strong aura. Ah! After that, he ate celery for half a year, and his breath finally became fresh. The young man looked at Fan Jianxiang with a serious face. Fan Jianxiang? Ah! Yu Dehang was stunned for a moment and finally could not help but laugh out loud. The more he laughed, the more he wanted to laugh. In the end, he laughed so hard that he could not even straighten his back. The girl who was caught by the Fan family guards, who had been crying a moment ago, could not help but want to laugh. Even when she thought about how she was in prison, she still wanted to laugh. In the end, she could not hold it in. With a pff sound, her tears turned into laughter. Her laughter was called a weeping beauty. Bastard. The sun really rose from the west today. Here comes another ignorant person who dares to make fun of this young master. Men, beat him. Beat him hard. Don't beat him to death. Beat him until he's seriously injured, then bring him back for treatment. After he's healed, then beat him again. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fan Jianxiang came back to his senses and realized that he had been humiliated by Li Zixuan. His face turned green and white, and then he pointed at Li Zixuan and gnashed his teeth. Yes, young master. All the guards that Fan Jianxiang brought with him suddenly rushed towards Li Zixuan fiercely. Stop. Yu Dehang was just about to shout, stop, when he saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have made a hand gesture to him, indicating that he should not make a sound. He could only obediently shut his mouth. Facing the Fan family guards who were rushing towards him like hungry wolves, Li Zixuan suddenly disappeared from where he was. Following that, Yu Dehang and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then the Fan family guards fell to the ground with their faces paralyzed. They were either rubbing their arms, legs, or stomachs. A wave of wails filled the air. It could not be helped. These people's fighting abilities were on a completely different level compared to Li Zixuan's. It was too easy to deal with them. Seeing this, Fan Jianxiang realized that Li Zixuan and the other four martial arts experts. He widened his eyes in shock and anger. Pointing at Li Zixuan, he said in horror, You don't come any closer. My father is Fan Tong. Stop right there. You dare to hurt people on the street? Believe it or not, my father will send people to arrest you. Chapter 1231. Fan Tong? Li Zixuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Your father may have a good name, but I don't have any rice here. Why would a rice bucket like him want to catch me? Fan Jianxiang was furious. His father's name had been mocked before, but ever since his father became famous in Lantian County, no one dared to make fun of this joke. When he heard Li Zixuan's mocking words, he was so angry that his face turned purple. You little bastard, you're done for. Smacked. Ouch. As soon as Fan Jianxiang cursed, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped by a piece of metal. At that moment, he even felt that his face was no longer his own. Following that, his entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire street was silent. Previously, when Li Zixuan had attacked the Fan family's guards, it had attracted the attention of a few brave passers-by. Now that they saw Li Zixuan directly teach Fan Jianxiang a lesson, the passers-by all sucked in a breath of cold air. While they were secretly delighted, they were also surprised at who this young man was. Hiss. Old Master Fan's son was beaten up? Who is this? He looks unfamiliar, maybe he's from another county? There were many people who knew Li Zixuan, but there were even more who didn't know him. Oh my God! Isn't that the Duke of Yong'an? Why is he in Lantian County? Duke of Yong'an? Are you sure? Gulp. I'm sure. It's really the Duke of Yong'an. I saw him in Chang'an last year. That's great. The Duke of Yong'an is in Lantian County. Let's see how the Fan father and son can still be so arrogant. The onlookers were shocked at first, but when someone recognized Li Zishuan's identity, everyone cheered. When Li Zishuan had beaten up Fan Jianxiang, the young girl who had been caught by the Fan family guards had been so shocked that she had forgotten to run away. She stood there in a daze. Now that she heard the crowd mention Li Zishuan's identity, her eyes suddenly glowed with vitality. I don't like people with foul mouths, so I suggest you eat more celery in the future. That way your breath will be fresher. Li Zishuan slowly walked over and looked at Fan Jianxiang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. You are Marquis Yong'an? Fan Jianxiang's face was swollen. After such a fall, he could no longer get up from the ground. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding commoners, Fan Jianxiang's face was filled with horror. Clearly, he had heard the words Marquis of Yong'an from his father or others before. What? Didn't you just say that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't let her go? Now that I'm asking you to release him, are you going to release him or not? Li Zishuan squatted down and looked at Fan Jianxiang's swollen face as he asked calmly. I have her indenture contract here. She is now mine. Fan Jianxiang raised his head and looked at the girl standing not far away as he said unwillingly, swoosh. Immediately after, Fan Jianxiang felt a gust of wind blow past his ear. Then the indenture contract in his hand was already in Li Zishuan's hands. Indenture contract? Where is it? Li Zishuan's hand shook slightly, and that indenture contract instantly turned into pieces of paper. Then it drifted along with the cold wind and landed on the street. Marquis Yong, and you destroyed the evidence without permission. You are unreasonable. Fan Jianxiang's eyes widened as he roared furiously. I forgot to tell you. This marquis is a marquis personally conferred by the Emperor. Lantian County is a fief that the Emperor personally bestowed to this marquis. This is my territory and I have the final say here. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. He was the true king of Lantian County. Here, as long as he didn't do anything treacherous like rebelling, he could always enjoy the highest treatment. Everyone had to listen to him. Whatever he said, it was what it was. For a small case like Fan Jianxiang's kidnapping of a civilian girl, even if he didn't have any evidence, no one would do anything to him. At most, they would just scold him in private. Who asked the entire Lantian County to be his fief? There were ways to deal with cultured people. To deal with a bully like Fan Jianxiang, there was a need to use more overbearing methods to deal with him. One had to let the bully experience the feelings of those who were bullied by them. Fan Jianxiang was feeling aggrieved. He used to be able to do whatever he wanted in Lantian County, but now he had fallen to the point where he was bullied. He wanted to reason with others, but the other party wouldn't reason with him. At this moment he finally tasted the feeling of being bullied. Bang bang bang. Just then, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the street. Then a person shouted loudly, "Who dares to fight on the street in broad daylight? Stop right now. Otherwise, all of you will be taken back to the county yamen for questioning." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people surrounded Li Zishuan and the others. Looking at their uniforms, they were the yamen runners of Lantian County. "Young Master Fan, are you all right?" The head constable saw Fan Jianxiang lying on the ground with swollen cheeks and hurriedly ran over. He asked with concern, Constable Zhao, I'm fine." Fan Jianxiang's face didn't show any joy because of the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, there was a trace of panic. He said to Constable Zhao with an unnatural expression, "Impudent! Which unruly commoner dares to hurt people on the streets of Lantian County? Men, take him back to the county yamen for this constable." Constable Zhao thought that Fan Jianxiang was afraid of Li Zishuan's martial prowess and didn't dare to speak. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Zishuan as he spoke sternly. However, he quickly noticed the abnormality in his surroundings. Not only were the commoners on the street not afraid of him, but they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. This made him a little confused. All right. Come, Constable Zhao, quickly take me back to the county yamen. I just happen to have some things to discuss with county magistrate He. Li Zishuan looked at Constable Zhao and said with a smile. However, no one noticed that a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. "At least you know what's good for you. Men, take him back." Constable Zhao thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. The main reason was that he didn't recognize Li Zishuan and thought that he was from another county and probably didn't have any background. Thus, he gritted his teeth and waved at the surrounding Yamen runners. Hey, wait. Constable Zhao, since it's a fight, you can't just arrest me, right? In order to avoid criticism, you have to bring young Master Fan back to the county Yamen as a witness. Li Zishuan smiled and said. The main reason was that he was worried that Fan Jianxiang would secretly escape. Oh, you have a point. Men, take young Master Fan back to the county Yamen. One was to arrest, the other was to invite. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 1232. Under the lead of Lantian County's Constable Zhao, Li Zishuan and Fan Jianxiang were escorted to the county Yamen. The onlookers, Yu Dehang, and the girl who was rescued from the Zhao family's guards all followed behind Constable Zhao without a word. However, the way they looked at Constable Zhao was filled with hatred and a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. Obviously, they had already predicted Constable Zhao's tragic fate. Sir. I was patrolling the streets today and discovered bandits assaulting people on the streets. I've brought them back to the county Yamen. Please open the court for questioning. At the back of the Lantian County Yamen, Constable Zhao hurriedly ran over and saluted County Magistrate He, who was reading in the corridor. Oh, who's so bold? Alright, was anyone injured? County Magistrate He raised his head and asked in surprise. Sir, the identity of the bandit is unknown, but Master Fan's eldest son was seriously injured. Constable Zhao replied. Fan Jianxiang? It's him? County Magistrate He raised his eyebrows and looked at Constable Zhao meaningfully. He then waved his hand and said, Please wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes and go to the court now. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, County Magistrate He, dressed in his official robes, brought Constable Zhao to the County Yamen's court. When he saw the people in the court, County Magistrate He almost wet his pants. Oh. Ho! County Magistrate He hurriedly walked over and bowed to Li Zishuan, but someone was faster than him. How dare you? You're in the court and you're not bowing to the County Magistrate? Constable Zhao took a step forward and shouted at Li Zishuan. County Magistrate He was a civil official, but at this moment he couldn't help but curse. What was a pig teammate? This was the perfect example of a pig-like teammate. Slap. County Magistrate He knew that he couldn't let Constable Zhao fool around anymore. He immediately walked over and gave Constable Zhao a hard slap. He then ordered the Yamen runners in the court, Guards! See Zhao Qiuhu for me. The bailiffs were all stunned. They thought that County Magistrate He had said something wrong. They all looked at County Magistrate He in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Capture Zhao Zhao and Qiuhu. When County Magistrate He saw that there was no movement around, he immediately raised his voice and roared. Yes, my lord. It was only then that the Yamen runners came to their senses and hurriedly went forward to grab Constable Zhao. My lord, why did you capture me? Constable Zhao finally recovered from his shock and shouted unwillingly. County Magistrate He ignored him and went straight to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said, Greetings, Marquis. Marquis? Constable Zhao widened his eyes in horror and said in disbelief, You are the Marquis of Yong'an? Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said meaningfully, County Magistrate He, before this Marquis came, I thought that everyone in Lantian County could live and work in peace and contentment. I didn't expect that in broad daylight, I would meet a prodigal son who forcefully snatched a woman. There was even a county constable who liked to cover up and curry favor with others. This is really an eye-opener for this Marquis. Tell me, is there any law in this Lantian County? Is the sky of this Lantian County black or blue? At the end of his speech, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly became louder. The entire court was filled with his deafening roar. County Magistrate He's face was deathly pale. He trembled as he bowed and said, This Marquis has not governed properly and caused the people to suffer. Evil people and officials run amok. This Marquis is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis. Constable Zhao's face was ashen. It was obvious that he no longer had any hope. Li Zishuan shook his head and took 2 steps forward. He came to the front of the court and sat in the seat that originally belonged to County Magistrate He. He slammed the gavel and shouted angrily, This Marquis originally trusted you and planned to entrust you with important tasks in the future. But this is how you repay this Marquis? The current emperor is diligent in governance and loves the people, but you? You do nothing and allow your subordinates to join forces with the tyrants to oppress the people and run amok. What qualifications do you have to be the parent official of tens of thousands of people? To be honest, Li Zishuan had always had a good impression of County Magistrate He. In his eyes, County magistrate he was a capable person. He could feel it from their previous interactions. But he didn't expect county magistrate he to be so inactive in governance. From the discussions of the people, it was obvious that the Fan father and son had been doing evil in Lantian County for a long time. But now they were still at large and had not received any punishment. Such a mediocre official, no matter how capable he was, Li Zishuan wouldn't appoint him. This was because he knew better than anyone that his foundation was the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County, not some official. This marquis is guilty. This marquis is ashamed to face marquis. Ashamed to face the emperor. Ashamed to face the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County. County magistrate he cupped his hands sorrowfully. Marquis, county magistrate he is a good official. Please don't blame him. Last year, county magistrate he donated several months of his salary to the charity. That's right, Marquis. Not only did county magistrate he not impose additional taxes, he even built schools for the county and let our children go to school for free. That's right, Marquis. County magistrate he is a good official. Please don't blame him. Just as Li Zishuan was about to condemn county magistrate the group of people who came with him suddenly shouted out. Li Zishuan's heart was suddenly at a loss. Things didn't seem to be exactly as he thought. Marquis, ever since county magistrate he took office, he has always been considerate of the people. Although he has made mistakes in some matters, he is definitely a good official. I beg Marquis to judge clearly. Yu Dehang shouted from outside the government office. Li Zishuan believed 70 to 80% in his heart. He thought that there might be more to the Fan father and son's matter. So he looked at county magistrate and said, seeing that you have done good for the people, I will forgive you this time. If there is a next time you will be punished. County magistrate he bowed and cupped his hands saying, thank you Marquis. I am ashamed. Li Zishuan then ordered the bailiffs in the hall. Fan Jianxiang instigated the servants and induced the people to participate in gambling. Today he wanted to kidnap a woman. Men lock him in the prison and choose a day to interrogate him. Yes, Marquis. The bailiffs had previously stood on the wrong side on the street. Now that they had a rare opportunity to perform, they all hurriedly responded loudly. The rest of you quickly disperse. Li Zishuan waved his hand to the people outside the government office and then said to county magistrate follow me to the back of the government office. County magistrate he cupped his hands and said, yes. After that, the two of them went to the back of the government office one after the other. Chapter 1233. Speak. What is the background of the Fan father and son? Why are you being so timid? In the back office, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and asked in a low voice. As smart as he was, how could he not see the anger and hesitation in county magistrate He's eyes when he looked at Fan Jianxiang? It was because of this that he asked this question. County magistrate He's face froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Marquis, this Fan family started their business 4 years ago. In Lantian County, it can be said that they have deep roots. Their family owns thousands of acres of land, and they have dozens of shops in the city. They are involved in silk, clothing, jade, restaurants, gambling houses and other businesses. They have thousands of tenants and hundreds of servants. They can be said to be the most powerful family in Lantian County. Not to mention other things, the Fan family pays thousands of strings of coins and taxes every year. It is because of this that I usually turn a blind eye to Fan Jianxiang, as long as he doesn't do things that are too out of line. When I took up my post in Lantian County last year, I also wanted to take down the Fan father and son who are full of evil. However, if the government took action against the Fan family, Lantian County would collect thousands of strings of coins less in taxes every year. In order to complete the Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Revenue's assessment, I could only impose this tax on the people. I didn't want to do it, so I could only hold back my desire to deal with the Fan father and son. I wanted to wait until the people of Lantian County were better off and all the children were in school before I took action against them. I didn't expect Fan Jianxiang to be so daring as to offend Marquis. I am guilty of covering up for a tyrant. County magistrate he bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and did not get up. His face was full of guilt. Get up. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, since there is a reason for this, and you are wholeheartedly concerned about the people, how can I blame you? Although it is pardonable, I don't agree with your way of doing things. Lantian County's conditions are not good and taxes are hard to collect. But indulging a tyrant is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It hurts the people's hearts. No matter what, I don't want you to do such things in the future. County magistrate he cupped his hands and said with a gloomy face, Marquis is right. I was foolish. It was never too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. From now on, all you have to do is to protect the people and live up to your title as the county magistrate. As for the tax revenue of Lantian County, you don't have to worry about it. With this marquee around, the county's treasury will definitely have more than enough every year, and the people will gradually become richer. The government is still the government, relying on the tyrants in the city to maintain the government's operations. Can such a government be called a government? Might as well call them the lackeys of the rich. Immediately send someone to investigate the illegal activities of the Fan father and son over the years. After the investigation is done, hold a public trial. At that time all the people in the county are allowed to watch. In the past, Lantian County still needed to complete the tax tasks given by the imperial court, but now there was no need at all. This was because Lantian County had now become Li Zishuan's private territory. The land, official appointments and financial authority were all under Li Zishuan's control. The taxes that were previously handed over to the imperial court would now be handed over to Li Zishuan. To a certain extent, the current Li Zishuan was no different from the feudal lords of the previous dynasties, just that the land was a little smaller. With Li Zishuan's support, Magistrate He's back straightened, and his previous misgivings were no longer present. He excitedly saluted and replied, "Yes, Marquis. This official will have someone investigate the Fan family thoroughly." Sir. Not good. Not good. Lord Fan has brought many of the Fan family's guards to the front office and is making a scene in the front yard. They want us to release Fan Jianxiang immediately. At this moment, a Yamen runner hurriedly ran over, shouting as he ran, "Impudent!" Magistrate He's expression changed. The court was a solemn place and Fan Tong had come to cause a scene. This was a slap to his face, especially when Li Zishuan was watching from the side. This made County Magistrate He's expression turn even uglier. "Zheng Fan, quickly inform all the Yamen runners on duty to gather in the front yard. Those who are not there on time will no longer have to work as a government official. Today I will capture all of these villains who dare to cause trouble in the county office." "Yes, sir." The Yamen runner saw Magistrate He's unyielding attitude and felt his blood boil. He used his loudest voice to reply, "Marquis, it's all my fault for indulging Fan Tong and his people too much. That's why they dare to act so impudently. I will do my best to make up for my past mistakes." After the Yamen runner left, Magistrate He saluted Li Zishuan with a face full of shame. "Ah, it's great that you can correct your mistakes. I'll go with you to meet Fan Tong," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Speaking of Fan Tong felt an inexplicable urge to laugh at the mention of his name. Who was the person who named Fan Tong back then? "My son has always been a good boy. Why did you put him in prison for no reason? Where's Constable Zhao? Tell him to come out. I'd like to ask him if he has the guts to arrest people for no reason. And where's Magistrate He?" In the past, the Fan family has always been the most active when the county office collects taxes. What Magistrate He did today will disappoint all the aristocrats of Lantian County. In the front yard of the county office, a fat, well-dressed middle-aged man was holding his big belly and scolding the Yamen runners in the yard. It was as if he was the official and the runners were the commoners. It was clear that Magistrate He was very kind to the aristocrats of the county. "Lord Fan, your son kidnapped a commoner in broad daylight. Do you think I can't arrest him? You, on the other hand, brought people to the county office in broad daylight. What are you trying to do? Do you have any respect for the law? You have me? Do you have His Majesty?" While Fan Tong was in the middle of his rant, Magistrate He walked out of the courtroom. At the same time, two teams of Yamen runners ran out from both sides of the courtroom and surrounded Fan Tong and his guards and servants. The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became tense. Fan Tong was stunned at first. Clearly he did not expect Magistrate He to be so decisive today. Then he said angrily, "Kidnapped a commoner? Gathered at the county office? You're just trying to accuse me. The person my son arrested today was only a servant girl who escaped from the Fan family. As for me, I'm here today to seek justice for my son. How is this defying the law?" "What a bunch of nonsense. I've already asked around. The girl's identity is clean. When did she become a servant girl of the Fan family?" Magistrate He said coldly. Fan Tong rebuked, "Impossible. That girl must be lying. My son has her indenture." "Ah, indenture? Fan Tong, go in and ask your son if he can produce the indenture. Guards, Fan Tong has offended the county office and is defying the law. Take him to jail and interrogate him another day." Li Zixuan, who was standing behind Magistrate He, did not want to waste any more time. He walked out and gave his orders. Yes, Marquis. Chapter 1234. Marquis? You are the Marquis of Yong'an? Fan Tong looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. Li Zixuan did not want to talk to him, mainly because the old man's image was too unsightly. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Yes. Which of the Yamen runners did not know Li Zixuan? Who would dare to disobey Li Zixuan? Just now, Constable Zhao was a living example. Therefore, as soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the Yamen runners rushed towards Fan Tong. Marquis, I am innocent. I was just in a moment of desperation, but I did not mean to offend the Yamen. I beg you, Marquis. The Fan family has contributed a lot to Lantian County over the years. The guards of the Fan family had wanted to resist, but now that all the Yamen runners had arrived and Li Zixuan was rumored to be a powerful martial artist, they were quickly subdued by the runners. Fan Tong, on the other hand, was being dragged away by 2 Yamen runners, but he was still unwilling to give up and yelled at the top of his lungs. County Magistrate He, you have to hurry up with collecting evidence of the Fan family's crimes. I can only give you 2 days. After 2 days, the public trial must be held as scheduled. This matter may change if we delay. Li Zixuan said solemnly to County Magistrate He after calming down the commotion in the Yamen. He was the most powerful person in Lantian County, and his words were law, but that did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. For example, although Li Er held the highest position in the Tang Empire, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials, and did things within the rules. The Fan family's case had to be tried and convicted as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other wealthy families and gentry in the city did not know the truth and joined forces to cause trouble, then County Magistrate He and Li Zixuan would be in a difficult position. I understand. This time I will not let you down, Marquis. County Magistrate He clasped his fist. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then said, as for the Fan family's dozens of shops, close them down if there are any problems, especially the gambling houses. They are simply harming the people. You don't have to worry about closing down so many shops. In the near future, I will use the Chamber of Commerce to do business in Lantian County. In the future, Lantian County may not be as big as Chang'an, but it must become the largest commercial county east of Chang'an. When that time comes, taxes and whatnot will naturally not be low. Attracting investment and developing business were his main goals for coming to Lantian County today. Dealing with the Fan father and son was just a coincidence, and it was just a casual move. Hearing this, County Magistrate He was overjoyed. After all, this was a real benefit for Lantian County. Marquis is wise. The Lantian County will finally have a good life. In addition, I plan to build a mansion in the city, as well as a dam at the Ba River in Plum Village. I will need a large number of craftsmen and laborers. When the time comes, I will prioritize hiring from Lantian County. The wages will definitely be generous, and when the time comes, I will be able to provide subsidies to many of the people. These were the 2 major projects that Li Zixuan was about to start. The dam was the most important, and although the mansion was secondary, it would still provide many employment opportunities for the people in the city. Marquis is benevolent and righteous. I will definitely send people to the various villages to mobilize them. County Magistrate He replied with a smile. Previously, he had been worried about the people's livelihood, businesses, and taxes. But now, Li Zixuan had solved all of them with just a few words. A huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. The news of the Fan father and son being locked up in the county jail was spread by someone. In the evening, almost all the people in and out of the city knew about it. For a while, the people were discussing and celebrating in private. Many of the people who had been bullied by the Fan family before were running around to tell each other. Some even set off the leftover firecrackers from the new year. The entire county began to be immersed in a sea of joy. As for the rich, at this moment they were a little uneasy, especially those who were close to the Fan family. Now they were beginning to worry that Li Zixuan would one day be ruthless to them. However, these people now, other than secretly worrying, it seemed that there was nothing they could do unless they completely moved out of Lantian County. But these people had big families and businesses and their roots here. How could they move out in a short period of time? Besides, Li Zixuan had not caught them yet. If they directly escaped, wouldn't that be admitting to it? The next day. Yinhuang College Calendar, Monday. The students, who had rested for 2 days, finally returned to the college. But this time they did not have to carry a big bag of copper coins as living expenses for a week at the college, because now they all had Tang Yuan. Many students who lived in Chang, and took advantage of the weekend to send people to the college with a lot of copper coins to exchange for Tang Yuan. For example, Cheng Chumo now had more than 100 Tang Yuan, which was enough for him to live in the college for a long time. Another example was Li Tai, who was even more ruthless. He sent people to exchange more than 1,000 Tang Yuan over the weekend. Even if he could eat, it was enough for him to live in the college for a year. It was worth mentioning that Chitsu Pavilion, Zuaxian Restaurant, and Chitsu Culture were all owned by Li Zishuan. Now that they could also exchange Tang Yuan, it caused quite a stir in Chang'an. After all, the things in Li Zishuan's shops were not cheap. How inconvenient would it be to use an ox cart to carry money every time you wanted to buy something? After seeing Tang Yuan, many people secretly planned to find time to go to Yunshan to exchange a batch of Tang Yuan. Hey, Wenhao, wait. What is this thing? Before class, in the classroom of Class 1, Cheng Chumo saw Meng Wenhao put a square, thick, black object on the table. He was curious and quickly asked, "Oh, Brother Chonyo, you're talking about this?" Meng Wenhao's face showed a bit of shyness. He said embarrassedly, "This is a small money bag that my mother sewed for me to store Tang Yuan in. My mother was afraid that the Tang Yuan would be too old from folding and folding, so she sewed this money bag with a double layer." If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely shout, "Damn, isn't this a wallet?" Although Cheng Chumo had never seen a modern wallet, Meng Wenhao's special money bag still attracted his attention. He took the money bag from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at it carefully. "Hey, this thing looks good. I'll ask my mother to make one for me later. Wenhao, your mother is really amazing. She can even think of such a method." When Li Tai heard this, he also came over with great interest. After understanding the use of the money bag, he said excitedly, "Ha! Not bad, not bad. This thing is more suitable for storing Tang Yuan than the previous money bags. I'll ask someone to make a few later." In the little fatty's opinion, this money bag could not only store money, but also be used to show off. Chapter 1235. Without Li Zishuan's secret promotion, the wallet, a product of modern society, had appeared in Tang Dynasty. It was only because the wallet was more suitable for storing Tang Yuan than the previous money pouches that Meng Wenhao had. It could only be said that the emergence of a new product would inevitably lead to the emergence of related products. This was inevitable in the development of society. At the same time, it was also a small butterfly effect that Li Zishuan, the butterfly, had brought to this era. "Give me a portion of nibbled chicken, a portion of meatballs, and a portion of rice. Here for you 600 Tang horns." At noon, many students felt the convenience of using Tang Yuan for the first time. Usually, when they ate in the canteen, they would have to spend a few hundred copper coins. If they used copper coins, they would have to count them one by one for a long time. Not only was it inconvenient to carry them around, they would also have to waste a lot of time counting the money when buying food. Now, after using Tang Yuan, a transaction could be completed with just a few notes. The workers in the cafeteria who were responsible for getting food spent significantly less time counting money. The students who lined up to buy food also bought food at a much faster speed than before. How is it? After looking around, what are your thoughts? Li Zishuan had gathered all the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and brought them to the canteen for a tour. Of course, they were not looking at the canteen, but at the students using Tang Yuan to buy food in the canteen. "Marquis, there is no doubt that Tang Yuan is more convenient than copper coins. This old man really hopes that one day all the transactions in Tang Dynasty can be replaced by Tang Yuan. This way, every time this old man goes out to buy goods, he won't have to hire a large number of guards to escort a dozen carts of copper coins. It's safe and convenient." Chao Wendong stroked his beard and sighed. He had traveled extensively for so many years, so of course he could see the advantages of Tang Yuan. Especially for a merchant like him who often needed to go out to buy goods, Tang Yuan was simply a divine tool. Boss Chao is right. If the entire Tang Dynasty can use Tang Yuan for transactions, then doing business like us will be much more convenient than before. Feng Zhihua chimed in. Lin Wenyuan frowned and said, "Even so, only Yanhuang College and marquee shops can use Tang Yuan. If you want everyone in the world to accept Tang Yuan, I'm afraid there's still a long way to go." Li Zishuan invited them to the second floor of the cafeteria, where a table of dishes had already been prepared. After everyone sat down, he smiled and said, "Boss Lin's concerns are very reasonable, but many things require a process. Whether it succeeds or not is one thing, whether it is done or not is another. This marquis can tell you with certainty that if the Great Tang's commerce is to prosper, the Tang Yuan must completely replace the copper coin. At that time, the first batch of people to taste the fresh food will definitely benefit the most." Chao Wendong nodded in agreement and said, What Marquis said, the few of us all understand. I'm sure Marquis already has a plan, we're all ears. Last year he was the one who donated the most money to the Warmtang Foundation. In the first month he finally received the Imperial Edict of Righteous Merchant of the World, from the Imperial Court. Now that he had received the title, he naturally wanted to profit. And if he wanted to profit, then he could only follow Li Zishuan, the god of fortune. Yes. As long as Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely obey. Feng Zhihua said without hesitation. Compared to Chao Wendong, he was the first to receive the title of Righteous Merchant of the World, because of Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the people also voiced their agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "All right. Then this Marquis will talk about the plan first. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them." First, this Marquis hopes that the businesses of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce members will be able to use Tang Yuan for transactions. This Marquis will use all of his wealth to guarantee that the Tang Yuan you receive will be able to be exchanged for copper coins at the bank at any time. In addition, Lantian County is now this Marquis' fief. This Marquis welcomes everyone to place a portion of their businesses in Lantian County. This way you will be closer to the Yan Huang Bank, and it will undoubtedly be more convenient for you to exchange copper coins and Tang Yuan. Of course, the most important point is that if you do business in Lantian County, as long as you abide by the law, there will definitely not be any officials coming to find trouble with you. On the contrary, if you meet any troublemakers, the officials will even step in to help you deal with them. In any era, merchants could not avoid dealing with local officials. Of course, the end result of these dealings was that the merchants had to spend money to buy convenience. Therefore, a good business environment was a very, very important factor for merchants. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Chao Wendong asked tentatively, "Marquis, are you serious? Not to mention the Tang Yuan and the convenience provided by the Yan Huang Bank, just the latter was enough to attract him to open a shop in Lantian County." In these years he had dealt with many local officials, and knew the principle that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. This was not a special characteristic of a certain place, but almost all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang had such unspoken rules. Of course, in the future, this Marquis will implement a series of measures to prevent low-level officials from making things difficult for merchants. This Marquis will guarantee it with my dignity, Li Zishuan said with a serious face. Chao Wendong stood up excitedly and said, "Good. This Chao firmly believes that Marquis will definitely do it. Since this is the case, this Chao will first transfer half of the Chao family's business to Lantian County. In addition, this Chao is willing to invest 80,000 strings of coins into Marquis Bank as a deposit. I wonder if Marquis is willing to do it?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Boss Chao is so generous, this Marquis naturally has no reason to refuse. However, there is one thing I need to make clear to Boss Chao. Since this is a deposit, this sum of money cannot be withdrawn for at least 3 years. Of course, as a corresponding reward, this Marquis will give a certain percentage of the bank's shares. So, if you are interested in investing in the Yan Huang Bank, please weigh the pros and cons. Chao Wendong was not surprised by this. He nodded without thinking and said, "Marquis, this Chao has thought about it. I will take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the Yan Huang Bank." "Marquis, this Feng is also willing to take out 80,000 strings of coins to invest in the bank. This Lin is willing to take out 50,000 strings of coins. This Liao?" In the end, during this banquet, Li Zishuan pulled in a lot of business for Lantian County. He also pulled in as much as 380,000 strings of coins for the Yan Huang Bank as an initial investment. Together with his own 100,000 strings of coins, the Yan Huang Bank's deposit had reached an astonishing 480,000 strings of coins. This reputation was definitely unparalleled in the entire Tang dynasty. Later on, it was recorded in the history books that in the second month of the second year of the Jingguan era, Marquis Yong led 6 wealthy merchants in the capital to raise 500,000 strings of coins as a deposit for the Yan Huang Bank. From then on, the name of Tang Yuan began to spread throughout the world. Chapter 1236. AI. Have you heard? Old Master Fan has been thrown into jail by the county magistrate. This. What? Shoo. Lower your voice. I heard that it was the Marquis of Yong who ordered the county magistrate to do so. Marquis of Yong Why would he want to capture Old Master Fan? What else could it be for? For money, of course. Who is the richest in our Lantian County? Of course it's Old Master Fan. It said that the Marquis of Yong and plans to build a manor in Lantian County, but how can the money collected by the county magistrate be enough? Furthermore, he doesn't want to fork out the money himself, so he can only ask the merchants in the city for money. Who asked us businessmen to be the easiest to bully? What? The Marquis of Yong and can't be this kind of person, right? What's so impossible about that? Everyone loves money. Do you think it's possible that Yong and doesn't like money? If you ask me, the Marquis of Yong and might find trouble with the other merchants in the city. When that happens, our business in Lantian County will really be difficult. In a restaurant in the county seat of Lantian County, a few well-dressed people were sitting around a table, eating and discussing in low voices. The content of their discussion was the huge matter that happened in the city yesterday. What should we do? This Zhang just opened a restaurant in the city last year. What should we do? What can we do? It said that since ancient times, commoners do not fight with officials. We are just commoners. How can we be a match for the Marquis of Yong? And if he wants to find trouble with us, we can either obediently hand over the money and settle the matter, or be like old Master Fan, with our whole family thrown into jail. No. I don't believe that no one will care about the Marquis of Yong and's outrageous acts. Tomorrow I will go to Chang and city's capital office to complain. Tisk. Brother Zhang. I think you should save it. Why would the magistrate offend the Marquis of Yong, and for you? When the time comes and the Marquis of Yong and finds out, he will destroy your family. Impudent. What are your intentions? How dare you slander Marquis? Today Yu Dehang came to the county town to buy some things. At noon he was hungry, so he went to this restaurant to order some cheap food to fill his stomach. Coincidentally, he met this group of businessmen who were secretly gossiping about Li Zixuan. After hearing the details, how could he tolerate it? He slammed the table and scolded them angrily. Oh, who dares to slander Marquis? When the surrounding diners heard this, they hurriedly stood up and ferociously searched for the people mentioned by Yu Dehang. The few merchants who had been whispering about Li Zixuan earlier turned pale. They looked at each other and immediately slipped away, not daring to stay here any longer. We can't go on like this. I hope Marquis can solve the problem of the Fan family as soon as possible. Yu Dehang looked at the backs of those people and muttered to himself. Yamacho. In the afternoon in the Yamacho office of Yanhuang College. Zhang Sunchong pushed the door open and entered after getting permission. Li Zixuan smiled and asked, Little Chong, are you looking for me? Zhang Sunchong nodded and said, Yes. Yamacho, my father wants me to help him pass a message to you. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said, Your father? Little Chong, sit down first. Zhang Sunchong sat opposite Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho, my father wants me to ask you, is your Yanhuang bank still short of money? Li Zixuan was startled, then looked at Zhang Sunchong and smiled. Little Chong, why does your father ask if the bank is short of money? Under Li Zixuan's gaze, which seemed to be able to read people's minds, Zhang Sunchong suddenly felt uneasy. He scratched his head and shrugged as if he had given up. Ahem. Yamacho, actually, my father wants to help you increase the deposit of the bank to make Tang Yuan more trustworthy. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, Your father still wants the shares of the Yanhuang Bank, right? Zhang Sunchong didn't hide it and nodded. Oh, it's like this. My father can take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. Also, my father said that if Yamacho agrees to let my family invest in the Yanhuang Bank, he can let the Zhang Sun family mine the iron mine. As long as Yamacho can give half of the iron produced from the iron mine to the Zhang Sun family, it will be fine. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Wuji to be willing to use such a large sum to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Of course, this also showed that this old man had good eyesight and saw the huge potential of the bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to spend such a large amount of money. Xiao Chong, since you don't want to hide it from me, I won't hide it from you either. In fact, the Yanhuang Bank doesn't lack money at all. Just yesterday the deposit of the bank reached 480,000 strings of cash. With such a large deposit, the Yanhuang Bank can even establish itself in the entire Chang'an area. 480,000 strings of cash? Zhang Sunchang's eyes widened and couldn't help but exclaim. With such a huge amount of wealth, the Zhang Sun family wouldn't be able to gather so much money even if they sold everything they had. Go. Yamacho then? Then I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll go back this weekend and tell my father the truth. Sorry to disturb you. Facing such a nouveau riche, Li Zixuan Zhang Sunchong could only say, sorry to disturb you. When Li Zixuan heard these 3 words, he couldn't help but recall the joke from his previous life and almost laughed out loud. He quickly said, "Wait, Xiaochong, don't leave yet." Zhang Sunchong, who had already stood up and was about to leave, paused and asked curiously, "Yamacho, is there anything else?" "Yes. Although the bank doesn't lack money recently since Zhao Guigong has asked, I have to give some face no matter what." 2 days ago, he had heard from Qinxiong that someone in the imperial court had accused him of privately minting money. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji had supported him. This was more or less a favor. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji was so sincere in wanting to invest in the Yanhuang Bank, Li Zixuan couldn't be so unreasonable and offend someone for no reason. At this moment he thought for a while, looked at Zhang Sunchong and said, "How about this, Xiaochong? Go back tonight and tell your father that with the conditions he offered in exchange for 5% of the bank's shares. It's not that I'm not willing to give more, but more people will invest in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. In addition, you have to explain to your father that if there are any copper coins used as deposit in the Yanhuang Bank, they are not allowed to be taken out for at least 3 years. 5% within 3 years. Zhang Sunchong frowned worriedly. This was because he subconsciously felt that Li Zixuan's shares were too little. After all, the Zhang Sun family had paid 100,000 strings of copper coins and half of an iron mine as a price. However, although he thought this in his heart, Zhang Sunchong still cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Yamacho. Then I'll go back tonight and tell my father." As for whether his father agreed to this deal or not, it was not up to him to worry. "Yes. You can take a class leave in the afternoon so that it won't be safe if you go back late," Li Zixuan suggested thoughtfully. "Thank you, Yamacho." Chapter 1237. Marquis, these are the crimes committed by the Fan family's father and son over the years. There are a total of 23 crimes, each of which has witnesses and material evidence. When it was close to evening, County Magistrate he rode a horse and rushed to Cloud Mountain. He handed Li Zixuan a dossier. Hearing this, Li Zixuan flipped open the file. In the 4th year of Wuda, Fan Tong hoarded a large amount of grain and worked with 8 grain merchants to raise the price of grain in the counties around the capital. Although the government suppressed the price, the Fan family still made millions. At that time, Lantian County's magistrate, Shahan Yang, only caught some of the grain merchants who raised the price. Fan Tong made a fortune because of this and survived. In the 5th year of Wuda, the Fan family colluded with Lantian County's magistrate and took over the shops and restaurants in the city. They opened their own shops, restaurants, and gambling houses, tempting the people to gamble. In the end, many people sold their land to pay off their gambling debts. In December of the 5th year of Wuda, because Bai Lang of Baixing village couldn't afford to pay the rent, Fan Tong saw that Bai Lang's daughter was very beautiful, so he brought along a slave and forced Bai Lang to sell his daughter Bai Xiao Dai to him. Bai Lang didn't agree, so Fan Tong ordered people to capture him and forcibly put his fingerprint on the slave contract. In order to please Magistrate Sha, Fan Tong offered Bai Xiao Dai to him. Bai Xiao Dai could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide the following year. In the 7th month of the 6th year of Wuda, Bai Lang and the villagers of Baixing village exposed Bai Xiao Dai's case. However, they were forcefully suppressed by County Magistrate Sha. Afterwards, Fan Tong hired a group of Jianghu people to rob the people's village. Bai Lang and the villagers who exposed Fan Tong were all killed. In the 9th month of the 6th year of Wuda, County Magistrate Sha was worried that the imperial court would investigate the case of Bai Xiao Dai, so he resigned from the Ministry of Personnel in advance and returned to his hometown. The county deputy of Lantian County also resigned and retired. In the 7th year of Wuda, a new magistrate took office. Fan Tong began to restrain himself. However, he still used his wealth to oppress the villagers and took over thousands of mu of land. According to the investigation, there were 12 villagers who sold their children because they could not pay the rent. In the 1st year of Jingguan, the Fan family's gambling houses expanded to 4. Many people became addicted to gambling and lost their family fortune. At the same time, in order to suppress the foreign businessmen, the Fan family hired local ruffians to cause trouble, poisoning, extortion, and many other methods. As a result, the Fan family's restaurants and shops were the biggest in Lantian County. In addition, Fan Jianxiang has been relying on the power of the Fan family to run amok in the village, oppressing the villagers and forcefully taking the daughters of 8 villagers as his concubines. But today only 4 women are still alive. The Fan family lied that the other 4 women died of illness, but according to the servants of the Fan family, the 4 women committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation of the Fan family's father and son. Bang! It was a long scroll with over 100 lines of words, but every word seemed to have been soaked in blood. Although the primitive accumulation of capital was generally evil, the sins that the Fan family had committed over the years were too numerous to be recorded. After Li Zixuan finished reading, he could not help but angrily slap the table and say, "In a small Lantian county, there are actually such evil tyrants running amok. The Fan family's crimes are no less than the Chui family's last year. If I don't bring the Fan family's father and son to justice, I am the Lord of Lantian County." County Magistrate He's face was full of shame. Some things, if you don't investigate deeply, you will never know the depth of the evil behind it. At first, County Magistrate He did not take the Fan family's matter too seriously. He thought that although the Fan family's father and son were a little scoundrels, they contributed a lot to Lantian County's revenue every year. Their merits offset their faults, so he turned a blind eye. But after collecting all the evil deeds that the Fan family had done over the years, it was a little shocking. It was because of this that he felt deeply ashamed of his inaction over the past year. "Marquis, according to what I know, there have been a lot of rumors in the county these 2 days about the Fan family's father and son. The merchants are secretly worried that you will do something to them." County Magistrate He was silent for a moment and said carefully, "Gossips? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Those who spread the rumors are most likely not clean." After dealing with the Fan family's father and son, County Magistrate He, investigate them one by one. If there is a problem with one family, arrest them. If there is a problem with 2 families, arrest a pair. If there is a problem with all the merchants in the county, arrest them all. These people are the scum of the merchants. The reputation of the merchants is ruined by them. Since ancient times, the social hierarchy of the scholars, agriculture, industry and commerce was not only because of the social background, but also because some merchants were unscrupulous for profit. The upper class did not have a good impression of the merchants, and it was not without reason. Li Zixuan came from the modern era, so he did not discriminate against merchants. On the contrary, he admired merchants like Father Ma who had a sense of responsibility. But for scum like Fan Tong, he must be resolute in eliminating him. County Magistrate He was shocked and said, This must not be done." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said resolutely, "Why not? Even if all the merchants in Lantian County are gone, I have a way to recruit another batch of merchants. Business will be the main brand of Lantian County in the future. If we want to have a good reputation and a good image, we must get rid of all these scum." Li Zixuan's plan for Lantian County was to make it into a city of commerce, and integrity was the foundation of commerce. Alright, since Marquis already has a plan, I will not say more. County Magistrate He was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. "The day after tomorrow, at 6:45 in the morning, we will hold a public trial of the Fan family's father and son. The county magistrate will be prepared. Prepare witnesses and evidence. This time I will completely destroy the Fan family." Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and then said coldly. County Magistrate He saluted and said, "This official obeys." After County Magistrate He left, Li Zixuan thought for a moment, and then went out to the new workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he went straight to Ma Zhou's office, and handed him a file. "Mr. Ma, it seems that your editorial department will have to work overtime tonight," Li Zixuan said half-jokingly. Ma Zhou smiled and opened the file suspiciously. His smile suddenly froze on his face. "Marquis, you want me to publish the contents of this in tomorrow's Datang Daily?" After 15 minutes, Ma Zhou put down the file and asked with an ugly expression. Li Zixuan nodded and said coldly, "Yes, that's right. The contents of this file must appear in tomorrow's newspaper, because the day after tomorrow the show will begin." Ma Zhou immediately understood and he replied, "Marquis, don't worry. There will be no problems with the editorial department." He had always hated evil. If he could get rid of evil for the people, he would be willing to do it personally, let alone working overtime. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and took his leave. Chapter 1238. 5% of the shares? Night, Chongren Lane, Jiangsun residence. Jiangsun Chong repeated the words that Li Zixuan said during the day. Jiangsun Wuji listened and couldn't help but frown. Now that the Tang dynasty was promoting new mathematics, Jiangsun Wuji knew a thing or two about it. He knew about the concept of 5%. Jiangsun Chong nodded. "Yes, father. Yamacho said that there will be many people investing in the Yanhuang Bank in the future. He can only give us this much. I heard that Chang and City's Chao Wendong invested 80,000 strings of cash and only got 2% of the shares. 80,000 strings of cash, 2%. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he gasped and said in surprise, according to this calculation that Li Zishuan is planning to expand this bank to the scale of over 1 million strings of coins. This old man's guess wasn't wrong back then. This kid is indeed scheming big. Gulp. Zhang Sun Chong swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, Father, over 1 million strings of cash? Where did Yamacho get so much money? Zhang Sun Wuji looked in the direction of the palace leisurely and said, Your mountain head is right. There will be more and more people who want to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Let's see if he can convince the higher-ups with his glib tongue. How could he not see that if the Yanhuang Bank wanted to establish itself in the Tang dynasty, it needed Li Er's approval and the royal family's participation? At that time there would be too many monks and too little porridge. Now that Li Zishuan was willing to give him 5% of the shares, it was really a preferential treatment. The next day morning, Datong Daily's headlines lit up the entire Chang'an city. Lantian Tycoon is heartless. His sins are too numerous to be recorded. By Xiaodai? I seem to have heard of this name before. Isn't this the massacre of White Star Village 5 years ago? That girl. Tisk. So the culprit is the Fan father and son. Damn it. The Fan family deserves to die. They must die. Marquis is mighty, otherwise the Fan father and son would still be at large. There's nothing to say. Tomorrow I must go to the Lantian County Yamen and personally witness the execution of the Fan father and son. This father and son from the Fan clan are even more despicable than the Chui clan. No matter what, this old man must go to the Lantian County's Yamen tomorrow to take a look. Let's go together. The Confucian scholars, merchants and common people in Chang'an city were all filled with righteous indignation and clamored to go to Lantian County the next day. At the same time, Lantian County was also blown up by the news on Datong Daily. So the Fan family has done so many bad things over the years. The father and son of the Fan family deserve to die. Poor father and daughter of the Bai family. Who would have thought that the bandits from White Star Village 5 years ago were hired by Fan Tong? God damn it. Devoid of conscience. If this kind of person doesn't die, the heavens must be blind. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong'an. Otherwise, who would dare to capture the Fan family's father and son? Marquis Yong and Rennie? Tomorrow I will go to the county yamen to testify. When White Star Village was looted, this old man was there. I'll go too. I want to see the Fan family's father and son sentenced. The crimes listed in Datong Daily were so shocking that those who read the newspaper were filled with righteous indignation. As for the Lantian County merchants who had complained about Li Zishuan's capture of the Fan family's father and son, they did not even dare to fart now. Datong Daily had been established for almost a year, and the news it reported had never been false. Since it dared to put the Fan family's father and son's case on the top of the news, it meant that the contents were all conclusive evidence. In the face of such evidence, how would these merchants dare to continue to be in the same camp as the Fan family? Their top priority was to draw a clear line between them and the Fan family. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was halfway through. A chamberlain from the Yellow Door suddenly rushed into the imperial court with a booklet in his hand. Zhao Song knew that something urgent had happened. He quickly took the booklet and passed it to Li Er. After Li Er finished reading it, he frowned. He patted the dragon desk and ordered in a deep voice, "I Ching Dai, go to the Lantian County Yamen tomorrow morning. There's a big case there that needs your attention." The Dali Temple's vice-chancellor, Dai Ai, was dumbfounded. Due to time constraints, the officials who attended the morning court usually did not see the latest issue of Datong Daily before the morning court, so it was understandable that he did not understand what Li Er was saying. "Your Majesty, may I know what's the big case in Lantian County?" Dai Ai took a step forward and cupped his hands. Li Er did not want to say too much to prevent it from affecting his mood. He waved his hand and said, "You will know after the court. I Ching Dai will represent the Dali Temple to preside over the public trial in Lantian County tomorrow. You must give me a clear explanation." This was the first time Dai Ai had received such a strange task. How could he preside over a case that he had not even heard of? However, it was obvious that Li Er did not want to say too much, so he could not take the initiative to ask. He could only helplessly cup his hands and reply. "Your subject obeys the decree," he thought to himself. After the morning court, he had to send someone to Lantian County to investigate the big case there. However, that was now the fief of the Marquis of Yong'an. He had not heard of any big movements from the Marquis of Yong'an recently. Hiya. At 9:15 in the morning, Dai Ai left the palace after the morning court session. His coachman brought him a newspaper. After reading the headlines, Dai Ai instantly understood what case Li Er wanted him to investigate, especially the massacre of the White Star Village 5 years ago. It made his expression change. At this moment he did not even bother to return home. He immediately got on his horse and rushed to Yun Mountain. Yo, isn't this Dai Xiaoqing? What brings you here? Dai Ai finally arrived at Yunshan when it was close to noon. Li Zixuan, who was eating in the courtyard, could not help but laugh when he saw Dai Ai, who was panting and with disheveled hair. Ah, my Marquis. You still have the time to joke around at a time like this. Hurry up and tell me about the Fan family case in detail. Dai Ai smiled bitterly as he walked into the front hall. What do you mean? Just now, His Majesty asked me to preside over the Fan family case in court. That is why I rushed over in a hurry to understand the situation in advance. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment after hearing Dai Ai's answer. He then said, since His Majesty asked Dai Xiaoqing to preside over the case, then I have no objections. However, eating is the most important thing in this world. Dai Xiaoqing must have not eaten since you came in such a hurry, right? Come, sit down and eat first. We can discuss proper matters after you eat. Chapter 1239. Begin the trial. Weiho. The sound of Wei Wu and Wei Wu from a gavel had shocked countless evil spirits throughout the ages. The next morning, at 6:45 in the morning, Lantian County's Yamen was already surrounded by layers upon layers of commoners. Following Dai Ai's slam of the gavel, the highly anticipated public trial finally began. The fact that the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was personally presiding over the trial made the people feel the importance the court placed on the case. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang to court. In the court, as the main judge, Dai Ai naturally sat at the head of the table, followed by County Magistrate He. Li Zixuan, as an observer, sat at the side and became a spectator. Dai Ai slammed the gavel down again and shouted. Bring the criminals Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang to court. Someone spread the word far and wide. A moment later, Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang were escorted into the courtroom by 4 Yamen runners. Compared to a few days ago, the Fan father and son were no longer as spirited and arrogant as before. Fan Tong's heart sank when he saw Dai Ai sitting at the head of the table, wearing a dark red official robe, representing a 4th-rank official. If the presiding judge was a 4th-rank official, it meant that the court had begun to interfere with his case. As for the things he had done in the past, how could they withstand an investigation? Are you Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang? Dai Ai's eyes flashed as he shouted. As the head of the Supreme Court's prison, Dai Ai's aura was incomparable to that of an ordinary county magistrate. His shout sent the Fan father and son into a panic. Yes, sir. I am Fan Tong. Yes. I am Fan Jianxiang. Fan Tong was relatively calm, but Fan Jianxiang was so frightened by Dai Ai's aura that he almost wet his pants. He even stuttered a little. Good. Fan Tong, let me ask you. During the 4th year of Wuda, did you and 8 grain merchants hoard grain to drive up the price of grain? Dai Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Fan Tong's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and replied, Sir, I've always been honest in my business dealings. I've never done anything as evil as hoarding. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men, summon the witness, Hu Jinhua. Dai Ai sneered and ordered. Here. A Yamen runner went to bring the witness. When Fan Tong heard the name Hu Jinhua, his expression changed. A moment later, a Yamen runner brought an old man in plain clothes. Dai Ai asked, Is the person in the hall Hu Jinhua? The plain-clothed old man cupped his hands and said, replying to Shangguan, I am Hu Jinhua. Hu Jinhua, let me ask you, 6 years ago, did you collude with Fan Tong and other grain merchants to drive up the price of grain around the capital? Hu Jinhua said with a pained look, replying, Your Excellency, it's true. Back then, Lord Fan found me and the others and said that he was taking advantage of the drought and the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate to stockpile provisions and make huge profits. At that time, the price of provisions around the capital rose from 3 copper coins per bushel to 10 copper coins per bushel. Not long after, the imperial court became aware of this. His Majesty ordered the government to suppress the price of provisions and issued a decree ordering Lantian County Magistrate to investigate the merchants who drove up the price of provisions. At that time, I and a few others were arrested, stripped of our property and punished with flogging. Only Fan Tong was spared. Because of County Magistrate Sha's power, after we were released, we immediately changed our names, and never dared to do business again. Nonsense. You're lying. I don't know you. Fan Tong was furious. His eyes were red and he wanted to skin Hu Jinhua alive. This Hu also has the account book of Master Fan's purchase of grain with us. At that time, Master Fan didn't have enough money, so he borrowed some money from this Hu. The account book and the IOU are all here. Whether this Hu is speaking nonsense or not, sir will know with a glance. Hu Jinhua sneered and took out 2 items from his sleeves. Bring them up. Dai Ai said hurriedly. The Yamen runner took the evidence from Hu Jinhua and handed it to Dai Ai with a bow. Dai Ai flipped it open and said angrily, "Humph! Fan Tong, how dare you lie to me in court? Now that we have witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say? Men, take him away and give him 20 strokes of the cane." "Yes, Your Excellency." The 2 Yamen runners charged at Fan Tong like hungry wolves. Fan Tong was scared out of his wits. He had lived like a prince for so long, how could he withstand 20 strokes of the cane? If he continued, he would probably lose half his life. "Your Excellency, I plead guilty. I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me, Your Excellency." Dai Ai said coldly, "Take him away and flog him." For some people, flogging was no different from a killing blow. They would not tell the truth until they were flogged. Bang. Ouch. "Your Excellency, please spare my life." The Yamen was filled with Fan Tong's pleas and the sound of flogging. The people outside the court were enjoying themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Fan Tong was brought back to the court like a dead dog. Dai Ai did not give him a chance to breathe. "Fan Tong, today this official is going to interrogate you about your crimes. There are witnesses and evidence. If you still dare to lie, don't blame this official for being impolite." Fan Tong's face was pale. Facing such a cruel and merciless court official put him under great pressure. His voice trembled when he heard Dai Ai's words. "I won't do it again. I won't do it again." Dai Ai nodded. "Then let me ask you again. In the 5th year of Wuda, you colluded with County Magistrate Xia to embezzle other people's land and shops. Is that true?" "It's true. I plead guilty." "Then let me ask you again, I plead guilty." The rest of the trial went smoothly. Fan Tong confessed to 4 crimes in a row. Dai Ai was getting thirsty. He pursed his lips, his eyes focused, and said in a low voice, "In the 6th year of Wuda, White Star Village was attacked by bandits and suffered several massacres. Did you have anything to do with it? Were you afraid that Bai Xiaodia's case would be exposed, so you asked the bandits to help you kill her?" Fan Tong, who had admitted his guilt without hesitation, was now shocked. He quickly shook his head and denied, my lord. This case has nothing to do with me. I'm just a merchant. How could I know bandits? My lord is wise. I've been wronged." He could admit to other crimes. At most, he would be stripped of his property and be punished. However, he could not admit to this crime. If he did, he would lose his life. The people outside the court saw that Fan Tong refused to admit to his crimes. They began to curse under their breaths. Dai Ai's face darkened. He said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you won't admit to your crimes?" Fan Tong was sweating. "My lord, I've been wronged." "Humph. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Men summoned by you and Fan Shurcheng. Chapter 1240. It was a sunny day in February. The warm afternoon sun made people feel hot and hungry. However, the countless people gathered outside Lantian County's government office had no intention of going home to eat. Because a great show was about to unfold. When Dai Zhou said the name Baiyu, Fan Tong's expression didn't change. However, when he heard the name Fan Shurcheng, his expression changed to one of anger and fear. Not long after, a white-haired skinny old man and a middle-aged scholar entered the hall. Dai Zhou slammed the gavel on the table and asked, "Are you Baiyu and Fan Shurcheng?" "It is Baiyu, Fan Shurcheng." The old man and the middle-aged scholar cupped their hands and answered, one after the other. Dai Zhou frowned and said, "Baiyu, as the former village chief of White Star Village, do you still remember the robbery of the village in the 6th year of Wuda?" When the old man heard that, he said with a sorrowful look, "Your Excellency, how can this old man possibly not remember? They were a bunch of animals." At that time most of the villagers were cooking in their rooms. Everyone suddenly heard the rumbling of horse hooves. When they went out to take a look, they saw more than 10 fierce-looking large men holding knives. They were riding around the village. They seemed to have come with a purpose. After killing Bai Lang and a few other families, they also stole some valuables and left the village on horseback. When the county soldiers arrived, the village was only left with blood and corpses. This old man clearly remembers that Bai Donglin's eldest child was only 1 year old, but those bastards still killed him. At the end of his speech, the old man actually started to cry with tears and snot, causing the commoners outside the hall to sigh uncontrollably. There was such a tragedy back then? How come I've never heard of it? Who dared to say it back then? If they did, they might have lost their lives. What? Isn't it written in the newspapers? That Sha County magistrate colluded with Master Fan and deceived everyone. Who dared to say it? Do they want to die? Those bastards. They didn't even let a child go. The Fan family should die too. Yes, kill them. Kill them. Not long after, the onlookers began to shout in unison. The father and son of the Fan family turned pale with fright. Dai Ai shouted, "Silence." Waiting for the commoners to quiet down, Dai Ai looked at another person and said, "Fan Shurching, I heard that you were the previous housekeeper of the Fan Manor and that you have something to report in court?" Housekeeper. It was no wonder that Fan Tong's face was so dark when magistrate he managed to get the former housekeeper of Fan Manor to come here. Reporting to my lord, Shurching indeed has important information to report to my lord. Fan Shurching took a step forward and cupped his hands. Shurching's original name was Ding Shurching. Due to my reliable work in the Fan family, I was specially given the surname Fan by Old Master Fan and was appointed as the housekeeper of the Fan family. I was in charge of all matters inside and outside the Fan family. However, Old Master Fan was greedy and insatiable. He would do anything for money and even lose his conscience. Shurching couldn't stand Old Master Fan's way of doing things and left the Fan family 2 years ago. He had wanted to expose the evil deeds of the Fan family over the years, but Old Master Fan had always had a good relationship with the county government, so he gave up the idea. Now that Marquis is in charge of Lantian County, Shurching finally has the chance to expose the Fan family's evil deeds to the world. Nonsense. Fan Shurching, you ungrateful scoundrel. You betrayed me for a woman and you still talk about righteousness and morality. Hypocrite. Shameless. Fan Tong could not help but rage. Fan Shurching was about to defend himself when Dai Ai, who was sitting at the head of the table, interrupted him. Shut up. I didn't ask you anything. Who gave you permission to speak? Fan Tong shrunk his neck and obediently kept his mouth shut. Dai Ai looked at Fan Shurching and asked, Fan Shurching, I want to ask you. Did you know that Fan Tong colluded with the bandits to rob White Star Village? Fan Tong's face was pale. He looked at Fan Shurching with anger and malice. Fan Shurching's face was calm. Reporting to my lord, of course I knew. Old Master Fan sent me to contact the bandits. Dai Ai's eyes narrowed. Tell me the details. Yes, my lord. Fan Shurching recalled for a moment, then began to speak. That year, Bai Xiaodia's case was exposed by the villagers of White Star Village. Although County Magistrate Sha forcefully suppressed the news, he was still very angry with Old Master Fan and blamed him more than once. Old Master Fan held a grudge and was worried that the villagers would cause trouble again. He ordered Shurching to bring a box of golden leaves to Taihang Mountains and asked the 4 demons of Tai Bai to attack the villagers of White Star Village. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Fan Tong's crime of hiring bandits to kill the villagers was almost confirmed. Nonsense. My lord, I'm innocent. This Fan Shurching is just holding a grudge against me and is purposely fabricating a crime. I hope my lord can understand. Fan Tong was anxious and hurriedly shouted. Shut up. This time it was Li Zishuan who spoke. He coldly shouted, then looked at Fan Shurching. You mentioned the 4 demons of Tai Bai? How do you know the 4 demons of Tai Bai? Fan Shurching respectfully replied, replying to Lord Marquis, although the 4 ghosts of Tai Bai don't often leave the mountain, Lord Fan had asked them to do something a long time ago, and they have been in contact ever since. Li Zishuan nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing that Li Zishuan was silent, Dai Ai asked again, You have no proof. You have no proof. Do you have any evidence? I do. Fan Shurching took out a piece of paper. Fan Tong was about to snatch it when Li Zishuan snorted coldly. His fingers moved slightly, and a pencil was stabbed viciously into Fan Tong's knee. Arg. Fan Tong let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Only then did the Yamen runners around them react and quickly went to take Fan Tong down. Fan Shurching wiped his sweat with lingering fear and said, replying to my lord, when Master Fan asked Shurching to contact the dead Tai Bai ghost, he wrote a letter. Shurching only brought the message and kept the letter secretly, waiting for the day when I would expose Master Fan. Fan Tong's face was ashen, and there was no trace of life left. Beside him, Fan Jianxiang was so scared that he was in a daze. He didn't speak or move. Dai AI ordered someone to present the evidence. After looking at it, he slammed the gavel on the table and shouted angrily. Now that we have evidence and witnesses, what else do you have to say, Fan Tong? Fan Tong bullies the people, harms women, and disregards human life. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Throw him in jail. I will report this to His Majesty and execute him. Understood. The Yamen runners answered respectfully and quickly dragged Fan Tong away like a dead dog. That's great. Dai AI is wise, Marquis is wise. This bully is finally gone from Lantian County. The villagers of White Star Village who died tragically can finally rest in peace. After Dai AI's announcement, the people immediately cheered. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but when they looked up at the sky, they realized that the sky of Lantian County seemed to have become bluer and clearer. Chapter 1241. The public trial lasted until noon. The father and son of the Fan family were sent to prison to await Li Er's final verdict. The Tang dynasty implemented a death penalty review system. Other than the emperor, no official could casually sentence a person to death. The death penalty review system originated from the Han dynasty. It referred to the system of requesting the emperor to approve the execution of a death sentence. Since the Han dynasty, the emperor began to pay attention to the cases of officials who committed capital crimes. At that time, the death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of more than 2,000 shur were reviewed. The death penalty cases of officials with annual salaries of less than 2,000 shur did not need to be reviewed by the emperor. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the death penalty review system was gradually established. The death penalty cases of local people, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, had to be reported to the central government for the emperor to personally approve. During the Sui dynasty, the death penalty would be decided after 3 petitions. This meant that only after 3 petitions could the emperor decide whether to give the death penalty. The Tang dynasty followed the old system. However, according to the normal historical trend, in the 5th year of Jingguan, Li Er changed the 3 petitions before the execution to 5 petitions to avoid wrongful killings. 2 petitions the day before the execution, and 3 petitions the day before the execution. Therefore, in some TV series, local officials casually sentenced people to death and immediately executed them. This was not scientific. The ancient rulers had always been very cautious about the death penalty. This marquis has been in charge of Lantian County since the beginning of this year. Previously, due to many mundane matters, I had no time to care about the people's livelihood. Today this marquis will use the case of the Fan father and son to make a promise to the people of Lantian County. That is, as long as this marquis is the owner of Lantian County, I will not allow evil tyrants like the Fan father and son to run amok. I will also not allow corrupt officials like the former Sha County magistrate to go unpunished. I will also not allow officials to deliberately oppress commoners and merchants for benefits. In a few days, a locked public opinion box will be built outside the county office. If you are bullied by large families or officials, you can write the truth on paper and put it into the public opinion box. Only this marquis has the key to the public opinion box. This marquis will regularly check the letters inside. As for the problems that the villagers have, this marquis will definitely send people to thoroughly investigate. Of course, if anyone deliberately reports false information and this marquis finds out, they will be severely punished. The public opinion box is a tool for the people of Lantian County to redress grievances. I hope you can cherish it and use it properly. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dai AI, County Magistrate he, as well as the people and merchants outside the court, all widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief. It wasn't that they were making a fuss over nothing, but Li Zishuan's move could definitely be described as unprecedented and even shocking. Since ancient times, there had never been an official who was willing to use this kind of method to give the people the right to redress their grievances. Li Zishuan was really the only one. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. Marquis is wise. Marquis is mighty. After the citizens recovered from their shock, they shouted in unison, their faces filled with excitement. Ah! County Magistrate he, looks like it won't be easy for you to be the County Magistrate of Lantian County in the future. Dai AI stood up and said half-jokingly to County Magistrate he. In fact, the reason why today's public hearing went so smoothly was inseparable from County Magistrate he's ample preparation. Especially Fan Shecheng, who was an extremely important witness. County Magistrate he had found him and directly sent Fan Shecheng to the 18th level of hell. Because of this, Dai AI admired County Magistrate he's investigative abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so free as to chat with County Magistrate He. Ah. What are you saying, Dai Xiaoqing? Marquis's move has saved the County Magistrate a lot of effort in investigating the case. I'm afraid it'll be easier for me to be the County Magistrate. County Magistrate He chuckled. Dai Ai narrowed his eyes and whispered meaningfully, County Magistrate He is quite open-minded, but I don't know if County Magistrate He is interested in investigating the case at the Supreme Court. Perhaps I can make some arrangements for you. This fellow had the intention of cherishing talent. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't have done this. How sharp was Li Zishuan's hearing? Although Dai Ai deliberately lowered his voice, he still heard it. He glared at the two and interrupted their conversation. What is the meaning of this, Dai Ai Xiaoqing? You actually want to poach my people in front of me? Isn't that too unreasonable? Do you think I can't give you the same conditions as the Supreme Court? Dai Ai loved talent, so how could Li Zishuan not love talent? Logically speaking, what he lacked the most now was talent. After experiencing so many things, County Magistrate He's ability was beyond doubt. Li Zishuan planned to put County Magistrate He in an important position after this matter was over. He didn't expect Dai Ai to take the initiative to poach his people in his territory. This was really intolerable. Ahem. Marquis, I was just joking. With County Magistrate He's loyalty to you, Marquis, how could he follow me to the Supreme Court? Dai Ai knew he was in the wrong and quickly laughed dryly. It's getting late. Xiaoqing Dai must be in a hurry to report back to Chang'an, right? Then I won't keep you here for lunch. Let's meet again another day. Li Zishuan raised his chin, trying his best to hold back his laughter. Dai Ai was stunned. If he was a modern person, he would only want to say, "Is it so real? You won't even let me have lunch?" Yamacho, my father agreed. He agreed to your suggestion, Yamacho. In the afternoon, Zhang Sunchong came to Li Zishuan's office again and said. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Wuji to agree so readily. At first, he thought he would have to waste a lot of time. Since that's the case, I'll personally visit your father and discuss the details in person. Xiaochong, you don't have to worry about these things. Studying is the most important thing. Yes, Yamacho. Zhang Sunchong responded and left. Mo Zhong called Pang Feiji over. In the office, Li Zishuan was first happy about the Yanhuang Bank's growth, then he shouted towards the door. Yes, Marquis. After about 15 minutes, Pang Feiji came in under Mo Zhong's lead. He bowed and said, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded and asked directly, Feiji, it's been so long. Have you found out the whereabouts of the other 3 Taibai ghosts? Ever since the Chui family fell, Li Zishuan had been secretly sending people to search for the Taibai ghosts. After all, there were 3 fish that escaped the net. If the 3 of them secretly took revenge, his family wouldn't be able to take it. Pang Feiji said with a guilty face, Marquis, I haven't found them yet. Chapter 1242. What's going on? There's no useful information at all? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zishuan frowned unhappily. It had been almost 4 months since the 4 demons of Taibai had infiltrated the right Marquis household to assassinate Wan Jinggang. However, Pang Feiji hadn't even caught a single hair on them. This efficiency made him very unhappy. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Li Zishuan's face, Pang Feiji said bitterly, Marquis, after the Chui family fell, the remaining 3 of the 4 demons of Taibai seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. I've interrogated the Chui family's servants, but they didn't know anything about the 4 demons of Taibai. This year, the Chui family's people in Chang, and were all sent back to Jianghu. I have no way to investigate. Moreover, the Marquis household is lacking in manpower, especially those who can fight with the 4 demons of Taibai. Other than you, Marquis, there's almost no one else. Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. Although Li Er had assigned Pang Feiji's group of Marquis to Li Zishuan as his personal guards, as Li Zishuan's businesses grew larger and larger, such as the workshop and Yanhuang College, these personal guards were inevitably sent to various places. As a result, the number of personal guards that listened to Li Zishuan at all times was even fewer. Recruit people. Recruit people everywhere. Recruit loyal people, recruit capable people. The Marquis household's personal guards need to be expanded to at least 100 people. Li Zishuan said to Pang Feiji after pondering for a moment. In the future he would need more and more people by his side. It would be better to recruit a group of people first. Of course, to him, loyalty was the most important thing and ability was the second. However, if he could recruit people with high loyalty and ability, that would be even better. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Yes, Marquis. All right. While recruiting people, continue to track down the whereabouts of the 4 demons of Taibai and the guards in the Marquis household. You don't need to worry about my safety. You just need to take care of my family's safety. Li Zishuan felt that the 4 ghosts of Taibai wouldn't just vanish from the face of the earth. The 3 ghosts were probably hiding in the dark, preparing to ambush him. He had to be on guard. Yes, Marquis. Who would have thought that a small county could be so evil? If we don't kill, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't kill, we won't be able to uphold the law. Lier was also very concerned about the public trial in Lantian County. He was mainly worried that Li Zishuan would use the same method to destroy the Cui family to deal with the Fan family. The power of public opinion was too great and he had to be careful. During the morning assembly the next day, he called Dai Ai out and asked her about the details of yesterday's public trial. In the end he was furious and said coldly, "Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Lantian County inadvertently solved an unsolved case from the Wuda era. That year, in Baixing village, a few families suffered misfortune. Not long after, the county magistrate of Lantian County resigned due to old age, and the case became an unsolved case. The county magistrate who came later couldn't investigate it. I didn't expect the truth to be like this." Lu Dui, the Minister of Justice, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Er smiled and nodded. In this public trial, the county magistrate of Lantian County, He Lin Feng, painstakingly collected a large number of witnesses and evidence. The Fan father and son were unable to refute, and coincidentally solved the case. I have decided to bestow upon him the rank 6 Minister of Deliberation, 100 bolts of silk and 30,000 yuan. Minister of Deliberation was a rank 6 civil position. It was just a title and didn't have any real power. However, compared to the rank 7 county magistrate, it was still a big promotion. Dai Zhou smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The other ministers also said, "Your Majesty is wise." Lier thought for a while and said, "The Fan father and son have committed many evil deeds and killed many people. 3 days later, they will be paraded through the streets and beheaded in public at noon." This was equivalent to giving the Fan father and son a death sentence. Dai Zhou and Lu Dui stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty obeys." In addition, order the Supreme Court to capture the 4 ghosts of Taibai with all their might. Capture these bandits at all cost. It wasn't only Li Zishuan who wanted to eliminate the 4 demons of Taibai. Lier also wanted to do so. After all, the 4 of them had once robbed and slaughtered villages near Chang. It was fine if they didn't find out in the past, but now that they found out, if Lier didn't capture them, where would he put his face? Lu Dui's face was solemn as he bowed and said, "Your Majesty obeys. I will do my best to apprehend the bandits." The news of the Fan father and son being punished by Lier and being paraded through the streets 3 days later quickly spread to Lantian County. When the people heard it, they rushed to spread the news and rejoiced. As for the merchants, they were divided into 2 factions. One faction was the law-abiding faction. They had been suppressed by the Fan family and their superiors in Lantian County all these years, so their business wasn't going well. Now that Li Zishuan had banned the officials from eating, taking and demanding from the merchants, and had even created a public opinion box, these law-abiding and honest merchants finally saw a glimmer of hope. The other faction was the merchants who had followed the Fan family and drank the soup to make a fortune. They had more or less done some dirty things in private, so how could they withstand an investigation? Now that the political environment in Lantian County had changed, they were caught off guard. Some of the more sensitive people had already started to move their businesses to other counties. At the same time, the dozens of shops that the Fan family had occupied in Lantian County were all cleared out and auctioned off in a public auction. It could be said that the Lantian County government had gained a considerable amount of income. Of course, these shops were all bought by a few big members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce at a high price. Now, no one understood better than them the huge business opportunities in Lantian County. The shops that others thought were expensive were completely worth it in their eyes. 2 days later, in Lantian County, another 5 businessmen were arrested one after another. These people were all involved with the Fan family and had done things for the Fan family. What awaited them was a hefty fine and physical pain. Those unclean merchants of Lantian County, in an instant, all of them were in danger. Go, go, go. The Fan father and son are going to be beheaded. Go see. Go see. You won't be able to see it if you're late. Wait for me. I want to go see too. On the 3rd day, the Fan father and son were to be paraded through the streets of Chang'an City. Lantian County streets were empty. Early in the morning, the commoners all brought their families to Chang and city to watch the show. Of course, the younger children were not allowed to go. After all, the scene was too bloody. Chapter 1243. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Your fill. Don't look for us when you go to the underworld. In the Supreme Court, a prison guard opened the door of a cell with a lunchbox in his hand and spoke to the fan father and son inside. Ah, big brother officer? What do you mean? We're going to be beheaded? Fan Jianxiang was dressed in a prison uniform and his hair was disheveled. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be. Yes. Otherwise, do you think you'll be able to eat such good food today? Hurry up and eat. This drumstick is still warm. The prison guard looked at the fragrant chicken drumstick in the food box and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he grumbled. Ah, so soon? Even if His Majesty wants to behead us, shouldn't he wait until after autumn? Fan Jianxiang was shocked. In ancient times, most of the criminals were executed in the autumn. Fan Jianxiang's desire to live was strong. He knew he would die sooner or later, but he was willing to live as long as he could. He was willing to pay any price other than his own life. At this time, he regretted chasing that peasant girl on the street. If he had stayed at home that day, he would not have been caught, interrogated, or sentenced to death. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ruthless. His Majesty is furious and you want to live until after autumn? What a joke. The prison guard looked at Fan Jianxiang mockingly and sneered. Fan Jianxiang suddenly froze and then this guy actually cried, "Official brother, I beg you to let me go, I don't want to die, our Fan family still has a lot of money, if you let us go, all the money will be yours." The prison guard jumped far away and then said sternly, "Shut up. Hurry up and eat your last meal. Don't starve to death in the underworld." Although he liked money, some money could only be obtained with a life but not with a life to spend it. After that, he led his men away without looking back, leaving Fan Jianxiang and Fan Tong alone in the cell. Eat until you're full. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame our family for meeting Li Zixuan. Fan Jianxiang was sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, Fan Tong stood up and walked towards the food box. He spoke to Fan Jianxiang with a weary expression. "Beat him to death. Kill these two evildoers. Kill them." I hit him. Wow, I hit it too. At 5 in the morning, Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang were stuffed into the prison wagon for the first and last time in their lives. Because their hands and feet were tied to the prison cart, the bailiffs of the Supreme Court were not afraid that they would escape. They all stayed far away from the prison cart because they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After all, not every commoner could throw so accurately. But the bailiffs were not idle either. Whenever they saw a commoner carrying something that was too excessive, they would immediately step forward to stop them. After all, those big bricks, stones, and the like could easily kill the Fan father and son if they were hit. Before long, Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang's heads and bodies were covered with eggshells, rotten eggs, and mud. Of course, there were also some strange things like smelly shoes and the like. Fortunately, the bailiffs had run away in advance. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot. The so-called parade did not mean that they would go around every civilian square. They just circled around the main road of Chang'an. The civilians knew the route and ambushed in advance on the road that the prisoner's wagon had to pass. They all presented the big gifts that they had carefully prepared for the Fan father and son. Fan Jianxiang was happily received by the commoners. Halfway through the parade, he fainted happily. When he woke up, he was already tied to the execution platform. Fan Tong, a merchant from Lantian County, is a heartless tyrant who oppresses commoners, rapes women, colludes with bandits, and disregards human life. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded today. His son, Fan Jianxiang, has taken advantage of his position to rape many women and cause the deaths of 4. His Majesty has decreed that he will be beheaded. It is now 12:45. Men carry out the execution. The executioner was Dai Zhou. After reading the imperial edict, he threw out the arrow with the word behead carved on it. Good. Kill Fan Tong. Kill Fan Jianxiang. The commoners were not afraid of the bloody scene that was about to happen. Instead, they cheered excitedly, especially the commoners from Lantian County. They had been waiting for this day for so long after being oppressed by the Fan father and son. Pfft. The executioners took a sip of wine, then sprayed it on their blades. Then they raised their hands and cut down. Pfft. Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang did not even have time to scream before the executioners ended their evil lives. Cloud Mountain. Although it was the day of Fan Tong and Fan Jianxiang's execution, Li Zixuan was not so bored as to watch the show. Cleaning up the Fan family was just a casual move to purify the environment of Lantian County. He did not take it to heart at all. At this moment he was confirming the final construction plan of the dam with Mo Huai. I plan to divide the commoners into 3 teams. One team will be responsible for preparing, transporting materials and stones. The other 2 teams will start construction from the south and north respectively. Of course, the most important thing is to build a drainage canal to temporarily divert the Ba River. If we can use the crane that Yamacho built before, it should be faster. Mo Huai pointed at the map and spoke with assurance. Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "No problem. I will modify the crane to be more suitable for the construction of the dam. Mr. Mo, if you need anything, just say the word. I will definitely solve it for you if I can." The dam was his top priority this year. Everything else had to be put aside. Mo Huai thought for a moment and stroked his beard. "I have calculated before. If this dam is built according to Yamacho's requirements, it will cost at least 400,000 strings of cash. I don't know if Yamacho can bear such a huge price." Although he knew that Li Zixuan was rich, he definitely did not know how much money Li Zixuan had. Moreover, 400,000 strings of cash was not a small sum. It was equivalent to an entire year's revenue of the Tang dynasty's imperial court. 400,000 strings of cash. Yan Xiaoning, Mo Lingwei, Mo Chue, and the others all gasped with their mouths agape. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Li Zixuan didn't look surprised. He nodded and said indifferently, "Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about money. Since I've already decided to build this dam, I naturally won't be stumped by money. I will prepare all 400,000 strings of cash before the start of construction." Chapter 1244. As the days passed, Lantian County began to change bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of February. Many citizens had noticed the recent changes in Lantian County. Strange Taste Pavilion is opening a branch in Lantian County. Really? Looks like Marquis is starting to take our county seriously. It's not just Strange Taste Pavilion. I heard that Drunken Immortal House, Quirky Culture, Skillful Craftsman House, Appraisal House, Elegant House, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure House, Wuzong House, and Treasure House are all here to open branches. Is there really such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Hey, how can it be fake? Yesterday, when it was almost dark, I saw a few shops over at the South Market with their signboards hanging up. I think they'll be officially opening in 2 days? China's market square system originated from the Western Zhou dynasty and gradually matured during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In the Tang system, 100 households is a li, 5 li is a village. Those who live in a state or county are called squares, those outside the state or county are called villages. Li villages and squares all have Zhengzheng. Li Zhengzheng is in charge of household registration, teaching farming and mulberry farming, inspecting violations and urging people to pay taxes. Square Zhengzheng is in charge of the gate key, inspecting traders. It was clear that there was a clear division in Tang dynasty's Li Fang. In the capital city of Chang'an, south of the imperial city, there are 10 squares from east to west and 9 squares from north to south. East and west of the imperial city, there are 12 squares each. As for Lantian County, although it was only 1/10 the size of Chang'an, the city still strictly adhered to the market square system of this era. It was divided into 10 residential squares and 1 market square. All the shops and restaurants were in the market square in the south of the city. Doesn't that mean that we don't have to travel all the way to Chang'an City in the future? Here in Lantian County, we can eat Chang'an City's delicacies and buy Chang'an City's goods. It's true. When Drunken Immortal opens, I'll go and try it. Let's see if it tastes the same as Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang'an City. Yo, old Master Wu, only you can afford it. People like us, whether in Chang'an City or Lantian County, can't afford to eat by Drunken Immortal restaurant's food. When the time comes, I'll go to Chitsu Culture to buy a book for my child. The books there are still very cheap. What a joke. You must be joking. The anticipation of the masses could only be described with these 4 words. After all, no one would be willing to travel all the way to Chang'an, and if there were good goods and delicious food nearby. Therefore, the people of Lantian County were looking forward to the opening of these shops that had moved over from Chang'an. Strange Interest Pavilion, Drunken Immortal House, and Strange Interest Culture are opening today with a 30% discount. Don't miss it. Look, it's written in the newspaper that Strange Interest Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Restaurant are opening for business today. The busy people who were preparing to go out in the morning came across a boy selling newspapers. They casually bought a newspaper and inadvertently saw the small advertisement in the middle of the newspaper. Instantly they became excited. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and not long after the entire Lantian County was in an uproar. 30% discount? This was too worth it. Today I can finally afford to eat a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I must go and have a taste. That's right. Let's go together. Oh, and I'm going to buy 2 books. Ah. Look, it's not just the Drunken Immortal restaurant and Strange Interest Pavilion. Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study are also opening for business today. And it's also a 30% discount. Then no matter what, this old man will go and buy a bicycle today. With a 30% discount and a membership card, this bicycle will only cost about 200 strings of coins. Too cheap. Wow. It's true. Buy a bicycle. I must buy a bicycle today. If I can buy one, I'll make a profit. I wonder how many bicycles Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study will have today. These things used to be priceless in the past. Dozens of shops were opening for business at the same time, and all the goods were at a 30% discount. Such a huge commotion caused this small county that had been peaceful for more than a decade to suddenly become lively. Even the people far away in Jianghu and the surrounding counties rushed to Lantian County after hearing the news from today's Datang Daily. If you can buy something, you'll make a profit. This saying was not wrong at all in today's situation, especially when it came to bicycles. Although the workshop had supplied a large number of bicycles to Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Study in Jianghu, and after the new year, it still could not meet the huge demand of the market. There were still many people who wanted to buy a bicycle. Line up. Line up. Today's bicycles are fully stocked at Elegant Study, so don't worry. Also, to save everyone's time, all the goods from Elegant Study can be traded with Tang Yuan. In the southern market square of Lantian County, the Lin family's housekeeper was shouting with all his might. There were simply too many people, so he had to come out to maintain order. Tang Yuan? What's Tang Yuan? The people who came to buy bicycles were puzzled when they heard that. The Lin family's housekeeper chuckled and said, "Dear customers, did you not read today's Datang Daily carefully? Today, other than the opening of our big shops, Yanhuang Bank in East Daoyi Lane of Lantian County is also opening. Everyone can exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan at the bank. Here, this is a Tang Yuan. A Tang Yuan is a fixed amount of money. If you use Tang Yuan to buy things, you can save a lot of time." Hearing the housekeeper's words, those who had newspapers on hand immediately flipped through the newspapers on the spot, looking for news about Tang Yuan. Datang Daily really wrote about it. This Yanhuang Bank was established by Marquis Zhao Guigong and 6 wealthy businessmen in the capital. They invested 580,000 copper coins as a guarantee to establish a bank to exchange Tang Yuan. Everyone can go to the bank to exchange their copper coins for Tang Yuan, or exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. There's only a 1% fee in between. Soon, some people saw the news about Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan in the newspaper. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for not reading the newspaper carefully. It was just that when most people saw that the top shops in the capital, led by Strange Taste Pavilion, had open branches in Lantian County and had a 30% discount on everything, their first reaction was to rush over as soon as possible to get a bargain. Why would they continue reading the newspaper? So it's Marquis who's personally vouching for it. What's there to worry about? And Tang Yuan is so much more convenient than copper coins. I have to exchange for some Tang Yuan. When the people heard that Li Zishuan was personally vouching for the bank, they didn't have much resistance in their hearts. But if I go to exchange for Tang Yuan, what if I run out of bicycles later? Someone said worriedly. Dear customers, don't worry. Our shop will only officially open at 9 in the morning. There's still more than an hour. Also, customers who want to use Tang Yuan to buy goods can queue up separately. It's a good opportunity for everyone to see how much faster it is to use Tang Yuan to buy things compared to copper coins. Chapter 1245. Although it was clearly stated in the newspaper that these shops would only officially open at 9 in the morning, the people were afraid that they would not be able to get what they wanted if they were late. Hence, they came early to line up. It was worth mentioning that, under Li Zishuan's promotion, Lantian County's South Market opened 3 hours earlier than Chang'an's East Market and West Market. Li Zishuan's next step was to completely abolish the system that required the market to be closed every day. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew very well that if the market wanted to develop healthily, it had to be given the greatest freedom. The market system in China's ancient society was mainly established not for the convenience of the residents, but for the rulers to display their national prestige and to better achieve their goal of controlling the people. To a certain extent, the market system would hinder the development of the social economy and bring great inconvenience to the people's daily lives. Hence, in the middle and later stages of the Tang dynasty, the market system was relaxed and there were shops that the two markets could no longer accommodate. Hence, it began to expand to the nearby markets in other places. As a result, Chongren Market in the northwest of the East Market and Yanshou Market in the northeast of the West Market were more lively and prosperous than the East and West Market. In the end, there was even a night market. The development of business had to meet certain conditions, and an open market was one of the important conditions. The market opened in the middle of the day and closed at sunset. The strict opening and closing of the market caused the market to lose its freedom. Coupled with the night ban and strict control of the market, many rich and colorful public activities could not be carried out. Furthermore, the market implemented a strict opening and closing system. As a result, the people lost the right to exchange ideas and share entertainment, narrowing their physiological and psychological horizons. Since Li Zishuan wanted to turn Lantian County into a one-of-a-kind trading city, he had to reform the current market system. Today, the early opening of the market was just a small step for him to reform the system. In the South Market, the people who had come early to line up were somewhat moved after hearing the praises of the bank and the convenience of the Tang Yuan from the various shop managers, especially those who were at the back of the line. When they heard that they could stand alone in a line with the Tang Yuan, they did not hesitate and immediately pushed their small carts full of copper coins to Yanhuang Bank. At 9 in the morning, all the new shops in Lantian County opened on time. The Zuixian restaurant was full. The customers who came to eat were from Lantian County, Chang'an City, and other states and counties. The restaurants in Lantian County, which used to have a bleak business, suddenly became popular because of the Zuixian restaurant. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Elegant Pavilion also began to sell their goods. The customers who had gone to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan had finished their exchange and returned. The stewards kept their word and specially arranged a team for these people. Shopkeeper, I want 2 bicycles. Here, this is 560 Tang Yuan, please count it. 560 Tang Yuan, no more, no less. Zhang San quickly pushed 2 bicycles out for this customer. Both within and outside of everyone's expectations, the team that used Tang Yuan to buy things moved forward very quickly. Seeing that 5 people had already bought cars using Tang Yuan and had left while the first person in the copper coin team hadn't finished counting his copper coins, many people in the back instantly panicked. At first, they roughly understood that the Tang Yuan would be very convenient to use, but they did not expect the Tang Yuan to be so fast. Compared to using copper coins, the speed was definitely more than twice as fast. Some of the more decisive people immediately rushed to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan, while those who were hesitant were still wondering if they should exchange for the Tang Yuan. Under the publicity of these newly opened shops and Datang Daily, the first branch of Yanhuang Bank to serve the common people quickly became popular. The Tang Yuan, this new thing, also left a deep impression on many people. It was as if a seed had been planted in their hearts. As time passed, it would take root and sprout one day. Marquis, I finally don't have to worry about the county's trade. With these famous shops in Chang'an, the people in the eastern counties will not go to Chang'an to buy things. They will buy things in the nearby Lantian County. Our county is finally going to be lively. County Magistrate He, in his casual clothes, was accompanying Li Zishuan to the South Market Square to observe the people. Seeing that the square was filled with people and was in full swing, the degree of liveliness was comparable to the East and West Market of Chang'an. County Magistrate He stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha! County Magistrate He, you're only looking at the surface. Think deeper. If there are more shops in Lantian County and it becomes more prosperous, then it will correspondingly recruit more commoners to work as workers. In this way, other than relying on the land to make a living, the commoners in our county can also help out during their free time and earn an additional income, right?" In modern terms, this was called increasing employment. Marquis is right. I am impressed. County Magistrate He sighed and then asked, Marquis, by introducing the bank in Tang Yuan, are you trying to let the people use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the future? As a county magistrate, He definitely knew more about Tang Yuan than the ordinary people. He knew that Tang Yuan was convenient, safe, and difficult to imitate. He was in favor of Tang Yuan replacing the copper coins. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let's try it in Lantian County first." As for Chang'an or the other counties, let's not bother about it for now. If the people in Lantian County can eventually get used to Tang Yuan, then I will think of a way to promote Tang Yuan to other places. Currently there were only 2 places where Tang Yuan could be used. One was Yanhuang College and the other was Lantian County. These 2 places were basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could do whatever he wanted there. However, it was different for other places. If he rashly promoted Tang Yuan to other places, he might be impeached. After all, he did not have the right to privately issue money. If Tang Yuan wanted to be promoted in the entire Tang dynasty, he would need Li Heir's approval. And if the Tang Bank wanted to be opened in all the counties in Tang dynasty, he would need the participation of the royal family. Otherwise it would be difficult to do anything. Now Li Zishuan was waiting. He was waiting for Li Heir to give Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank a proper status. Marquis, you are worrying too much. This Tang Yuan is so exquisite and convenient to use. I feel that once the people get used to it, they will definitely not be able to leave it. Chapter 1246. County Magistrate He's analysis was reasonable, and things were slowly developing in the direction he expected. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingyazhai also had ample stock of bicycles today. It took them an entire morning before they ran out of stock. An interesting phenomenon was that in the entire morning, the number of people who bought bicycles with Tang Yuan was 10 times more than the number of people who bought bicycles with copper coins. In other words, Tang Yuan's settlement speed was 10 times faster than copper coins. At the beginning of the morning, those customers who were hesitant and didn't exchange their coins for Tang Yuan's bicycles were envious and regretful when they saw the Tang Yuan's procession moving forward. If they hadn't hesitated, wouldn't they have been able to buy a bicycle? Therefore, after leaving the shops such as Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Qingyazhai, many people went to the bank to exchange all their money for the bicycles for Tang Yuan. Since they had to buy bicycles sooner or later, it would take a lot of effort for them to carry the carts of copper coins back, so it was more convenient to exchange them for Tang Yuan. Manager, give me a pot of wenru, a serving of meatballs and a serving of dongpo pork. At noon, those who came from other counties to Lantian County to buy bicycles went to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Logically speaking, those who could afford bicycles were all rich people. Of course they would choose a good place like Drunken Immortal Restaurant for lunch. Okay. Please wait a moment, the dishes will be served immediately. The innkeeper responded and instructed the waiter to inform the chef to prepare the dishes. After a while the dishes were served. Oh, it's the same taste. Could it be that the chefs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an are all here too? The customers who came from Chang'an could not help but praise after tasting the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Lantian County. Ah, you must be joking, sir. This is a business and so is Chang'an. If all the chefs are here, the customers in Chang'an will definitely be unhappy. The chefs of our Lantian County branch are all trained. I guarantee that the dishes they make will taste the same as the dishes of Drunken Immortal Restaurant in Chang'an. The waiter smiled warmly. Ah, Marquis is so thoughtful. The diner laughed and then began to eat heartily. A quarter of an hour later all the plates were cleared. The diner wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said, "Waiter, the bill." "All right, dear guest. A total of 4 strings of cash. If you have Tang Yuan, you can pay with Tang Yuan." Yo, I almost forgot that your shop can use Tang Yuan. Wait a moment. I'll look for it for you. The diner was a little surprised. He took out 4 Tang Yuan notes from his sleeve and said, "Ha, here you go. Not to mention with Tang Yuan around, it's much more convenient to eat." How could this be inconvenient? In the past, when he went to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to eat, he had to carry a dozen or so pounds of copper coins. But now a few Tang Yuan was enough. The waiter took the Tang Yuan and said with a smile, "Sir, the Tang Yuan is not only convenient for eating, it's also convenient for you to buy other things." Today our Lantian County's newly opened stores are selling food, drinks, clothes and other necessities. You can use Tang Yuan to buy them all. And according to this trend, I reckon that in a while, all the stores in our Lantian County will be able to use Tang Yuan to buy things. The waiter was advertising Tang Yuan for free. The diner said with a yearning look, "Heh, when that time comes, it will be too convenient. It's a pity that my home is not in Lantian County. I wonder if Chang'an City will be the same as here, using Tang Yuan all the time." This diner was not an exception. Those who had experienced the convenience of Tang Yuan were basically fans of Tang Yuan. If they were to use copper coins again, they would feel uncomfortable. For example, a certain restaurant in Lantian County. "What? You can't use Tang Yuan here?" This Tang Yuan was made by the Marquis of Yong'an. You guys are doing business in Lantian County, and you don't even trust the Marquis of Yong'an? A diner finished his meal and took out 2 Tang Yuan when he paid the bill. In the end, the diner's manager did not recognize this thing. The diner was instantly enraged. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. The copper coins he brought in the morning were all changed to Tang Yuan. Although a meal in this restaurant was not expensive, it still cost a few hundred copper coins. Where was he going to find a few hundred copper coins now? Customer, please calm down. It's not that this old man does not trust the Marquis of Yong'an, but this old man has never heard of any Tang Yuan or Tang Jiao, much less seen one. The manager frowned and said gloomily, if it weren't for the fact that this diner was dressed luxuriously and had expensive accessories on him, he would have already arrested this person as a freeloader and brought him to the authorities. If you haven't heard of it, go out and ask around. If you haven't seen it, then it's even easier. You can just go to the Yanhuang Bank in Daoyi Lane and take a good look. Really, do you think I will lie to you? The Drunken Immortal restaurant next door can use Tang Yuan to pay the bill today. Why can't you guys do the same? If not for the Drunken Immortal restaurant being full today, I wouldn't even be willing to eat here. The diner got angrier as he spoke. After all, he was from a well-to-do family. Now that he had been tricked into not having money to pay the bill, it would be strange if he was not angry. This brother is right. If other places can use Tang Yuan, why can't you guys do the same? Isn't your restaurant too backward? In his eyes, a place that could not use Tang Yuan was a place that was backward. Yes, even Tang Yuan can't be used. Then we won't come here to eat in the future. As soon as this was said, many diners from other places immediately responded. The manager of the restaurant was sweating profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, everyone, please calm down. Calm down. This old man will send someone to the Drunken Immortal restaurant next door to ask. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Those who liked Tang Yuan were not only the people who bought things. Many of the people who sold things also liked him. Qing Yazhai. Master, in just one morning we have sold all of the 100 over bicycles. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. Madame Li said with a face full of joy. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and said excitedly, hee hee. This is all thanks to Tang Yuan. Madam, you also saw it this morning. Using Tang Yuan to buy things, the speed is at least several times faster than before. Madame Jean nodded and said, yes, yes. Marquis things are really useful most of the time. This Tang Yuan, if all the customers in Chang and can use it, that would be great. Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction of Chang, and then said thoughtfully, whether Tang Yuan can gain everyone's approval or not, it still depends on His Majesty's attitude. Obviously, he who had been doing business all his life, also saw the biggest hurdle that Tang Yuan was currently facing. Chapter 1247. In the next few days, restaurants and shops such as Strange Taste Pavilion, Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Inspection Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Restaurant held several big promotions, causing the flow of people in Lantian County to reach a peak. The local citizens of Lantian County had never seen the county so lively. With the increase in the flow of people, the local restaurants and shops also benefited from it, and their business was booming. On the other hand, the business of Yanhuang Bank was also constantly rising. On the first day after the branch was established, they exchanged 100,000 Tang Yuan, and on the second day, 120,000 Tang Yuan. Now they could make around 200,000 Tang Yuan in a day. But on the other hand, the retention rate of Tang Yuan was frighteningly low. Many merchants were forced to allow customers to use Tang Yuan for transactions, but after they received the Tang Yuan, they would almost always bring the Tang Yuan to the bank and exchange it for copper coins on the same day or the next day. There were only 2 reasons for this phenomenon. First, many people had dealt with copper coins their whole lives. They would only feel at ease when they received the copper coins and would feel unsure when they received the Tang Yuan. Second, when they went to other places to buy goods, under normal circumstances, the other party would not recognize the Tang Yuan, and they would still need the copper coins. Ultimately, it was because the Tang Yuan did not have a legitimate copper coin, and could not be recognized by everyone in the world. Now, most people only treated the Tang Yuan as a proof of copper coins, a medium, and not as a currency. This was what Li Zixuan did not want to see. If the Tang Yuan could only be used as proof and not as a currency, then all the effort he had put in to design and print the Tang Yuan, as well as the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank, would be meaningless. Only when the Tang Yuan became a trustworthy currency that everyone believed, and could be directly circulated in the market, would the existence of the Yanhuang Bank have meaning and value. Otherwise, the current phenomenon of immediately exchanging Tang Yuan for copper coins upon receiving the Tang Yuan, was no different from some countries going bankrupt, and their currency being run by the people in the country. What he wanted was a modern bank, and not a simple proof-of-concept institution. However, there was a good thing now, and that was that the Tang Yuan's influence was growing. The number of people who knew about the Tang Yuan was also increasing. As long as he could become famous, then the rest would be easy. That day, morning court, Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, a few days ago something called Tang Yuan appeared on Cloud Mountain. It can be used as copper coins to buy food and clothing. Recently, Tang Yuan has spread to Lantian County. It can be said that it is extremely popular. It is said that all the shops, restaurants, and inns in Lantian County can now use Tang Yuan to pay their bills. I personally went to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to exchange for a few Tang Yuan notes. I realized that they are very exquisite and are easier to carry around than copper coins. It will save a lot of time and effort when used for daily transactions. This old subject believes that Tang Yuan has a lot of merits. Perhaps the imperial court can also use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins. Within the Taiji Palace, the Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yu, actually mentioned Tang Yuan of the Yanhuang Bank during the morning court assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the officials in the court began to whisper among themselves. Obviously, they had more or less heard some news about Tang Yuan these days. Zhang Sun Wuji's closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Xiao Yu with some surprise. He was thinking about how to tell Li Er about the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan. After all, he had shares of the Yanhuang Bank. He did not expect Xiao Yu to be one step ahead of him and mention this issue. This had unknowingly helped Zhang Sun Wuji a lot. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was silent for a moment before he said, "I already know about the Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank. However, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, the decision must be made carefully. As for using Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, what do all of you think?" "Your Majesty." This old subject objects. Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and clasped his hands. "Just as Your Majesty said, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, it is definitely not a small matter. Firstly, the right to make the coins must be in the hands of the imperial court. According to what this subject knows, Tang Yuan was printed by the Marquis of Yong, and using a special paper and a special printing method. If the imperial court wants to make Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, it will not be easy. On the other hand, even if the imperial court has the method of printing Tang Yuan, since the method came from the Marquis of Yong, then the Marquis of Yong, will always use this method. When the time comes, it will inevitably cause criticism. Logically speaking, Fang Xianling did not have any enmity with Li Zixuan. The reason why he jumped out to object now was because he did not want Li Zixuan to be attacked and criticized by the officials in the court. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he had the intention to use Tang Yuan in more places, he had to admit that Fang Xuanling's words made sense. Li Er frowned and did not speak. At this moment, Qing Yaojin jumped out and said, "Your Majesty, although Xuanling's words make sense, what is the saying again? Oh, you cannot eat because you are afraid of choking, right? Since Tang Yuan is more convenient than copper coins, then let's use it? If there is a problem, then let's think of a way to solve it. Although I, old Qing, am a boor, I understand that we should use whatever is convenient." Hearing the first half of his sentence, the crowd could not help but want to laugh. However, after listening to the rest, most of the officials could not help but ponder. Li Er's eyes lit up as he nodded and praised, "Your words are crude but not crude. I will carefully consider the matter of Tang Yuan. There is no need to discuss it today." "Your Majesty, go and summon Li Zixuan to see me." After lunch, Li Er returned to Ganlu Hall to review the memorials. Just as he picked up his pen, he suddenly ordered Zhao Song, who was behind him. "Understood." Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his hands and replied. More than half an hour later, Yunshan Yanhuang College. After hearing Zhao Song's order to summon him, Li Zixuan hurriedly returned to the courtyard to change his clothes. He rode a fast horse and rushed to Chang and with Zhao Song. He was secretly delighted. Old Li finally could not hold back. "Looks like Tang Yuan and the bank are finally going to cross that hurdle. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, is here. Summon." In Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan heard the summons and walked in from outside the palace. After a round of greetings, Li Er went straight to the point and asked, "Marquis Yong, what do you think of Tang Yuan? What do you think of Yanhuang Bank?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. If this became Li Er's catchphrase, then there would be no more, "What do you think of Yuanfang?" It would be replaced by, "What do you think of Marquis Yong in?" When he thought of this, Li Zixuan could not help but shudder. Old Li, please don't do this. Chapter 1248. I know that your majesty is worried, but the appearance of Yanhuang Bank in Tang Yuan will definitely bring more benefits than harm to Tang. Your majesty, please consider this carefully. Li Zixuan bowed and said in the Sweet Du Hall. The bank in Tang Yuan, which had been around for more than half a month, were finally going to face the super test that they had to go through. If they passed, they would live. If they failed, they would die. Li Er asked calmly, "Oh? Then tell me, what benefits can this bank in Tang Yuan bring to Tang?" Li Zixuan organized the words in his mind and slowly said, Your Majesty, first of all, Tang Yuan is lighter than copper coins. It is more convenient for merchants and commoners to trade, especially for large transactions. For example, buying a horse carriage. Nowadays, horse carriages are mostly priced at a few hundred strings of coins. A few hundred strings of coins would weigh at least 1,000 caddies. It would take at least 2 to 3 ox carts. If we use Tang Yuan to pay, we only need a few hundred Tang Yuan notes to easily complete the transaction. Regardless of whether it is the buyer or the seller, it saves a lot of time. As he spoke, Li Zixuan took out a 100 Tang Yuan banknote. Li Er had Zhao Song present the banknote to him, and after examining it carefully he said, Just as Xian Ling said, your Tang Yuan is very exquisite. We already have some understanding of what you just said, but we can't abandon copper coins and use Tang Yuan just because it's more convenient than copper coins. If it causes unrest in the country, you will not be able to bear the responsibility, and neither can I. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is right. This Tang Yuan can indeed cause unrest in the country. It is definitely right to be cautious. Li Er frowned and said unhappily, You were just saying how good Tang Yuan is. Why are you saying this now? Your Majesty, the reason why Tang Yuan can cause unrest in the country is because it is too easy to use and has too many advantages. If you want to talk about Tang Yuan's disadvantages, you have to start from its advantages. Li Zixuan smiled and continued, Apart from what I said just now, the second advantage of Tang Yuan is that it is extremely safe to carry around and can make up for the lack of money. Our Tang Empire currently produces about 3 million caddies of copper annually. Even if we use all of it to make copper coins, we can only make about 600,000 strings of coins. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, he had cooperated with the civil and military officials to vigorously develop the people's livelihood. The 600,000 strings of coins per year might have been enough a few years ago, but since last year the people's copper coins had been stretched to the limit. And as time went on, with the development of production in the provinces and counties of the Tang Empire and the acceleration of the circulation of goods, the speed of copper coins casting would gradually fall behind the people's needs for copper coins. When that time comes, there will be a shortage of money coins. How will the imperial court deal with it? Must we restrict the production? Of course not, it will hinder the Tang. If there is a bank in Tang Yuan, and the imperial court enforces a rule that Tang Yuan can completely replace the copper coins, then there will be no shortage of money. Li Zixuan's words had indeed poked at a sore spot in his heart. He knew his own situation. The Tang Empire's annual coinage was actually less than the 600,000 strings of coins mentioned by Li Zixuan. Furthermore, it was undeniable that ever since the world was at peace, the people's agricultural production had recovered very quickly. The speed at which the Tang Empire's copper coins were increasing could not keep up with the people's demand for copper coins. If this continued, the imperial court would really have no way to deal with it. When that time came, could the imperial court suppress the value of all commodities? For example, if a bushel of rice was suppressed to 2 copper coins, the people's demand for copper coins would naturally decrease. But how could that be possible? At this time, commodities were already very cheap. They could not be suppressed any further. You mean that after Tang Yuan replaces the copper coins, we can use Tang Yuan to alleviate the shortage of money? Li Er frowned and asked. There was indeed a problem with the Tang Empire's current currency system, but he always felt that Tang Yuan would have hidden dangers and would not be reliable when using it. Li Zixuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is one of the disadvantages of Tang Yuan, and also where the hidden danger lies. Tang Yuan can solve the shortage of money and can quickly generate a large amount of wealth for the imperial court, but there is a huge risk behind it. Your Majesty is wise and has outstanding self-control, but can you guarantee that the future emperors will be like you? What if there are emperors in the future who are greedy for temporary profits and use Tang Yuan to deal with the imperial court's financial difficulties, causing the Tang Yuan flowing to the people to be much higher than what the people need? The people will feel that Tang Yuan is worthless and will frantically try to exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. At that time, the new currency system established using Tang Yuan will quickly collapse. Furthermore, if it is not handled properly, the country will also collapse. Lier was suddenly enlightened and finally understood what the problem in his heart was. He asked, "Then what is the basis for the distribution of Tang Yuan?" Li Zishuan replied, "Currently it is based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank. During the initial stages of the distribution of Tang Yuan, the bank must provide 100% or at least 80% of the reserves for the Tang Yuan. In other words, if the bank wants to issue 100,000 Tang Yuan, it must have a reserve of at least 80,000 strings of cash for the commoners and merchants to exchange for. To put it bluntly, Tang Yuan is just a proof of trust. Only when everyone believes that Tang Yuan can be exchanged for copper coins will they feel at ease using Tang Yuan. Furthermore, as the commoners and merchants' trust in Tang Yuan increases, the number of times they exchange for copper coins will obviously decrease. At that time, the reserve that the bank needs to provide can be reduced to 40 to 60%. At that time, although the Tang Empire can only produce 600,000 strings of cash every year, it can issue at least 1,000,000 Tang Yuan. Lier's eyes lit up. He finally smiled and said, "That's not a bad idea. But from what we heard, in the future won't the Tang Yuan issue be based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank?" Li Zishuan replied, "Of course not. This method of using copper coins as a guarantee to issue Tang Yuan is just the most basic method of the bank. When Tang Yuan is accepted by the majority, there will be no need to use copper coins as a guarantee. At that time, it will be using the reputation of the imperial court as a guarantee. The amount of Tang Yuan issued will be based on the value created by everyone in the Tang Empire every year. Thus, the bank must be in the hands of the imperial court." In modern society, there are three basic stages of currency issuance. First, gold and silver reserve system. Under the metal currency system, it was stipulated that the bank notes issued by the central bank must have 100% reserve, because the bank notes could be exchanged for gold and silver freely. Second, guarantee reserve system. After the non-cash credit currency system replaced the metal currency system, the central bank's currency issuance was guaranteed by securities, foreign exchange, and even other assets. This was also one of the reasons why the country placed great importance on foreign exchange reserves. Third, managed currency system. To prevent the central bank from issuing excessive banknotes, many countries used to issue a maximum amount of banknotes. In Li Zishuan's plan, Tang Yuan had to develop from the initial exchange currency to the credit currency system, and finally develop into an official currency issued by the country, completely replacing copper coins. After all, from his point of view, other than being used to make money, copper was still very useful in other aspects. Chapter 1249. Oh, you intend to hand over Tang Yuan and the bank to the imperial court? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan's financial wisdom made Lier's eyes light up. However, Li Zishuan's last sentence shocked Lier the most. He did not expect Li Zishuan to hand over the bank and Tang Yuan that he had painstakingly set up to the imperial court. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the bank has the right to issue Tang Yuan. If it is not in the hands of the imperial court, how would it look? Although I can be a little reckless at times, I still know what is right and what is wrong." Lier was stunned. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Ha! You have worked so hard for so long. I even heard that the bank has 100,000 strings of copper coins. Now, you are so generous that you are willing to hand over the bank to me?" Based on his understanding of Li Zishuan's character of never taking losses, he didn't believe that Li Zishuan would hand over Tang Yuan and the bank for free. Cough cough. "Your Majesty. To be honest, the bank only has 60% of the shares that can be given to the imperial court. The rest has already been given out." Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed face, "Oh, I knew that you would not be taken advantage of, right? Then tell me, who did you give the remaining 40% of shares to?" Lier narrowed his eyes and said with an indifferent expression. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, 5% of the shares were given to Duke Zhao. He gave 100,000 strings of copper coins to the bank as a deposit. 9% of the shares were given to a few wealthy merchants from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. They gave a total of 380,000 strings of copper coins and are willing to help the bank promote Tang Yuan in the various provinces and counties. I also intend to give Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Niu and Uncle Yuqi 8% of the shares. They will also contribute money and effort in the future. Although these people own shares in the bank, they did not participate in the management of the bank. They only participated in the dividends. This subject would like to own 18% of the free shares of the bank. In the early stages, when everyone is unfamiliar with the operations of the bank in Tang Yuan, this subject can provide suggestions for the development of the bank and formulate the corresponding rules and regulations so that the bank can better serve the court and truly become the sharp sword of a strong country. In the future, when the bank has matured and there is a suitable person to replace me, I will take the initiative to withdraw from the management position of the bank. In fact, this private bank was basically equivalent to the central bank in his previous life. Li Zixuan had never thought of taking it for himself. He knew himself well enough to know that this thing was a hot potato. He couldn't take it, let alone eat it. The one who had absolute control over the bank had to be the royal family. As for him, he would be satisfied as long as he could follow behind them and get some scraps. Furthermore, he did not lack money nor status. The creation of the bank in Tang Yuan was more for the sake of the common good and not for personal gain. Using copper coins as currency was not conducive to circulation and would greatly affect the economic development of the Tang Empire. As a modern person, if he wanted the Tang Empire to become stronger in terms of economy, he had to promote the creation of paper money. In fact, if a transmigrator like him did not appear, according to official history, flying money would appear during the Tang Shenzong and Yuan He years. Some merchants set up associations in the main cities of the country and used flying money to replace copper coins as a tool of exchange. This reduced the demand for copper coins. Flying money was made of paper. Not only was it convenient to carry around, it was also safe. Other than being used by merchants, it was also approved by the government. The new Tang book recorded, Emperor Xinzong banned the use of copper coins. At that time, merchants came to the capital and entrusted the various Taoists with money to submit memorials to the court, as well as the various armies and envoys from the rich families. Using light clothing, they were accepted. When Li Er heard that Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong and the rest also had shares in the bank, his expression did not change much. However, when he heard about the shares held by the merchants of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and Li Zixuan, he instantly frowned and could not help but say, "Those merchants in your Chamber of Commerce, no matter how much they invest, you can only give them 5% of the shares at most. And you?" At this point, Li Er paused and said, "I know that in terms of the management of the bank and the distribution of Tang Yuan, no one knows more than you. I'm also not a stingy person. As long as you can really get the bank on the right track and allow Tang Yuan to replace copper coins within the borders of the Tang Empire and completely solve the problem of lack of money without creating chaos for the imperial court, I will grant you 25% of the shares." Li Zixuan's face lit up with joy and said in surprise, "So, Your Majesty agrees to use the name of the imperial court to distribute Tang Yuan?" Li Er said in a deep voice, "Yes. The problem of lack of money that you mentioned previously does exist. And the bank and Tang Yuan are indeed a good way to solve the problem of lack of money. I wish to put the Yanhuang Bank under the Ministry of Revenue and let you have full authority to manage it. Strive to get the bank on the right track as soon as possible." "Your Majesty is wise," Li Zixuan said excitedly. In this way, the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan were finally in the right. "In these 2 days, you will draw up a detailed report on the internal system and development plans of the Yanhuang Bank. When the time comes, I will discuss it with Fuji, Shenling, Xiaoyu and the rest." Li Er thought for a while and instructed. Changing the currency system of the Tang Empire was a big matter. No matter what, he had to discuss it with the important officials of the imperial court beforehand. Great, this was going to be a treasure, again. When Li Zixuan heard this, he felt bitter in his heart. However, he replied, "As you wish." After leaving the palace, Li Zixuan directly returned to Yanhuang College. When Ma Zhou heard that he had returned, he hurried to his office. "Marquis, this year's Tang Empire FIFA ranking competition is about to begin. Now many teams from the state and county have already arrived in Jianghu. How and where should we compete? We have to have a plan in advance," Ma Zhou said as he entered Li Zixuan's office. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, he recalled that when football was first introduced last year, he had mentioned on Datang Daily that each state and county would select the 3 strongest teams to participate in the ranking competition in Chang, and in March this year. According to the results of the competition, a batch of League A and League B teams would be determined. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league according to their level. Counting the days, it would be March in another 10 days. No wonder he often saw many unfamiliar faces when he went to Chang, and recently. "I almost forgot about this. Brother Ma, let me think about it carefully. I have been too busy recently." Li Zixuan patted his head and said with a vexed expression. Speaking of which, he had been busy with the national affairs of the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan recently. How could he have the time to think about this? However, since he had already bragged about it back then, he had to make sure that he got back at them. The ranking competition was a must. Chapter 1250. So far, how many teams have reported to the FIFA? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zishuan recalled the plan he made when the Tang Empire's FIFA was first established. For the past half a year he had many things to do. The FIFA was completely managed by Ma Zhou and the bearded guest. He didn't ask about the details, so he could only ask Ma Zhou. Fortunately, Ma Zhou's temper was not bad. He smiled and replied, Master Ho, last year there were more than 100 states and counties and more than 600 of them that had reported to the FIFA. Our FIFA personnel have already been assigned to these states and counties. The remaining states and counties are expected to be fully staffed this year. This year, there will be more than 300 teams coming to Chang and to participate in the ranking tournament. Even if there are 10 matches a day, it will take a month for all 300 teams to compete. So, Marquis, we have to prepare early. Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that there were so many teams coming. In his previous life he had never heard of so many teams in the country. However, he quickly recovered from his shock. In his previous life, football was the pain of all the people. But now he was in the prosperous Tang Empire. Football for the descendants of the Yellow Emperor would be the first to start in the entire world. Furthermore, with his own leadership and arrangements, he did not believe that the Tang Empire would still be a weak country in football. He did not believe that the Han people's football would still be squashed on the ground by teams from small countries like South Korea and Japan. The glory of the Han people's football would be led and protected by him. He wanted to cultivate China into a big football country from now on and form a football culture from top to bottom. More than 1,000 years later, no matter how disappointing his descendants were, they would not be humiliated by teams from small countries like Japan. Inwardly encouraging himself, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that there was an additional responsibility on his shoulders. Initially, he had invented football to develop a sport for the students of the academy. However, now that he had made a big deal out of it, he might as well give the Chinese football a helping hand. After all, in his previous life, he was also infuriated by the national football team's incompetence. Brother Ma, first of all, we have to solve the problem of the competition venue. The academy's football field is definitely not enough. The ranking competition will be held on the 8th day of the 3rd month. There are still 20 or so days until now. In these 20 or so days I plan to build 2 more soccer fields. One will be in Lantian County, and the other will be by the Ba River in Plum Village. I will get Xiaoning to push this matter as soon as possible. As for the schedule of the ranking tournament, it would use a single round system. Through drawing lots, the 300+ teams would be divided into 10 groups. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, F, and X. Within each group, each team would challenge the other teams in turn. If they won a match, they would get 3 points. If they drew a match, they would get 1 point. If they lost a match, they would get no points. After all the group matches were over, the top 5 teams in each group would enter the knockout stage. During the knockout stage, the 50 teams would be divided into 5 groups. A, B, C, D, and E with 10 teams in each group. During the knockout stage, the champions and runners-up of each group would not meet, and teams from the same state or county would not fight against each other. The top 4 teams in each group would be directly promoted to the first division teams, and the rest would be promoted to the second division teams. Due to the special circumstances this year, the 21st division teams would need to complete the first division league in the next few months. The first division league would use a home and away system, with a total of 38 rounds. Similarly, a win would get 3 points, a draw would get 1 point, and a loss would get no points. Only the top 10 teams in the First Division League would be eligible to participate in the Champions League at the end of July and compete for the prize money. According to the original plan set by the FIFA, the First Division League would be held between August and May of the following year. The top 10 teams in the First Division League would be able to participate in the Champions League. The Champions League would be held at the end of July. However, since this was the first year of the official introduction of the Football League, there would need to be a ranking tournament first to determine the level of all the teams. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to use 3 months to directly let the 21st Division teams play in Chang, and remove them from the Champions League. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Ma Zhou was a little confused by the detailed and complete plan of the competition system. He knew that Li Zishuan was smarter than him, but how could Li Zishuan come up with such a complete, strict, and detailed set of rules in such a short time for something as unorthodox as football? After pondering carefully in his mind for a long time, Ma Zhou asked, "Marquis, what are the home and away games?" Li Zishuan frowned and replied, The general idea is that two teams have to play two games against each other. For example, the two teams of Qingzhou and Bingzhou need to play one game in Qingzhou and one game in Bingzhou respectively. This is the home and away games. However, time is short this year, so these 21st Division teams will stay in Chang, and to determine the winner. The home and away games are just a formality. Ma Zhou nodded and asked again, Marquis, if two teams have the same number of points in the league, how will the ranking be determined? Li Zishuan secretly praised Ma Zhou in his heart. This Ma Zhou's thoughts were very meticulous. No wonder he could become the prime minister that Li Zishuan used the most in the future. In the home and away games in the league, if two teams have the same number of points, the ranking will be determined according to the goal difference between the two teams, which is the number of goals scored minus the number of goals conceded. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the total goal difference in the league. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the number of goals scored. In the single-round system, the teams with the same number of points will enter a playoff. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and replied with a face full of praise. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly as he listened. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, "Ha! In this way there are almost no loopholes in the competition system. Marquis strategizing, I admire you, admire you." This was not a deliberate flattery or flattery. Ma Zhou asked himself honestly. If he were in Ma Zhou's shoes, it would be impossible for him to come up with such an efficient and flawless competition system in such a short period of time. Li Zishuan waved his hand. He knew himself best. He had only borrowed from the football competition system in his previous life. There was nothing to brag about. Brother Ma, since you understand the competition system of the league-level league and the league-level league, then I'll have to trouble you to get up as soon as possible in the next few days and come up with a detailed competition system so that the teams coming to Chang and can prepare as soon as possible. I'll ask Xiaoning to build the other two football stadiums as soon as possible. These 2 days he still had to make a treasure for Li Zishuan and the big shots in the imperial court. The matter of Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan could not be delayed. He could use this opportunity to hold a football competition in Chang, and to let the people in other provinces and counties know about Tang Yuan in advance. Good. I'll draft the competition system by tomorrow. Ma Zhou responded and then took his leave. Chapter 1251. Compared to Li Zishuan's slow reaction, the people of Chang and city were more aware of the upcoming football league. 2 days ago, the people had noticed that there were obviously more foreigners in Chang than before. After a little inquiry, they knew the purpose of these people coming to Chang. Naturally, they thought of the league system announced to the public when the Tang Football Association was just established last year. Thus, countless football enthusiasts were boiling with excitement. Yes, football enthusiasts. In the past half a year since the introduction of football, its unique viewing value and unparalleled passion made every small-scale football game attract many people to watch. Moreover, in a football game, the teamwork between the teams, the tacit understanding between the players, the battle tactics between the two teams, the dazzling passing of the ball, and the fatal shots at crucial moments, all made people tighten their toes and feel their blood boil. Those who had personally watched a football game regardless of the scale, as long as they were at the scene and felt the intense atmosphere, they would never forget it. The most exciting moment was of course the moment when the goal was scored. The cheers of the whole stadium, the state of the protagonist at that moment, the whole stadium treated him as the focus and he was the hero on the field. Cheers for the hero, pride for the hero. Salutations for the hero. The hero was the focus of the whole stadium. The excitement that the heroes could bring to people was more attractive than a football game. Because of this, although football had only appeared in Tang Empire for half a year, it had already attracted a large number of people who liked to play or watch football games. This was the charm of the #1 sport in modern times. Gold would shine no matter where it was, and something with charm would attract people regardless of the era. Therefore, when the people knew that a series of top football games would be held in Chang and city from next month onwards, they cheered loudly and spread the news. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Tang Empire Football Association to announce the specific date and schedule of the games. At this moment, the people realized that the Tang Empire Football Association was also such an important department. It was not insignificant. 2 days later, the Tang Empire Football Association's notice about the league in March finally appeared on Datang Daily. The originally lively Chang and city was completely boiling. Wow. According to the newspaper, doesn't that mean that we can watch football games for the next 3 to 4 months? Ah, that's great. We won't be bored for the next few months. In ancient times where entertainment was lacking, once football became popular, It was undoubtedly the best way to relieve boredom for those who were bored out of their minds. That's right. Let's hope that there are a few strong teams among them. That will be more exciting. There's nothing to say. If there really is a good team, this young master will buy it. Damn it, I formed a team last year, but they couldn't even enter the top 3 in Chang'an City. Then they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition next month. What bad luck. Ah. Young Master Chow, with those weak little bastards that you found, do you really think they can enter the top 3? I think they can't even beat my team? Scram. Let's see which team is the better team. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Last year, when football was just on the rise, many rich young masters in Chang'an City and other provinces and counties had formed teams. It was not that they wanted to form teams to participate in the competition and win the prize money of the league. Most of them formed teams just for fun, or to compete with their friends on a daily basis. That was all. Compared to the people of modern times, the Tang people's passion for football was still quite high. At the very least, at this time, there were many more civilian teams than in modern times. Although the quality was still unknown, with a good start after years of training and competition, there was naturally no need to worry too much about the overall football skills. Today, I've gathered all of you here because I have a very important matter to inform you. In a room in the workshop, Li Zixuan looked at the 6 members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and said in a deep voice. Originally, there were 8 members, but as the Crown Prince, Li Qingqian must have been listening to politics in the morning. How would he have the time to come? As for Wang Renbiao, he was now the provincial governor of Qizhou, ruling over a region. Of course, Li Zixuan still left some shares for Wang Renbiao in the Flaming Yellow Bank this time. When he met Wang Renbiao in the future, he would give a portion of his shares to Wang Renbiao. Strictly speaking, Wang Renbiao was a friend worth making, and the Wang family led by Wang Yu was also a good power to make friends with. Marquis, please speak. We're all ears. Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together. Li Zixuan nodded and said, 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace to talk about the Flaming Yellow Bank and the Tang Yuan. During this time, I've already convinced His Majesty to issue the Tang Yuan in the name of the Imperial Court and use the Tang Yuan to gradually replace the copper coins. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. This was because they all had shares in the Flaming Yellow Bank. If the Tang Yuan could be given credibility to the Imperial Court, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the Tang Yuan became the mainstream currency in the Tang dynasty? At that time, wouldn't they, the original shareholders of the Flaming Yellow Bank, be lying on the ground and counting money? Furthermore, if the Flaming Yellow Bank became a national bank, their social status would also rise along with it. Thank you, Marquis, for your grace. After the excitement, Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together to express their gratitude. Li Zixuan waved his hands and interrupted, "Don't celebrate too early. His Majesty said that the Flaming Yellow Bank controls the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. This is a serious matter, so the Flaming Yellow Bank must be controlled by the Imperial Court in the future. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere too much. The 9% shares that I promised you at the beginning will definitely not be given to you." Hearing this, the faces of the few people darkened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Marquis, if the Imperial Court is in charge of issuing the Tang Yuan in the future, the Flaming Yellow Bank will indeed be a national treasure. The few of us are just merchants and have no right to participate in it. I understand Marquis's difficulties. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhihua stood up and clasped his hands together. The rest also hurriedly expressed their understanding. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, I can't give you the 9% shares, but His Majesty is still willing to give you 5% shares on account of your huge investment in the Flaming Yellow Bank. When the time comes, you can divide this 5% shares according to the amount of copper coins that each of you has contributed. However, there is one point. You will only have the right to dividends and cannot interfere with the operations and management of the bank. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, all 12 pairs of eyes turned to Li Zixuan in unison. Everyone's breathing quickened, and all of them were so agitated that their necks turned red. After all, they had thought that they had nothing to do with the bank anymore. Li Zixuan's words had undoubtedly brought them back from the brink of death. Although the shares that each of them received had decreased, with the Imperial Court's participation, the quality of the shares had increased. Even if they were only given 1%, they would definitely earn more than before, let alone 5%. Thank you, Marquis, for putting in a good word for us in front of His Majesty. We will definitely be at Marquis' beck and call in the future and serve him faithfully. Chapter 1252. Under the push of Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank started to gradually implement public ownership. This was a process that Yanhuang Bank had to go through if it wanted to survive in Tang Dynasty for a long time. Although the first batch of people who invested in Yanhuang Bank received less shares, their benefits were not reduced at all. In these 2 days, other than being busy writing the development plan of the bank, Li Zishuan also took the time to make a trip to Chang and City to meet Zhang Sun Wuji. The old cunning fox had obviously guessed that the Yanhuang Bank would eventually belong to the imperial court. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news from Li Zishuan. The old fox was very loyal this time. He promised to help promote Yanhuang Bank to establish itself in Tang Dynasty. This was not only for Li Zishuan, but also for the benefit of the Zhang Sun family. Other than Zhang Sun Wuji's family, Li Zishuan also went to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda's families. Each family gave 2% of Yanhuang Bank's shares. Of course, the 4 families added together gave a total of 200,000 strings of cash to expand Yanhuang Bank's capital. The reason why he did not give it to Li Zishuan was because the current Tang Dynasty's war god was so low-key that he wanted everyone to forget about him. Even if Li Zishuan gave him shares of Yanhuang Bank, why would he want it? Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank was now a true superpower, with assets reaching nearly 700,000 strings of cash. It basically had the appearance of Tang Dynasty's biggest bank. Marquis. I heard that there will be a top-level football tournament on the 8th of March. I wonder if it is possible to advertise on the field like in the newspaper? Yanhuang College Yamacho's office. After knowing that the Yanhuang Bank was about to become a state-owned bank, everyone excitedly expressed their loyalty. Lin Wenyuan then thought of the football match next month and suddenly had an idea and asked, "What's the matter?" After working with Li Zishuan for so long, these members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce already knew that the slogans in the newspaper for other shops were advertisements. Hearing his words, the rest of the people's eyes lit up, and they all looked eagerly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not expect that someone would think of this. He could not help but look at Lin Wenyuan with admiration. "Boss Lin, you have good taste." He actually saw a business opportunity in football. In fact, this football competition was an excellent opportunity for businessmen or shops who wanted to make a name for themselves. Our football field is very big, so we can put up advertisements for many shops around it. If the businessmen want their shops to be seen by everyone on the football field, they have to pay a sum of money. I call this money advertising fee. The advertising fees can be used to support the continuation of this kind of high bounty competition. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and smiled. Marquis is wise. How much would the advertising fee be? This Chao wishes to make use of the opportunity of this ranking tournament to introduce the Chao clan's appraisal hall to our friends in the various provinces and counties. This way, when this Chao opens branches in other provinces and counties in the future, it will save us a lot of trouble. Yeah, Marquis. This Lin also wishes to let Qin Yazhai show its face in next month's ranking tournament. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, everyone rushed to chime in. Li Zishuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table for a moment, then said, "As the earliest followers of this marquis, you will naturally be given preferential treatment in this aspect. How about this? Each of you will pay 1,000 strings of cash, and for the next month, there will be advertisements for your shops on the football field. In a few days, I will inform all the wealthy businessmen in Chang and City to come to the workshop to participate in the bidding for advertising spots in the ranking tournament. The starting bid will be 2,000 strings of cash, and there will only be 15 spots in total. Based on this calculation, just the advertising fee alone would allow them to earn more than 30,000 strings of cash in a single ranking tournament. In addition to the admission fee, they would basically not lose money. In the future, they would be able to turn football into an industry. Although he was rich and wanted to develop football, he would not foolishly use his own money to organize a free football match. Any sport that relied solely on interests and hobbies would never be able to become big and strong. Only industrialization could form a virtuous cycle. Thank you very much, Marquis. Everyone stood up happily and cupped their hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. Go back and find someone to make the promotional banner, then go directly to the Football Association to pay the money." Li Zishuan was thinking of ways to attract investment and get sponsorship for the Football Association. On the other hand, Yan Xiaoning was leading the craftsmen and workers to build the football field. Speaking of which, every time Li Zishuan assigned him a task, it was always the kind of work that was tight on time and heavy with tasks. It was the same for the construction of Yanhuang College. It was the same for the construction of the football field this time. In just over 20 days they had to build 2 big football fields. If it were not for the recent construction of the dam and Faubert's hiring of many workers and craftsmen, Yan Xiaoning even wanted to quit directly. Tell everyone to hurry up. Before dark all the bricks, stones and cement must be in place. Yan Xiaoning had been at the construction site since yesterday. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and urged the supervisor beside him. Yes, Commander Yan. In the construction team this time, many people had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. The supervisor beside Yan Xiaoning was also one of them. That was why he called Yan Xiaoning Commander Yan, because he was the chief commander of the entire construction team back then. Yan Xiaoning nodded. In his mind he was calculating whether there was enough time. In general, although the time this time was much shorter than the previous time, the amount of work would also be much smaller. The main core of the 2 football fields was a big lawn. There was nothing to fiddle with. They just needed to get people to mow the lawn. The real trouble was the terrace stands around the lawn. That was the main work of the construction team. The only thing that made him happy was that the terrace stands were not like the internal building of Yanhuang College. They did not need to dig a very deep foundation which could save a lot of time. Moreover, many people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. They were very experienced in building cement walls which could save a lot of time. Therefore, in total, it was not impossible to finish in 20 days. As long as there were enough people and materials, there was still a chance. CK. Xiao Xian tricked me again this time. I'm going to have a hard time from now on. This guy really does do whatever he wants. I have to ask him for compensation later. After pondering for a long time, Yan Xiaoning shook his head bitterly and muttered to himself unhappily. He was really unlucky to have made such a bad friend. Chapter 1253. Due to the hurried construction of the football stadium, the construction of the dam on the Ba River had to be put on hold for more than 10 days. After all, the football stadium was under construction at the same time. If they were to build the dam at this time, there would be a serious shortage of manpower. Fortunately, even if it was delayed for 10 days, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The next morning before the sun rose, Li Zixuan took a carriage and headed towards Chang'an City. In the carriage, there was also a stack of plans for the future development of Yanhuang Bank that Li Zixuan had written over the past few days. Although Li Er had verbally agreed to the bank to issue Tang Yuan and replace the copper coins, changing the currency of Tang Dynasty was a huge matter. No matter what, he had to obtain the consent of the majority of the officials. Therefore he was here for the morning court. Yanhuang Bank was going to be tested by the civil and military officials in the morning court. Whether he could achieve great things depended on this. Speaking of which, in his previous life he was only an engineering student. Although he would occasionally pay attention to the country's economic policies, or speculate in stocks, in terms of economic understanding, he could only be considered as a beginner. Fortunately, in this life he had a strong mental strength and superhuman memory. Through these few days of bitter recollections, coupled with the current situation of Tang Dynasty, he finally completed a huge work on the development of an ancient bank. In the eyes of economists, his plan might have been weak, but in this era, it was absolutely epic-making. If these plans could be carried out, the Great Tang would probably become an economic powerhouse in just a few years. When it came to small countries, one didn't even need to use force to conquer them. One only needed economic sanctions. After waiting outside Taiji Palace for a while, an attendant walked out and announced the start of the morning court. The civil and military officials entered the palace in order. Zhang Sun Wuji took a break from his busy schedule and nodded at Li Zixuan, indicating for him to rest assured. This old fellow, when it concerns his own interests, he is more concerned than anyone else. Li Zixuan criticized in his heart. Towards Zhang Sun Wuji he had always held an attitude of not taking the initiative to get close to him, but also trying his best not to offend him. In his previous life he had watched countless television dramas and transmigration novels from the Sui and Tang dynasty. He could only respect and distance himself from Zhang Sun Wuji. This was because the old fox's scheming characteristics had left a deep impression on him. After entering Taiji Palace and exchanging greetings, the morning court session officially began. The ministers began to report some trivial matters in Li Zixuan's eyes. Sometimes he felt quite tired for Li Erxing. He had to manage such a big country and had to take care of everything and make decisions. He was like a nanny or a stay-at-home dad who had to take care of the country's daily needs at all times. If Li Zixuan was in his shoes, he would not be willing to be such an emperor. It was too tiring. He would rather be a carefree marquis. However, Fang Xuanling's report attracted Li Zishuan's attention. Your Majesty, the spring plowing of the provinces and counties has begun. However, this year's drought is worse than last year's. It will be very difficult for the people to farm, especially the provinces and counties in the northeast. The people there need the curved plows and cattle. I hope that your Majesty can order the Ministry of Works to build more curved plows and distribute them along with the cattle. This will not affect the people's spring plowing. Last year not only did Chang'an have little rain and snow, but other places also had little rain and snow. Due to the climate in the south, the land was still moist. However, the entire north had been dry for several months. Fang Xianling said that the drought was worse than last year's, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Li Er's face darkened. Xianling is right. Official Yen, the Ministry of Works should hurry up and build the curved plows for the provinces and counties. If the production capacity is not enough, we will borrow Marquis Yong An's workshop. Today, Li Zishuan's new workshop's production capacity had already surpassed that of the Ministry of Works. Sometimes even Li Er had to rely on this workshop. Yen Lide stepped forward and bowed. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Er then looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Marquis Yong, and do you have any objections? Li Zishuan also stepped forward and bowed. This subject naturally has no objections. The people's spring plowing affects the livelihood of millions of families. No matter how busy this subject's workshop is, it will definitely cooperate with the Ministry of Works to build the curved plows. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Li Zishuan's bulging sleeves and said loudly, I heard that Marquis Yong has something important to report to me today? Quickly say it. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by I have something important to report to you? You were the one who urged me to come, all right? At such a crucial moment, you actually pretended that it was none of your business. Aren't you ashamed? Although he cursed in his heart, Li Zishuan still took this opportunity and bowed. This subject does indeed have something important to report to your Majesty. Say it. Li Er replied with Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took out a thick document from his sleeves. Raising it above his head, he said, This subject wishes to hand the Yen Huang Bank over to the Imperial Court to manage. I hope that your Majesty can give the Yen Huang Bank the right to issue Tangyuan and use Tangyuan to gradually replace copper coins. This will completely solve the problem of the Great Tang's lack of money. This is the initial development plan for the Yen Huang Bank that this subject has drafted recently. Your Majesty, please take a look. The moment he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Although the officials did not know how much money the Yen Huang Bank had, they knew that the Yen Huang Bank definitely had a lot of money. Thus, when they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to hand the Yen Huang Bank over to the Imperial Court, the officials were first shocked. Then they all looked at Li Zishuan. More accurately, they were looking at Li Zishuan who was standing in front of him. They wanted to know what decision Li Er would make. This subject will take a look first. All of you can also give your opinions. Since the Marquis of Yong is here today, we can reply in person. Zhao Song stepped forward and took the book from Li Zishuan's hands and handed it to Li Er. Li Er lowered his head and said softly. Li Zishuan was stunned. He secretly scolded old Li for not being loyal. Did he want him to debate with the scholars alone? I can't do it. Furthermore, this wasn't how the script was written. Fang Xianling did not care what Li Zishuan was thinking. He was just stating the facts. He stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject has said before that the right to coin must be in the hands of the Imperial Court. Since the Marquis of Yong has handed the bank over to the Imperial Court, then the Imperial Court can use it to issue Tangyuan and replace copper coins. However, since the Marquis of Yong has handed over the bank, the Imperial Court must compensate him accordingly. Fang Xianling did not have any prejudice against Tangyuan. In the past, he only felt that the place of issuance should not be decided by the bank, but by the Imperial Court. Now that the Yen Huang Bank had become the asset of the Imperial Court, he naturally would not have any objections. Chapter 1254. We second the motion. Morning Court, Taiji Palace. After Fang Xianling took the lead to express his support for Tangyuan and Yen Huang Bank, several other ministers followed suit, especially the generals led by Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin. For them, whether Tang used copper coins or Tangyuan in the future, it didn't seem to have much impact. If Tangyuan replaced copper coins, they would even find it more convenient. Every time the Tang army went on an expedition, although they brought most of their food and fodder, they would also bring some copper coins. On one hand, they might need to replenish supplies in the nearby counties on the way. On the other hand, it was to give food or rewards to the soldiers. If the scale of the expedition was relatively large, they would bring a lot of copper coins. Even if they used ox carts, they would have to pull many carts. Therefore, if Tang Yuan could become a recognized currency everywhere, it would be much easier for the army to carry the cart when they went to war. In addition to these, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others were now shareholders of Yanhuang Bank. It was also very beneficial for them to promote the public of the bank and the monetization of Tang Yuan. Your Majesty, I think this matter shouldn't be rushed. Just when the discussion was one-sided, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed to Li Er. With a serious face he said, Your Majesty, since the Qin and Han dynasties, all the dynasties have used copper coins. If the imperial court rashly uses Tang Yuan to replace copper coins, I'm afraid the people won't believe it. Because copper mines are hard to find and difficult to mine, our Tang Empire is currently facing a shortage of money. But it is precisely because of this shortage of money that our Tang Empire's food, cloth, and other things are so cheap. This Tang Yuan is printed on paper, so it is naturally not limited like copper coins. This is a scourge locked in a cage. If one day the printing of Tang Yuan is released, the price of food and cloth in our Tang Empire will soar rapidly. At that time, the people will not be able to eat and wear clothes. This is a sign of chaos. Your Majesty, please think twice before you act and be extremely cautious. While Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were scheming, Du Ruhui was decisive. But in terms of foresight, Du Ruhui's level of thinking and depth was something that few people in the court could match. As someone from the ancient era, he was actually able to predict that an overshoot of the currency would bring inflation to the Great Tang. Even Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his foresight. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, many of the officials in the civil officials' camp seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their faces were solemn. Obviously, they also felt that Du Ruhui's words were reasonable. Your Majesty, Li Gong is right. We must be cautious about the matter between Tang Yuan and the bank. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to imitate Tang Yuan, if a skilled craftsman were to be able to do so, the imperial court would suffer a huge loss. Du Ruhui's title was Duke Lai. A middle-aged official wearing a blue court robe walked out from the group of civil officials and cupped his fists. Who is this person? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Yes. Li Zishuan, do you agree with Du Ruhui's and Physician Yan's opinions? Li Er raised his head and asked Li Zishuan. Physician Yan. Old Li probably knew that Li Zishuan didn't recognize this middle-aged official and purposely mentioned his surname and official position. Speaking of which, if not for Du Ruhui personally leading the way, Li Er would still be immersed in Li Zishuan's development plan for the Yanhuang Bank. It wasn't that the plan was brilliant, but that many of the ideas in it were very attractive. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, Old Li would have already slapped the table and cheered. Li Zishuan bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, Li Gong's words just now can be said to be far-sighted. This subject is truly impressed. However, Li Gong's and Physician Yan's worries aren't without a solution. First, regarding Li Gong's worry that the bank will print too many Tang Yuan, there is no need for any of you to worry about this. This is because for now, every Tang Yuan printed by the Yanhuang Bank will be matched with a copper coin of the corresponding value. There will definitely not be any more than that. Secondly, in the future when Tang Yuan completely replaces the copper coins, the amount of money that the bank needs to print will be determined by how much money Tang needs. When that time comes, the bank will set up a statistical department to calculate the number of Tang Yuan that needs to be printed every year. The results will be personally decided by His Majesty. As for the problem that Physician Yin mentioned about Tang Yuan being copied, there is no need to worry about that. Firstly, the printing of Tang Yuan uses many anti-counterfeiting methods. The paper, patterns, serial numbers, seals, hidden lines, etc. These are all unique. Secondly, Physician Yin said that Tang Yuan can be copied, but is it impossible for copper coins to be copied? The middle-aged official glared at him and said, Who dares? The design of the copper coins was personally decided by the Emperor Emeritus. If anyone were to copy them, they would undoubtedly die. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's right. However, has Physician Yin ever considered that when Tang Yuan becomes the currency of His Majesty, if anyone were to copy it, they would also die? That middle-aged official was stunned. Obviously, he had neglected this extremely important point. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan clasped his hands towards Li Er and continued, If His Majesty decides to use Tang Yuan as the currency, then I suggest that His Majesty devise torture methods to severely punish those who copy Tang Yuan. At the same time, The paper used to print Tang Yuan must be strictly prohibited from being sold privately by commoners and merchants. Violators will also be severely punished. With so many factors, I believe that the difficulty of copying Tang Yuan will definitely be much higher than copying copper coins. Li Er nodded and said, Marquis Yong An's words are not without reason. Does anyone have any objections? Du Ruhui shook his head and retreated. Zhang Sun Wuji finally came forward and gave the final word. Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan are definitely beneficial to the country and the people. Although there are some flaws, the flaws do not obscure the jade. I believe that the promotion of Tang Yuan is imperative. As the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji's words carried a lot of weight. After hearing what he said, no one else stood out to object. I agree. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Things were progressing smoothly. Speaking of which, he had prepared a lot of lines that he had yet to say. With the situation settled, Li Er raised his head and said in a deep voice, since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Yanhuang Bank will belong to the Imperial Court and will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. Starting from Chang, and all merchants, restaurants, tea houses and other places that have transactions are not allowed to refuse to use Tang Yuan as payment. Violators will be severely punished. Yanhuang Bank's official office will be located at Vermilion Bird Avenue. Marquis Yong, and will temporarily be in charge of all matters of the bank. Those who have previously invested money in Yanhuang Bank will be able to obtain a certain percentage of the bank's dividends every year as compensation. Chapter 1255. Uncle Cheng, who is that Dr. Yen from the morning court? Why do I not recognize him? After the morning court, Li Zishuan whispered to Qing Yaojin outside the palace. Ah, it's normal that you don't know him. That person is called Yen Xiangshi. He was originally one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence. He was just promoted by His Majesty a few days ago. He's almost on the same side as that old fogey Wei Xuanqing. Oh right, you don't know him but you definitely know his father. Li Zishuan asked curiously, I know his father? Uncle Cheng, are you talking about Mr. Yen? Among the people he knew, the only one with the surname Yen was Yen Silu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Yen Silu had never mentioned that he had a son in front of him. Qing Yaojin nodded with a smile and said, Haha, that's right. Yen Xiangshi is Yen Silu's eldest son. Sai, the Yen family has really produced talents for generations. I old Qing am so envious. Although his Qing family now had both power and money, especially after Li Zishuan started to lead the four families to make money together, the Qing family didn't lack money to spend. However, old Qing still felt that there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation. That was that the Qing family lacked talents. Unlike Yen Silu's family, where all three generations were promising. Ah, Uncle Qing, what are you saying? Chumo's future prospects will definitely not disappoint you. Li Zishuan put in a good word for his good brother. Qing Yaojin spat on the side of the road without caring about his image and said unhappily, Nonsense. What kind of future can that kid have? But now, with your help, the Qing family has obtained the shares of the Yanhuang Bank. Every year they can get a lot of money. Even if Chumo and Chuyang don't have any future prospects, with this iron rice bowl, they won't starve to death. Our four families are all thanks to you. Anyone could see that the Yanhuang Bank was definitely an awesome department that would never lose money. It was not an exaggeration to call it an iron rice bowl. Uncle Cheng is too polite. Little nephew once said that the Cheng and Li families are no longer separated. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Qing Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed loudly. Good. 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 Ah. Choax didn't recognize the wrong brother and I, old Qing, also didn't misjudge him. 2 days later. Recently, more and more teams had poured into Chang'an City, making the world's largest metropolis more and more lively. However, today the commoners suddenly discovered that there was a newly decorated official residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. On top of it hung a plaque with the words, Great Tang Yen Huang Bank. After seeing the words on the signboard, the commoners who had previously rushed to Lantian County to purchase bicycles immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yo! Great Tang Yen Huang Bank? Was it the manor that Marquis built in Lantian County? The names are all the same. It's really possible, but shouldn't this bank be in Lantian County? Why did he come to Chang'an? Could it be that Marquis is planning to build a bank in Chang'an? Those who had used Tang Yuan before would be moved by its unique portability. Previously, when they were rushing to buy bicycles in Lantian County, many people secretly fantasized about when Chang'an City would have a Yanhuang Bank like Lantian County. Who would have thought that in just a few days their fantasies would come true? Are you stupid? Even if Marquis wants to open a bank in Chang'an City, he should open it in the East and West cities. Why would he be at Vermilion Bird Avenue? A smart person felt that something was wrong and immediately retorted. Vermilion Bird Avenue was a street that was close to the Imperial City. Many of the official residences of the Imperial Court were located here. Therefore, this street contained deep political meaning. How could a small shop be placed here? Then what is the meaning of this bank? Hey, you ask me, but who should I ask? Just wait, I believe there will be some news about this in today's Datong Daily. Of course, most of them were looking forward to Li Zishuan opening a bank in Chang'an City. This was because Tang Yuan was more convenient to use than copper coins. That was an indisputable fact. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. His Majesty has decided to open a bank and use Tang Yuan. The latest issue of Datong Daily was sold on time at 7:45 a.m. The staff at the kiosk and the children selling newspapers on the streets shouted loudly. What? His Majesty wants to open a bank? Quick, quick, quick. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. On the 23rd of February in the first year of Jingguan, the Emperor of Tang Empire decreed that all merchants, restaurants, tea houses and other places that do business must not refuse to use Tang Yuan for payment. Violators will be punished with immediate effect. Hiss. So this is what the bank on Vermilion Bird Avenue is all about. That's great. I don't have to carry copper coins when I buy things in the future. What's a bank? What's Tang Yuan? You haven't been to Lantian County in the past few days, right? This Tang Yuan looks like this. Doesn't it look good? It does look good. But it's just a piece of paper. Wouldn't it be easy for others to fake it? Of course not. The real Tang Yuan, if you face the light, you'll be able to see the words hidden inside. Take a look if you don't believe me. Hiss. There really are words. How magical. How can something made by the Marquis of Yong and not be magical? Just nice. Today's Datong Daily has a news article that teaches people how to identify the real Tang Yuan. Take a good look. Other than announcing Li Er's decision in the Imperial Court yesterday, Li Zishuan also thoughtfully ordered someone to write a tutorial on how to identify the real Tang Yuan in today's Datong Daily. As the saying goes, with the tutorial in hand, the world is mine. By then, even if there was a fearless fake Tang Yuan, it would be difficult to fool anyone. All the shopkeepers in Chang'an City began to act. They ordered their waiters and accountants to learn how to identify Tang Yuan as soon as possible. Apart from that, the merchants and commoners also brought their copper coins to the Yanhuang Bank to exchange for Tang Yuan. After all, this thing was light and didn't take up much space. Who wouldn't like it? In the end, the credibility of the Imperial Court was still the most effective. At this time, no one doubted whether Tang Yuan had any value or whether he could be exchanged for copper coins of equivalent value. This was because they believed that the great Emperor Li Er wouldn't lie to them. Even the football teams and merchants from other places couldn't help but want to exchange all their copper coins for Tang Yuan after seeing the news on Datong Daily. Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank in Chang'an City was destined to be overcrowded when it opened for the first time. Chapter 1256. Hey, boss, this Tang Yuan is quite good looking. And it's convenient to use. The capital is indeed the capital. It's much more prosperous than Jiangnan. In the east of Chang'an City, in a luxurious mansion, a young man in tight clothes said excitedly as he held the Tang Yuan he had just exchanged from the bank. Judging from his words, this group of people should be from Jiangnan. The old man in luxurious clothes opposite the young man had a reserved aura. Judging from his mannerisms, he was definitely someone who had been in a high position for a long time. However, he didn't put on airs in front of the young man. He smiled gently and said, "Actually, Chang'an City didn't have so many new tricks 2 years ago. It was only since last year that these things started to appear. Chiming, you guys have to practice hard. If our Wind Thunder team can be promoted to a Division 2 team, everyone will be rewarded with 50 strings of coins. If we can be promoted to a Division 1 team, everyone will be rewarded with 100 strings of coins. We'll let you guys have fun in Chang'an City." It turned out that this was a team from Jiangnan. Speaking of which, teams in this era weren't as formal as modern teams. There were club presidents, club managers, team coaches, and so on. Teams in this era usually only had one person who set up the team and 11 players. Many teams didn't even have substitutes. The players usually called the founder of the team boss. Overall, it was very different from modern football teams. Recently, hundreds of teams had flocked to Chang'an City. The boss, and the players of the teams usually stayed in the inns in Chang'an City. However, this team was actually staying in such a luxurious mansion. It could be seen that the old man's wealth or status was definitely extraordinary. Thank you, boss. But don't worry, boss. According to what I know, our Wind Thunder team's strength in the entire South is definitely in the top 10, if not the top 3. During the drawing of lots, unless we're extremely unlucky and are placed in the same group as all the strong teams, we'll definitely have a chance to advance to the knockout round. In the knockout round, we'll at least get a spot in a Division 2 team. If we work harder, a Division 1 team will be within reach. A young man beside the old man laughed and said, "Ha, Sun Qiming, play well. If you play well, not only will my father reward you, but I'll also reward you handsomely. If you don't play well, Xianjun, don't talk nonsense." Then he looked at the young man named Sun Qiming and said with a smile, "Qiming, you don't have to worry about anything. Just do your best. My Jiangnan Zheng clan is not a cold-blooded clan that doesn't care about feelings." Sun Qiming cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, boss. Qiming and our brothers will serve the Zheng family to the death." "Yes, go." The old man waved his hand and smiled. On the first day that Tang Yuan was online, the exchange volume was extremely high. The local citizens of Chang were especially active in exchanging. The teams and businessmen from other places felt that they were weaker than the others when they went out to eat or drink, and they had to carry a heavy bag of copper coins when they saw other people paying with just a few pieces of paper. In less than 2 days, they were all swayed and exchanged a portion of their copper coins for Tang Yuan. This Tang Yuan craze quickly spread to the counties near Chang'an City. Lantian County was the first county to announce that all businesses in the county would support Tang Yuan settlement. Xinfeng County followed closely behind and announced that they could use Tang Yuan. The remaining counties followed suit. Within 3 days, the 22 counties under the jurisdiction of the imperial government had all completed the process of popularizing Tang Yuan. At the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank, they were also intensively expanding. First, Li Zishuan requested Xiaoyu to mobilize 72 officials who were proficient in the new mathematics from the Ministry of Revenue to strengthen the grassroots cadres of the Yanhuang Bank. After that, he set up branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the counties that had announced their support for Tang Yuan settlement. The 22 counties all started a recruitment frenzy. In a short period of time, those who knew how to keep accounts, especially those who knew the new mathematics, all became hot commodities and were recruited into the branches of the bank. After some training, they were officially on the job. "Your Highness, according to what I know, the expansion of the Yanhuang Bank is too fast these days. I estimate that the Tang Yuan they exchange every day is worth hundreds of thousands of copper coins." In a courtyard of the Honglu Temple, Yoko Ono bowed and said, "On the table in front of the big brother on the mountain back, there was a small pile of Tang Yuan of different denominations. At this moment he was holding a 100 yuan note and looking at it carefully. Hearing this he sighed and said, 'Too smart. This Tang Yuan was truly too ingenious. The paper, the pattern, the color, the feel, and the anti-counterfeiting seal, all of them are heavenly workmanship. The technology that the Marquis of Yong'an's workshop has is too incredible. If only the Wan Nation also had such an advanced workshop, how good would that be?' Yoko Ono's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. He said loudly, 'I believe that Your Highness will definitely be able to let the Wan Nation's citizens live a good life like the Tang Empire in the future. When the time comes, the Wan Nation will definitely have a workshop like the Marquis of Yong'an's.' The big brother on the mountain back shook his head and said, 'If the Wan Nation wants to be strong, they must learn from the Tang Empire's culture and technology. These Tang Yuan have the Tang Emperor personally vouching for them. Furthermore, they are of superior quality and are difficult for ordinary people to copy. Using them is many times more convenient than the Tang Empire's Kaiyuan Tongbao. Our Neon Nation will also start using Tang Yuan in the future. This time, when we return to our country, we will use a ship of Tang Yuan to go back.' At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, Neon also used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty as their currency. Later, in the Nara period, around 708 AD, Neon began to issue the Heitong Kaibao, followed by the Wanyan Tongbao, Xingong Kaibao, Longping Yongbao, Fusho Shinbao, Qinghe Changbao, Changyan Tongbao, Raoi Shinbao, Jingguan Yongbao, Quanping Debao, and so on. In short, it was very chaotic. The people mainly used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty. In addition, this Kaiyuan Tongbao was not released during Li Longji's Kaiyuan Golden Age. In the 4th year and 7th month of the Wuda era, Tang Gaozu Li Yuan issued an edict to abolish the 5 baht coin, and personally directed the production of Ouyang Sun to create a unified Kaiyuan Tongbao. The two words Kaiyuan referred to the founding of a country and the beginning of a new era. It had nothing to do with Li Longji's era name, Kaiyuan. Yoko Ono bowed and cupped her fists. If Li Zixuan, who was inspecting the construction site of the football field in Lantian County, knew about the decision of the big brother on the mountain back, he would definitely be overjoyed. After all, this was the first foreign exchange earned for the Tang dynasty after the release of Tang Yuan. In the future, Tang Yuan would face the whole world. Today it was just a small step.